Hello everyone, this is Seven, the host of Fight Club Season 2. The ultimate one-on-one competition, challenging for the fight money, has come back after the first spectacular season in 2021. Fight Club will begin in a bigger scale right here on this marvelous stage with the best players around the world. 10 challengers, but only one champion. The fierce battle will soon begin until the last one stands to become the champion of Fight Club Season 2.
Sou o Action da Black Dragons. Acho muito legal ter sido invitado para esse torneio, né, que normalmente é o destaque de cada equipe e vai ser muito legal disputar.
Olá, meu nome é Silva, eu sou jogador da Extense Game. Se eu ganhar o prêmio do Fight Club, eu vou sair para curtir com meus amigos aqui em Jeju.
Olá pessoal, meu nick é Goten, eu sou da equipe da Imperial. Ano passado a premiação era pouca, agora aumentou e me deu mais vontade de ganhar.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là VASCO đến từ đội tuyển Ranking Gaming. Đây là giải đấu rất là thú vị vì mọi người có thể show up được cái kỹ năng của mình.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Đô La, mình đến từ đội tuyển CFS này. Cảm giác của em khi mà được tham gia giải Fight Club thì cảm giác của em rất là vui.
Hello, I'm SGJ Robin, attacker of the team. Kinakabahan ako sobra. Gagawin ko ang lahat ng aking makakaya.
Hello, I'm awesome and I'm playing for Lazarus. I'm very happy because it's a great opportunity to play in the Fight Club in the season 2.
أنا اسمي حورس، أنا بلعب لفريق تيم ميسي. لقد تفاجأت في البداية من هذه المسابقة، لكن الآن سوف أخذها كتحدي إنني سوف أنتصر في هذه المسابقة.
السلام عليكم، أنا بيفا من أنوبيس جيمنج. ما كنتش عارف أصلا إن أنا أخش في فايت كلاب، بس هم اختاروني عشان بطلع الإيس وكده وبكاري التيم.
Xin chào mọi người, tôi là Lucas đến từ team CROSSFIRE hay là với tư cách là vô địch của mùa 1 Fight Club thì tôi thấy lần này tôi được tham gia thì thấy là rất bình thường và tôi rất là tự tin sẽ giành được chức vô địch bằng thật ra.
Now let's go to the main rules of Fight Club Season 2. 10 challengers will go through a total of 3 rounds to determine the last winner to win the fight money and also the champion title. The matchup for the first round will be decided through the random draw. Once the first round ends, the loser will have his turn to choose his opponent from the first round winner. Challengers who got defeated twice will be eliminated from the competition, and the challenger with 2 wins will have his turn to choose his opponent to play against. The first challenger securing 3 wins will be granted to advance to the final stage, but the remaining players will continue the ultimate challenge to advance as well. The ultimate duel will continue until we reach the 4 remaining survivors who will play in the final stage. Every fight will be played in a best of 3 series on compound, and the last challenger who will be the champion will be granted to earn $3,000. Everyone, stay tuned to witness the champion of Fight Club Season 2. Who will be the top 4 survivors advancing to the 3rd round? Let's find out. This was your host, 7. Thank you so much.
Tôi được bằng đội tuyển đó thì tôi cảm giác rất là nhẹ, đẹp, màu dáng các thứ rất là ok, rất là đẹp và cảm giác tôi bắn ok đấy.
So, fierce battle is about to begin then Fight Club. Now we are going to start a random draw for the competition. So the first match is between Awesome and Fatcons from Vietnam.
So your first was against Patcons from the ranking games. When you first heard of that, how did you feel?
Since I... Oh, wait. What was his in-game name?
VASCO.
Is it his name Pecons? Pecons?
Tên của tôi không phải là VASCO mà là VASCO.
Round 1. Headshot.
After the match, I was excited that I won my first match.
Lúc đấy em rất là cay cú và em quyết định là sẽ bích bạn ấy để gỡ lại lần 2.
So the next match is between, let's see, Action from Brazil, Beva from Egypt.
Sinceramente não conheço muito o jogo dele, ele acabou de chegar, não sei qual era a estatística dele lá na CF West, mas pra mim é só mais um.
أنا عارف اللي هو كل واحد طلع في التيم بيطلع عشان بيبقى الإيس وبيكاري التيم بتاعه، بس أنا ما كنتش أعرفهم وكنت داخل على أساس إني أكسب. أنا شايف إني أسهل حد في فايت كلاب كان أكشن.
Beva, Não conheço, mas acho que vai ser fácil.
Round 1. Shots!
انا كسبت 2-0 فمش شايف ان في حد يقدر يكسب.
Agora eu conheço ele e posso derrotar da próxima vez. E aguarde que eu vou te derrotar.
So match number 3, guys, is between Dola from Vietnam, Yobib from the Philippines.
Em nghĩ là Yobib là một người dễ bị đánh bại nhất ở đây, tại vì là lần đầu tiên bạn ấy cũng đi thì tâm lý sẽ không ổn định.
Kaba, excited, 50-50.
Thật là buồn khi mà đối đầu với Yobib, tại vì bạn quá là nhỏ con.
Eh, si Dolo, puro ayos lang naman ang buhok, puro paporma lang naman ginagawa.
Round 1.
Trận đầu tiên mình gặp Yobib thì em hơi chủ quan vì tự tin về skin của mình nên là em đã thua ở trận đầu tiên.
Masaya ako, siyempre, puro ayos lang siya ng buhok. Anong pakiramdam mo, Dola, nang tinalo ka ng Unano?
So let's come to match number 4. Silva Sarah from Brazil, Lucas from Vietnam.
Estou muito tranquilo, sei que ele é um jogador muito bom, mas estou tranquilo pro jogo. Como o Lucas foi campeão na edição passada, eu estou querendo jogar contra ele para ver o jogo dele.
Vì tôi biết rõ tất cả cái skill của đội Brazil nên tôi không thấy sợ.
Round 1.
Esse que era o campeão, foi um jogo muito tranquilo e muito fácil.
Hãy đợi đấy, để xem ai là người cuối cùng.
And last but not least, Goken from Brazil,
Acho que eu vou cair contra o Horus.
Horus from Egypt.
أعتقد أنه لاعب رائع، لكن أنا أعرف نقط ضعفه وأعتقد أنني سوف أنتصر عليه.
Como planejado, e eu caí no sorteio contra o Horus, acho que eu vou conseguir ganhar.
So guys, last match of round 1, Goken versus Horus. Let's fight!
Round 1.
Thưa quý vị, và ngày hôm nay chúng ta đang được gặp nhau tại vòng playoff ngày 3 trong khuôn khổ của CFS Summer Championship 2023. Và ngay lúc này chúng tôi xin phép được thay mặt cho ban tổ chức, thay mặt cho Smilегate, Entertainment và VTC Online, trước hết Thu Hà cũng như MC Đăng Khương được gửi đến quý vị một lời cảm ơn chân thành và ý nghĩa nhất, một lời chúc sức khỏe và lời chào trân trọng nhất ạ.
Thưa quý vị, và ngày hôm nay chúng tôi hy vọng rằng sẽ mang đến cho tất cả quý vị những khoảnh khắc hấp dẫn nhất. Và nếu như ngày hôm nay tất cả quý vị không thể đến tham gia tại nhà thi đấu Quân khu 7 Thành phố Hồ Chí Minh Việt Nam, thì tất cả chúng ta cũng vẫn có thể theo dõi thông qua những kênh phát sóng trực tuyến của CROSSFIRE thông qua nền tảng Facebook, YouTube hoặc Twitch. Và tất cả quý vị thân mến, ngày hôm nay tất cả quý vị cũng vẫn có thể bày tỏ cảm xúc với mình và cũng như tương tác với cộng đồng CROSSFIRE trên toàn thế giới. Và cho dù là màn hình lớn hay màn hình nhỏ thì chúng tôi cũng hứa hẹn rằng sẽ mang đến cho tất cả quý vị những trải nghiệm tuyệt vời nhất.
Vâng thưa quý vị, và trải qua rất nhiều vòng thi đấu ngày hôm nay, chúng ta đã đến rất gần với trận chung kết rồi. Sau đó thì mình sẽ cùng nhau đến với một trận trước khi đến với trận chung kết cuối cùng Grand Finals, đó chính là chung kết nhánh thua. Thưa quý vị, và ngày hôm nay hãy cùng nhau bật sẵn màn hình hoặc đến trực tiếp cùng với nhà thi đấu Quân khu 7 Thành phố Hồ Chí Minh Việt Nam để cùng trải nghiệm cũng như thưởng thức và không khí vô cùng tuyệt vời này quý vị nhé. Và ngay bây giờ chúng tôi xin mời quý vị hãy cùng đến với phần bình luận từ phía caster ngày hôm nay, cũng như đắm chìm vào trong những giây phút thăng hoa giữa hai đội trong vòng chung kết nhánh thua. Xin mời ạ.
Well, it's a big day today, and of course we do have to touch on yesterday before we get into the whole discussion around what is happening today. But Kyle, final day of competition here at the CFS Summer Championship. Let's touch on yesterday first though. Day 6, it was not without some extraordinary performances. The first matchup, all gamers 3-0 over BaiSha Gaming, 10-6, 10-7, 10-8. We thought maybe there was a world where BaiSha would be able to get themselves a map. I even thought maybe there was a world where they could potentially get themselves the series, but that certainly was not the case. All gamers looked very strong yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, these guys came out and had a really, really strong performance, and coming into today, they still haven't lost a map yet. For these guys, it's going to take a lot for anyone who goes up against them in that grand final to find a way to take them out. But I think they've got some really solid contenders to be going into that match against. But all gamers, I do worry for whoever has to face them in the grand final. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, most definitely. This map of Port was actually the closest one between the two. Ended up being 10-8, favoring all gamers. I thought this was the one maybe where BaiSha would be able to come back into the swing of things, but ultimately they just sort of let it slip on the back end there, and that was the 3-0 secured for all gamers. A likely rematch we'll get to see in the grand final, but maybe VASCO will have something to say about that. This was probably the match of the night and the match of the tournament, has to be said, and maybe even one of the matches of the year. Imperial went up 2-0. They won 10-5, 10-3 on Subbase and then Ankara, and it kind of felt like a sure thing that they would also then win on Port, secure the 3-0, and would have a pretty quick night. But VASCO obviously had other ideas. They won Port, close fashion. Compound went to an overtime. They won there again, and then on Black Widow again, they closed it out in super, super close fashion. But at the end of the day, scoreline was 3-2 favoring VASCO.
Yeah, very good series for them. Most teams, when you're down 2-0 in that fashion, would not have had the stamina, let alone the skill, to overcome that reverse sweep and come back into today. But today is going to be a whole new ball game for them. This is where things get really, really tough because they've already played BaiSha. They did get a map, didn't go super well other than that one map though, so a very tough opponent on their hands. And of course, if they somehow overcome BaiSha, an even tougher opponent awaits whoever wins that match in the grand final. But VASCO, I'm starting to believe more and more of what this team can do, but I'm really hoping today it doesn't take them 2 maps lost to wake up.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're going to get the same opportunities against BaiSha as what they did get against Imperial. It did feel like Imperial really slowed down on those last few maps. Some of the individuals that were having good performances throughout this entire event just didn't really cut the mustard in that playoffs match, and ultimately that was the end of their run. And VASCO, they survived through to today, which is the final day of competition. Welcome back to the CrossFire Stars Summer Championship 2023. for the final time, for the final day. It is grand final day, day number 7 of competition, and it has been a big week to get here. It's really been a very thorough sort of a format and tournament, right? We had that best of 3 group stage, round robin. Every team got to play against everyone else in their group. 12 matches that was, and then we jumped into the playoffs, and ever since then it's been best of 5 double elims. So quite frankly, you couldn't have asked for a better format as far as a player is concerned, because it's a lot of matches, it's a lot of opportunities to prove that you deserve to be in the spots that you're in. And I think in that train of thought, in that vein, my opinion is that the 3 best teams have made it to today, and they deserve to be here today. I don't think you can claim, oh, there's been an unlikely upset, there's been someone that's gotten through in a lucky way, or some sort of situation like that. These are the 3 best teams at the end of 7 days of competition, and now it's time to find out, well, not only who's the 3 best teams, but who is the best team.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough coming into today. I think for VASCO, a lot of them are looking at this as a really tough road ahead, but if they could somehow pull this off, it would be one of the greatest comeback stories of all of CROSSFIRE history, I think. So it would be cool to see them have a really competitive showing today, but with who they're up against, it becomes that much more difficult. Obviously, you've got BaiSha as their first opponent, all gamers, if they somehow made it through that. But the credit I would give to VASCO throughout this tournament so far is even when they're up against an opponent where it seems like they shouldn't have a chance to win, they've had some really good series. Even in the one they lost against BaiSha, they still took a map off of them in their first meetup. So I am hopeful that means they've got some good signs coming into this match. But of course, when you're up against BaiSha and all gamers, you've got to know these are teams that know how to play not only at a strong level under pressure, but these are grand finals caliber teams.
Yeah, most definitely, and it's not just about playing against really strong teams. I feel like the format is almost against you as well today. If you're coming through from that lower bracket final, you have to play a best of 5 there. Then you have to go into the grand final, not maybe an hour later, and have to then play another best of 5. So it's going to be a really, really tough ask. It's going to be a massive mountain to climb for either BaiSha or VASCO if they want to topple all gamers in that grand final. First, though, they do have to get there. Game is going to be kicking off at about 3 o'clock. It's not too far away. And between BaiSha and VASCO, I think a pretty interesting matchup. We've obviously seen this one once before. That was the final game of the group stages, and it did go all the way to 3 maps. It was the only match in the group stage that went to 3 maps, and that was largely thanks to VASCO picking up Mexico. I'll be a little bit surprised if we do actually get to see Mexico again in the series, knowing that BaiSha have already lost that to this team, and they also banned it out yesterday against all gamers. I think they just want to avoid it at this point, but probably getting into the nitty-gritty a little bit too much, a little bit too early here. BaiSha and VASCO, we have to take a step back and once again welcome them to the stage and announce their presence here in Vietnam for potentially the final time for one of them. First off, let us meet VASCO Esports. And BaiSha Gaming, the team that maybe we expected to be the antithesis potentially to all gamers. Obviously, that's the grand final that if you would have asked me on day 1 is what I would have predicted, and we're maybe moments away from getting into that position, but still BaiSha have to get through VASCO, and I don't know, is that going to be an easy task for them?
It's going to be a tough road ahead, I know. Even in that best of 3, they had a bit of trouble dealing with them, but VASCO's a team that's also shown a lot of resilience to get to this point, so let's go ahead and meet these guys and see what they've got.
I'll tell you what, VASCO is going to need tenacity to make it through today, but one maybe tick in their book. I think actually, if we go back and look at the matches that every single team has played, this VASCO roster might be the team that has played the most rounds and certainly the most maps in the event so far. They beat GV 10-6, 10-8. That was a close series. Then they played ranking. That was 10-8, 13-11. Another close series. The game that they played against BaiSha went to 3 maps. We've already talked about that. And look, while they went down pretty convincingly on day 1 of the playoffs against All Gamers, even some of those maps were somewhat close affairs. And then obviously we saw what happened yesterday against Imperial. The wins in that series, 10-8, 13-11, 10-8. You can barely get a closer scoreline than what they had in that best of 5. So of all of the teams at this event so far, VASCO feel like actually they are the most battle-hardened.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. I think these guys on paper should probably lose this match, but then I think of all the times in this tournament, they've had their backs against the wall and they've come back into these matches, and that is where I think this is going to be a difficult one for BaiSha, especially if they come in a little bit too confident here, because this is not an easy opponent for them, even though they've already gotten a win against them. Looking at this team, though, more specifically, throughout this tournament, I definitely say Xiao has been one of the standout players for me. I've loved what we've seen so far. I think it is going to be a challenge for MG to deal with him in the same way he dealt with Gokun. And when you look at the stats here, he's definitely in a position where he's one of the stronger players as well. But you've also got to look at 9 as a deadly threat.
Yeah, just interesting to note, as well as the stats continue to get updated throughout the event, that the blacklist side we were talking about for BaiSha has been where they found a lot of success. It's actually sort of slipped a little bit, probably largely thanks to that game yesterday against All Gamers. And I mean, the same thing can kind of be said for VASCO, right? Their numbers are really slipping after having such a difficult time in the playoffs so far. They went down 0-3 to All Gamers. That would have been a hit, but again, that match yesterday against VASCO, very, very close in the maps that they won. They actually kind of got blown out, though, on the maps that they lost. And so in terms of the stats, that's actually going to bring a bit of a negative shift for VASCO. And you can see the numbers definitely dropping. So it doesn't look quite as pretty of a picture for VASCO Esports going up against BaiSha today as maybe it did actually going into the playoffs when they played against All Gamers. But stats aren't everything. It's just about how you turn up on the day. Now, we know that the match history between BaiSha and VASCO is going to get updated as well on top of this result because they played against one another here in the event so far. So obviously Mexico, that one win for VASCO, that's going to be in their back of their minds. But overall, still the series victory went the way of BaiSha. And taking a look at key players, I don't think I can really question this one. 9 and Action absolutely have been the standouts for both of their rosters in the rifling role in particular. So have to see big performances from both of these two.
Yeah, I think both of these players really need to be present today in order for their teams to win, especially when you look at someone like Action. He was that initial player who got the ball rolling for that comeback to really start yesterday for VASCO. But now, as we prepare for the map bans, this is where it can be really important, I think, for both of these teams to make the right call. If I had to guess going into the bans, I would expect a Mexico ban probably out of BaiSha, and VASCO has been very consistent banning Eagle Eye throughout here as well. So that's what I'm expecting here, but do you see maybe a world where BaiSha leaves it in the mix?
I would like to say no. I really don't think they look very good on that map. They obviously lost it pretty convincingly actually to VASCO, so that's a pretty bad precedent to set, and they banned it out against All Gamers yesterday as well. I've got to be hoping to see a Mexico ban out here from BaiSha. VASCO have gone the way of Eagle Eye as you expected. We would very much expect to see Compound come through as the choice from BaiSha. So just taking a quick look at the change up in this series, obviously that first map choice from VASCO has to go to Subbase as opposed to Mexico. We get Compound, obviously the same through from BaiSha as far as their pick is concerned. Ankara comes out a little bit later in the pool than obviously what it did in the best of 3. And so Black Widow for map 3, we will at least get to see Subbase, Compound and Black Widow. It's a very different map pool than what we actually got to see between them when they played against each other in the groups.
It is going to be a lot different here, and I think this does favor BaiSha when you look at the overall map pool. But as we take a look at the predictions, it is going to be 3 people going the way of VASCO in this one. Everybody else picking BaiSha. No surprise, though, to see those Portuguese casters going strong with VASCO, especially after the comeback they had yesterday. I even second-guessed myself a little bit in this one, but knowing now Mexico's not going to be left on the table by BaiSha, I think even in a best-case scenario here, I'm looking at a 3-1 for BaiSha.
What is the map that you think that VASCO can pick up?
I actually think they have a really good chance on Black Widow. They've looked very strong on it, and the way they played against Imperial would, I actually think, translate well to this matchup as well. So I think for them, that's the map I expect them to be the best on. I think Compound, in my mind, is kind of a 50-50, but the rest of the maps in this pool, I would definitely favor BaiSha on, and that's where I think they're going to have to do something even better than what we saw yesterday, because the thing that worries me isn't the comeback they had yesterday, it's those first two maps. That's what sticks out in my mind here, and they can't afford to start like BaiSha, or start against BaiSha like that, so.
Yeah, I got to say I'm a little bit concerned for VASCO having a look at the map pool here. Sub-base is definitely a map that we've seen BaiSha on throughout this event, having reasonable results. I thought, yeah, even the game yesterday that they played against All Gamers, a bit of a slow start, but they showed their moments on that map as well, and it was a pretty decisive defeat for VASCO yesterday against Imperial. Compound, I've got that one as a write-off in my opinion. I think VASCO just not going to be able to compete on that. BaiSha have really loved going toward that map. I don't see any reason why they should be dropping it today. Even Black Widow, I think, is, I mean, that's a ballsy choice really from VASCO, considering what happened to them against All Gamers. It's also been a map that BaiSha hasn't shied away from. We saw them look good on it in the first match they played against Imperial, so I think it's a tough ask here for VASCO, but it's time to find out as we head into map 1. It's sub-base. VASCO's map pick, and they're going to have to hope that they start well on this one. Wunan looks for that initial exchange. Tucson a little bit isolated here, needs some help, won't get it. 5-7-7 opens it up nicely with a double, and looks for even more as VASCO sent hightailing back into that B site.
Already not a good look for VASCO in this one. VNC, he's got to hold on, but look at Silva. He's got a perfect flank here. XQ1 has no idea. And somehow, the 2v4 is already a 2v2 situation. VASCO, they've got the HP advantage by a mile as well. Both of these players are down to 10 HP or less. The bomb is also down, but I don't think Silva actually caught on to XQ1 holding that bomb. So they do give up that position for now. They can group up a little bit more comfortably together in this situation, but you've got to think they're probably a little bit more favorable now.
Yeah, Wunan was very scared of retrieving the bomb. He's really taking his time clearing out the BL spawn area. Luckily, they've got a ton of time to do it with. Pretty explosive exchange initially, but the pace has really slowed down. Good flank in the end, though, as you said, from Silva. Had he not made that play, I think VASCO was done in the round. But now, kind of feels like it might be VASCO-sided. I'm a little bit worried that maybe this could turn into a 2-on-2 post plan if BaiSha just walks into the B side and plants the C4 there, but they're not really going to have a lot of time to do that with when, even now, we're going to be below 45 seconds when that C4 is recollected, and Silva actually catches Wunan in rotation as well. So now it's down to 5-7-7. He opened the exchange quite nicely with a double kill. Can he close it?
Yeah, VASCO at this point, this is their round to win. One player, 7 HP. He's got the chance to play the angle here, and this is what they've got to be ready for. He's got so much time to work with. He can go for the full rotation behind them. But if one of them sticks, the other covers. There could be no time here, but 5-7-7. This is the perfect angle to play in this position. The bomb is planted for him as well, and they've taken way too long to check here. All he has to do, kill the diffuser. He wins the round now. The other player doesn't even have time at this point. This is a huge mistake from VASCO. Oh! And they line up for him. What a way to go down, VASCO. You thought surely 7 HP.
Yeah.
How does he win that? Oh my goodness.
It just seems like a strange setup really from VASCO there, doesn't it? Considering they've kind of cleared the entire site, why is that one angle that hasn't been cleared not the one that's being watched? And why do they decide to line up 4-5-7-7? Well, we'll never know the answer because we have to get into round number 2, but already not a particularly exciting sign for VASCO if they're going to drop that round to a 7 HP 5-7-7.
Yeah, VASCO, they've got to bounce back after that. It was their round, and they let it slip.
Yeah.
2-on-1. Now, it's going to be 9. the early pressure onto A long. Spots VNC on the top of the A staircase. XQ1 starting to group up as well. They seem like they want to go in for this kill onto him. They know he's a little bit too far forward. They could find him, but Action, he's going to find the first through the smoke. Surprising that goes untraded, but they'll definitely take it here. BaiSha looking for the answer. Back through the double doors. Getting a lot dealt to Action and Silva, but no kill.
I mean, it definitely favors VASCO at this point. A lot of damage has been done to 9 and even Wu9 as well. And I like this position from Silva, once or twice and a half. Not so sure I'm such a fan of the double vent play if that is what ends up happening from BaiSha. I think that's incredibly risky. But they do opt to just move away from that.
Shao has snuck his way out onto the lockers. Trying to find the pick onto B, but Silva in the rafters. They're not going to be too aware of his position just yet, but Wunan checks it, takes him down right away. MG, he's stuck here in the back of sight. Has to pop off, finds the first. Tuzin finds another onto 9, but XQ Lund is still in the L turn. He's going to find one, but Action on the flank. Beautiful timing. Takes it to another 2-on-1.
Xiao, here's a chance for him to step up. Oh, normally really good in the clutches, but this time the shots with the pistol don't really connect. So maybe a little bit of a slow start from him as an individual. It sort of feels like VASCO is giving BaiSha a bit of a taste of their own medicine, right? With the way that they're playing out this GR side, they are being really mobile around the map, and that's something that BaiSha is quite known for. So sooner or later, BaiSha's going to have to start covering off the backsides. Maybe a faster round from BaiSha this time into the A side. That might not go too far astray, considering it's just VNC right now that's holding on to the side. Action, he's up in the window, but he won't be able to help out initially, and VNC round this corner should absolutely lose his life. He has survived, though, on 10 HP, and that's going to be the early information that VASCO needs to start sending members across. XQ Lun in the vent. That also should be very much anticipated, but you can see he's now worried about what's happening behind him, and timing really a factor here between both VASCO and BaiSha. BaiSha ultimately opt not to explode into the A side, and I think that's largely down to the fact that they don't actually find that entry onto VNC.
You can see there as well a lot of over-rotation from VASCO. Just the fake to A had 4 players immediately on site. They do now rotate at least Action back to B, but BaiSha, they've done a lot of damage onto VNC. They might double back into that position. They're trying to force the rotate again, and it has worked, but MG gets the opening frag. Shao goes down. Now they're forced to make a play here. They're already down 1 player, XQ Lun. He's kind of stuck in the vents as well, and they almost have to go A here.
XQ Lun trying to exit the vents and it's picked up as well. It's not looking too great here for BaiSha in this round. 577, big wild spray, and so far Tuzin, well, he's bringing some of that form from map 5 yesterday through to today. Holds strong for VASCO.
It's a really solid start here, 2-1, an early lead. But the scary thing in the back of my mind for these guys is that 43% win rate on the BL. I feel like they've got to have a really good defense on this map if they want to win it. Probably somewhere around a 6-3 half required to really lock it down, especially knowing BaiSha on the defense likes to be very assertive in how they control the B control room, and they also aren't afraid to make a lot of plays on the lobby as well towards A long. Shao, he's going to be looking for the opener here. Actually hasn't looked the best so far in this one, waiting for him to come online and really challenge MG across this map, but I feel like Action and MG are doing a really good job of controlling the early round pacing.
Yeah, look, the fact that both 9 and Xiao are having a bit of a quieter start to this game is perhaps the reason why BaiSha is struggling as much as they are. Those are usually 2 of the key players for this roster. Xiao not going to connect with that shot. And BaiSha more than happy to wait the timer down. Don't really mind that as a tendency at the moment, considering VASCO have been a bit aggressive on their pushes, but not going to be rewarded for their patience just yet, BaiSha, and so now they'll have to work their way in. 577 struggling in this duel against MG, and eventually loses it as well. It was a long, prolonged fight, and even Action able to double down as well. It is being a massive problem now for BaiSha, finding any entries even.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really massive round. Nobody goes down on the side of VASCO. They've got a 3-1 lead, and this is a map they didn't even look that good against Imperial on. You can tell they went back last night and figured it out.
Yep.
Now, I'm almost a little bit nervous for BaiSha on this first map. They haven't had their key players firing, but more so VASCO as well. They have found a way to counteract how they like to control this map, and that is huge on the GR side. It feels like anytime they want to force this play towards A, they've had zero opportunity to make it happen for themselves. So we'll see what they do here, but they still seem to want to go A early on.
Okay, that is a great shot from Xiao. Barely sees Action, but still able to clip him. First time in the last few rounds that BaiSha have actually had the numbers advantage. And you also have to remember even that one round that BaiSha have got was largely thanks to the big clutch from 577. So this could just as easily be a 4-0 start for VASCO as the 1-3 scoreline that it is. BaiSha need to find themselves a way to get some confident looking rounds. MG though, whoa, wow! He just shuts it down. Just when it's looking good for BaiSha, you'd think that's absolutely a kill every day of the week. Worst case, you trade him. But MG is on a tear. And VASCO are going to go up 4-1, I have no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, that play from MG, just insane performance from him so far. 8-1 against BaiSha. Xiao, the other sniper here, 2-4, looking for a moment to try and get something going for himself. It would be huge if he can take this away from them. It's not going to happen, though. Tuzin gets the shutdown frag. It's a 4-1 lead here. And a good time for attack pause for BaiSha. They are not looking great to start off this one. I'm not sure if they just don't feel warm in the server yet or what's going on, but this is not the first map I was expecting, especially after how sloppy VASCO looked on this yesterday, but they have come back full force and look like an even better team so far.
Yeah, and especially considering how BaiSha really haven't struggled with any team except for All Gamers and VASCO on one map of Mexico. But I still sort of have in my mind that Mexico was a bit of an outlier because of the map choice more than anything else. But this is VASCO starting to change that storyline a little bit. I think the crowd is on side with VASCO as well. Haven't been making a huge amount of noise yet, but there's certainly more noise coming through for the VASCO rounds than for the BaiSha round.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, BaiSha, they've got to change the pace here. They're overemphasizing that A bomb site quite a bit, but even when they went B, it didn't work out for them. But the GR side, really, really good looking for VASCO here. Even the one round they lose, they still have the advantage at the start. They haven't failed an early round entry in this map so far, and that's what makes them so difficult to go up against. But not only that, I feel like they must have DM'd or something last night because their shots are looking better too.
I mean, look, it's early days, but starting to think, can VASCO do it? Can they get the better of BaiSha? And then what? And then what? That would be an absolute fairy tale storyline if they made that entire lower bracket run to go on to win this event. Definitely getting ahead of myself at this point in time, but hey, it doesn't hurt to dream. And I just say that's what VASCO's doing at the moment. The other thing that I think is important to mention is for whichever team actually does make it through here, it's kind of important to have a bit of a quicker series, right? You don't want to have a full-length best-of-5 and then go into another best-of-5. Ideally, you have a quick 3-0. So already that's not looking so great for BaiSha, considering they're down pretty extensively on this map. And for VASCO, they want to keep this pace up, knowing that there is still more yet to be done today. But early days, Only 5 rounds into the first map, so I don't think we should really count the chickens before they hatch just yet.
Yeah, it all comes down to that BL side, I think, for VASCO. We know their GR is good on this map, but they've got to close it strong in this half if they really want to make sure they can grab the first map of this series, because BaiSha coming out of this pause, they are making a couple changes. One of them being a little bit more assertive on the lobby here already. They take control, push through towards the B bomb site. VNC gets the first kill, but 9 right there back for another trade here. Tuzin, he's kind of stuck, but Silva swings in, gets the kill onto Wunon. VNC as well from the rafters has found himself another one, and now they've got it down to the 3-on-2. Xiao and XQ Lun, they've got to find something out of this.
2-on-3 is winnable, but the fact that they don't possess control of the bomb is a real problem for them. This round ends up being a little bit uncoordinated for BaiSha, and 9 going into B solo ends up dropping the C4 in an awkward spot. Xiao takes a few shots there at action, but eventually does finish off the kill, which is exactly what he needs. And with 30 seconds left, VNC is going to be forced away from the site, giving XQLan a little bit more room to drop down, but still Xiao caught in the back. And we're back to a 1-on-2. XQLun doesn't really have time to be wasting right here. Pre-fires round the corner, no one there. Tuzin and VNC can play the crossfire. It's another round for VASCO. Let's not forget how slowly BaiSha started on this map yesterday as well.
Yeah, right now, I mean, BaiSha, they've got to turn up the heat here. You've already given up the half. Now it's just a matter of how many rounds it's going to be by. They could still make it a 1-round game with some solid executions here. I like this call, an aggressive B right away to try and catch Silva off guard. He's only going to be good for 1, but MG, he's still alive here. They've got to find that answer quickly. It's already a 3-on-2, but Xiao, he gets the double kill, but he has to do it all. 2 more players left in his path. MG still anchoring the site. VNC on the rotation, but this is going to be a key fight in the round. Xiao has to find him quickly. He spotted him as well. He knows he's there on the back of site. He's not going to win the fight, though. VASCO, that's a 6-1 lead.
Wow, this is a seriously good performance from VASCO so far. They look determined as well. And if they were to win this map, that'd be 4 maps in a row. Obviously, after having won Port Compound and Black Widow yesterday night against Imperial to close that series out, that's not a bad streak to be putting on against good teams too. We're not in the group stages anymore. There's no, you know, this team's not that good. They're not as good as world this or that. You're versing the best teams in the world right now. And VASCO are putting up numbers, that is for sure. 6-1. That said, I don't want to see them slow down at all. If they could finish this off 10-1, they should. You cannot give BaiSha an inch, because if you do, they will take a mile.
VASCO playing very stacked towards the B-bomb site right now. Only 1 player on that A bottom position. It's going to be VNC holding it down. But MG, you've got to look out for him. 11-3 so far.
I wonder at what point did BaiSha start to get rattled? I don't know if they're at that point yet. Obviously, it's a best of 5. They know they've got a lot of time still to win this series, but down 6-1, not a good start. It goes 1-0 in terms of the maps. Did they start to get a bit worried there? I think with the knowledge that Compound is coming up next, BaiSha won't really get too concerned until things start to go wrong on Compound. At that point, though, then I think we're at panic stations.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, maybe a little panic here for BaiSha if they can't get more than a round in this half. Even if they get 3, though, they could still take this one away. This is going to be a really important round, though. A 7-1 lead for VASCO would just be an insane way to start this series. BaiSha, 3 players in the vents. There's no way they shouldn't get punished for this. But XQ Lun, he finds 2 kills dropping out of the vents. Now they've got control of the A bomb site. It's a 3-on-2 in their favor, but VNC, he's still alive here, trying to hold on. The trades look a little bit favorable for them, but there's only 10 seconds. They've got to plant this bomb, and there could be no time, but they're going to take the fight. What is MG doing? All he has to do is stay alive. Oh!
I think he wanted to bait them enough to kind of keep them away from the site, and he very nearly did. If he got around that corner, he wins the round, but just didn't get quite around the corner. 10 seconds on the clock there. Would they have had time to get into the site anyway? Maybe. Yeah, they probably would have. He doesn't necessarily know exactly where they are, so it's hard to say he really did anything wrong. What's happening now? Okay, we're into the round. BaiSha have 2, they want 3.
If they could find 2 in a row going into their GR side, this is still winnable. VASCO only a 43 win % on that BL side. 6 is good, but 7 gets them that much closer to the guarantee here. BaiSha putting a lot of early attention towards the B bomb site. They've got 3 now in the control room. They've also got XQ1 working his way into the L-turn split. 9 trying to work up the lobby and hold the rotators as long as possible. This is really his job here, to stall the rotation. And here comes the push. Xiao already finds the first. Tuzin still alive.
Oh, what?
Grabs a second. How does he get that shot? But still, it's BaiSha. 3-on-2. They've got the site now.
Yeah, Silva was forced to turn away, and that's where things started to get a little bit awkward for them. If he could have held down the vent push, then that would have made a big difference. Now, though, 3-on-2 for that retake, and it's on to VNC. He's been in this situation before. Remember how many times I brought it up yesterday against Imperial, him having to make that 2v1 retake attempt, and didn't really get any over the line, but this would definitely be the time to do it. If you're going to pull it out at any point, it is in the lower bracket final. He's running out of time, though, and I'm just not sure he's going to see Wunan, who's in a bit of a tricky position, and that'll be quite easy for BaiSha to finish in the end, 6-3. So they have salvaged it somewhat.
For some reason, it still doesn't feel like enough, though, to feel safe. I feel like BaiSha, especially having those 2 rounds be the most recent rounds as well, is going to give them a lot to work with to start off this half. They have a really good GR side on this map, even though VASCO did a 6-3, considering they had a 6-1 lead is a little bit of a slip on their side of things, but it's still them in control here. They've got to maintain that pace into the second half. If you give BaiSha the first round, this becomes a much different game.
Yeah, I remember the reservations that we had about VASCO on this side of the map. 40-something% win rate. Is that enough to close this map out? Xiao started to wake up, and I think on the GR side, he's going to have an even heftier presence than what you'd expect him to on BL side, so this could get awkward for VASCO real quick, even though they've started well.
There's nobody on A, though. BaiSha only 9 on the back of site, goes into the upper A position. And maybe they have learned the one thing that these Chinese teams like to do, which is put a little bit too much value on a smoke as their hold. There's nobody towards A now. It is going to be 9 sliding down into the bomb site, but he's all alone here. He would have to get at least 2 to make sure this is a winnable retake.
Nine's the kind of player you can usually rely on, though. And all of this util being tossed by BaiSha is just keeping VASCO at bay. And VASCO is traditionally one of the slowest blacklist teams at this event. I don't even have to say they probably are the slowest. With 30 seconds, they're going to try to make their way in. They're going to have to clear every single angle still in the locker room, and that's just not worked out at all. XQ1 doubling down, and 577 has one as well. The round is all but over at this point. XQ1 fighting hard from behind the boxes. Has himself 3, and Xiao will seal the deal for BaiSha. First round of the half does go the way of the Chinese squad, and you talked about how important that could be.
Yeah, not only does it establish They're looking a little bit stronger on this side of the map. It's also a third round in a row for BaiSha. They're starting to get the momentum. They're starting to wake up in this match, and VASCO, they've got to stall that soon. Even if they get one more round here, I might even consider taking attack pause if I'm them, because this momentum is not looking good for VASCO. Already early on, too. It's going to be VASCO, 4 players towards the A-bomb site. Tuzen already working his way into the lobby, throws a nade into the A control room. Not going to find anyone yet, but there's a 3-man stack here on the other side of it. BaiSha starting to filter players towards A. They have a hunch it's going to be an A push, but the bomb's actually sitting in spawn towards B.
Patience a real virtue for both teams in this half. I think we're going to have quite a slow half. Maybe BaiSha might get a little bit bored on that GR side and send someone probing somewhere. Looks like they've got the perfect stack. Whatever the read is, it's not as if they've got a lot of information necessarily out of this round, but they have the members where they need them. And they're delivering so far, but Silver and Action being able to trade on their way in made it interesting for a second. MG now tasked with the 1-on-2. Had he held that line, he might have caught 5-7-7 on the cross, but now has allowed him off the bomb site. It's a massive crossfire to deal with, particularly when you're an AWM user. Just don't really have that multi-frag potential. You're kind of waiting for a mistake to be made here by Wunan or 5-7-7, but they'll swing together. BaiSha have another.
Yeah, it's getting scary now for VASCO. It's been a while since they've won a round, even with that 6-1 lead to start this off. BaiSha, they're now on 4 rounds in a row, 1 away from a tie. And if you give them that opportunity to get back into this game, this could be a strong indicator in their favor for the rest of this series, because you'd think at 6-1 VASCO closes that out, because most maps we've seen start that way throughout the tournament have ended in favor of the team in that position. But BaiSha, it's a different level you've got to be ready for. They know how to come back into these types of games.
Yeah, most definitely. Very, very similar approach again from BaiSha, not playing too aggressively on the locker room, not walking up the stairs off of A, not pushing their way in through the vent into mid. So just this reserved GR style that we're getting used to seeing from them on sub base, and obviously that gives VASCO the freedom to move around the map and go where they need to or want to, but I haven't had much success with that. Haven't found any picks or anything. And all this toing and froing is largely irrelevant because it's through areas of the map that they already control. What they need to be doing with their time is taking more areas away from BaiSha and restricting their positions that they can play from, but they do it so late that BaiSha is quite happy and set up. That's a big spray though from Tuzen to finish off Xiao, but there's too many members there for BaiSha who continue to keep those numbers looking quite healthy. This should be a third in a row in the second half for BaiSha. Unless MG has something to say about it, but he's been in these clutches a couple of times now and hasn't really had too much success. Hasn't even really made any of them look particularly close. This is a really tough one with no time.
Yeah, at this point, MG, he's got to take the gamble. He has to plant B. He's already going to be found out, though. 9 takes him down. And the 6-1 lead quickly turns into a 6-6 tie, and there you have it. The pause comes out. This time, it's for VASCO. They've got to rethink the approach. They looked so good in the opening 7 rounds. They had the early advantage in all of them, but now, on the blacklist side, where they've struggled throughout this tournament, they've got to find a way to get it done here. And that's what worries me about these first 3 maps. Even though they're going to start on the GR side for the first 3 maps, it's all about how you close here, and they've got to close 3 times in a row on the blacklist side if they want to win these first 3 maps, which to me doesn't seem too likely.
No, I agree with you. Dire straits for VASCO. To be fair, though, they've been in worse positions than this in this event so far, and they've been able to get through them. So this tactical pause, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's wait and see what the fruits of the labor are going to be. Is it going to bloom into something wonderful for VASCO and they just close out sub-base, or does the Garden continue to wilt? I mean, on port against Imperial yesterday, they did feel like they had their backs against the walls, but they were able to win there. So VASCO's going to have to dig deep again and bring that kind of fight into this game against BaiSha as well. And they're going to have to do it over the course of 3 to 5 maps. It's definitely not an easy task. It's a long battle ahead for VASCO. But this has to be the turning point. I think winning map 1 goes a long way in potentially making this series doable. Let's see if they can make it happen. 5 in a row from BaiSha. Can VASCO break that streak?
Early on, it's going to be VASCO. They're going for the gamble play. 4 players in the L turn, right onto the B-bomb site. Is BaiSha prepared to hold this off? Yes, they are. It's spotted very early on. Xiao, he misses the shots. They've got the site now. Silva gets the second kill. 3 players down already for BaiSha. VASCO, they've got the site. 577 and Wunan are trying to find something to start this retake. They're already good for 1. Tuzen a little bit low, but all they've got to do is trade at this point.
Yeah, Xiao just swinging a little bit too wide in that initial engagement, presenting his entire body to multiple VASCO members. And once that first domino falls, it becomes much easier to get through the next couple. Cleaner entries this time from VASCO. Good shot, though, from 577. Kind of keeps it interesting, but Wunan's going to have to be the one to pop off here, and they've really run down that timer. I'm not sure BaiSha really has much of a chance in this one. Wunan, though, gets himself one, and Silva, I think, has secured it there. Now it's 577 with no time available. It is well and truly done. VASCO will break the streak of BaiSha rounds and go up to 7.
Yeah, is it enough, though? 1 round so far on the BL side. They do find it, but they've got to show us they can start streaking them together here on the Blacklist side now. This is where BaiSha is going to be looking for the response with the B control room play. BNC spotted out, taken down right away. Early 5-on-4 action, looking for the response here from the mid forklift. He's not going to find anyone here. BaiSha, they've gone into a full reset. They know they've got the man advantage. And now they can just default out here, play for the trades, and do what they need to do. As much as that quick play coming out of the pause helps VASCO, they still have to show what they can do in these slower paced rounds.
Yeah, they've stalled up a little bit, but MG has caught 9, getting a little bit antsy in the vent there and trying to get a bit over-aggressive, a bit over-eager maybe for some info. Can't really blame BaiSha. That's the style that VASCO kind of promotes, is that they sit around, they don't do a whole lot. BaiSha's wondering, where are they? We want to get some info. We want to rotate a player onto the right side of the map or stack a side or something like that. And you send someone out looking for info, and that's when you can actually get picked. BaiSha relegate that advantage back. They relinquish it. Back to the 4-on-4, which will be much more tenable for VASCO. A-side hit maybe in the making right here. You've got someone in the vent action, and the rest of VASCO to just walk down the stairs. This is pretty standard stuff. 1 player to contest that window room, and everyone else just trying to batter their way into A. Xiao's got a big job to do right here with the Orm. Lands that first shot, but Tony a leg onto Tuzen and instantly gets taken down. So now big problems actually for BaiSha as they've lost control of that window as well. Tuzen is just on a tear in this round. 3 clean entries. VASCO, these last couple of rounds after the TAC timeout, have come up big.
There's another one. VASCO starting to figure things out on the BL side. Gets them to 8. But this is where BaiSha still have that opportunity to bring it right back to a tie. We are going to see them potentially gambling towards A, I would imagine this time for BaiSha. Putting some extra numbers there, or at least moving Xiao. They're going to move Xiao onto the back of the B-bomb set, this time playing in the cage. Now it's going to be 5-7-7 as the solo anchor on A. They've also got 9 in the upper A support as well, holding off for the lobby push. But VASCO, they've got to find that early advantage here to really crack this one.
C4's all the way back in the BL spawn. VASCO are not looking to do anything in the immediate future. Such a patient team. They are working to clear out locker rooms, so they are doing something around the map. Haven't really seen that much of a fight for the locker room, though, from BaiSha. Largely, this would be territory that VASCO can get for free. Has cost them a little bit of util, but fair enough. Keep that element of doubt in the back of the minds of BaiSha that maybe there's 5 players sitting in the locker room right now ready to go on to B. We, of course, know that is not the case.
BaiSha now figuring it out as well. Spots 3 in the lobby. Leon has to fall off. The push starting to come through, but again, VASCO, they're just poking around here. They haven't fully committed, and they're going to go for the full reset back again towards the B-bomb site. 30 seconds now. They're going to go back to their opening round play after the tack pause. This split onto the B-bomb site. It worked so well for them, but this time, Xiao's ready for it. Gets the first action. Going to go down. VNC finds the opening, but it's not enough. XQLun and Xiao find more kills on the back of site. It's all on to Tuzin and MG, but it's just not going to work out. BaiSha take the round.
Yeah, super solid setup from BaiSha on that B site. Slowly shift walking, crouch walking around the corner. Not going to work when there's an Orm watching that line. Xiao changed his position up a little bit, as you said, and had a much better angle, which made for a pretty routine shot. So 7-8, VASCO aren't able to put it onto map point yet. No strangers to 10-8 victories, though. I'll just bring up that fact. They had 2 of them yesterday. They've had a 10-8 victory against Ranking Esports and a 10-8 victory against GV Esports as well. So in these more tense circumstances, these closer situations, VASCO doesn't strike me as the kind of team that panics or lets the situation get away from them. They're pretty comfortable, even when the scoreline is close.
Still a lot of pressure here to try and pull this one off. Action, though. A beautiful shot, not only through the box, but through the door as well to take down Xiao. Great way to get it started towards A. Now they can think about maybe pushing here, but the good thing about BaiSha is they rotate so well across this map. It feels like even when they don't have the numbers, they still have decent coverage.
Yeah, and BaiSha's wisely as well, making a push on the B side. They know they need to do something right now when they're down in numbers on the GR side, and what they've been able to achieve is actually gaining a lot of information over towards B and setting XQLun up on basically an impassable corner. No one can go past him without being spotted, and as a result, they're able to send an extra player back over in the direction of A. We're on to watch mid. The aggression from 9 now. How does he get 3? And 5-7-7 will secure the trade. 9 just steps up in the unlikeliest of circumstances, and 5-7-7 will finish. BaiSha just activate. That is the 9 that we've been missing for the past couple of days. He didn't really have a great series against All Gamers. Has not actually been much of a factor in this game against VASCO so far, but a huge time to pull out a triple kill.
Yeah, VASCO, they're going to have to think twice about that A-bomb site now, which gives a lot of luxury over to BaiSha in this round. They could even play, I think, 1 player on A and probably be okay knowing how that last one went. They still opt to play 2 here. It's going to be 5-7-7 and Wunan, though. They actually have moved 9 into the lobby position, so he can be a bigger threat and not risk not being valuable in this round. As an anchor, they don't go into. But VASCO, you can tell they're not so sure about it this time around. They still want to go A, but they're definitely second-guessing themselves a bit.
No change up from VASCO. Not a single round in this half have they played fast. You have to wonder, could they pull it out at a time that BaiSha were least expected? If this goes 9-8 to VASCO, do they just pull out something fast? Well, 9 is run down. Wunan can only get himself one. There is at least still one more defender, but 5-7-7 has so many angles to watch, and XQ Lun still has to try to secure that fight in the sniper's window. Won't go his way. 5-7-7 at the very least has cleared out the top side of the stairs and now has to try to work his way back in. Silva caught with a nade in hand. That might make this doable. 5-7-7. He's popping off. Watch out. Watch out action. It is now a 1-on-2. He does have the bomb favoring him, but needs this clutch absolutely for VASCO, and it doesn't look like it's happening. Shots not connecting. BaiSha pick up a critical round. 2 in a row in numbers deficits have gone the way of BaiSha. That has got to be a painful sign for VASCO that they may well end up losing this map 10-8.
Yeah, that's one of the big differences between these two teams, I think. When it comes to conversion potential, BaiSha has just a slight edge over them. You think back to all those rounds where VNC is the last player alive, and consistently he hasn't won those. You give someone like 5-7-7 or Xiao the opportunity to win a round by themselves, even in a 1v2 or 2-on-3, they have a really decent success rate in those situations. And now this is going to be VASCO that has to prove themselves here. They led throughout this map up until this point. Now BaiSha takes their first lead here to try and close it out when things are not looking good for VASCO. But this is where they have to show that resilience that we saw yesterday. They can't afford to let BaiSha take this map and go into their map pick already up 1-0.
Oh, shout. I'm a really big fan of this angle. I think this is a great angle to just get one for free, which would be massive for BaiSha given the circumstances, but the shot does go a little wayward. Prompts out a lot of util from BaiSha over toward B. They won't be super perturbed by the fact that they've lost control of lockers again, though. It's just been the standard case for them in this half so far. Pretty nicely timed smoke, but Tuzan looks like he's going to get in front of it, and that could be a problem. Wunan, though, watching for that creep. He's cleaned up one and does a lot more damage to the next couple. No more following kills, but still, he's put it into a winning position for BaiSha. 9 hiding in the vent. VASCO, well, they're going to throw a nade in his face, but that's definitely not enough to finish him off. And XQ Lun will take the peak. Now 9 as well. That timing didn't look so great. It's on to 5-7-7 and Xiao again to clutch up big for BaiSha. Xiao's in the perfect spot to do so, though, and he is hitting shots at the moment. 21 and 13. Can he make it 22 to close the game out for BaiSha? Silva down to a 1-shot, and Xiao has done it again.
What a way to win it. Another clutch for BaiSha. That's 3 out of the last 4 rounds clutched up to take this map away from VASCO 10-8. It's got to be a heartbreaking loss, though, because up until the last 3 rounds, they had full control over how this map was going, but now they've got the opportunity. BaiSha knows that 3-0 could still be on the table for them.
Yeah, realistically, I look at that one and I think that probably should have been a map for VASCO, right? They had no shortage of chances. You talk about the clutches, 3 or 4 of them in a row. VASCO doesn't look happy with it, nor should they be. That's a real opportunity gone begging, and when we're talking about the best teams in the world, you can't allow those kinds of opportunities to slip by the wayside on a consistent basis, and certainly not in a lower bracket final like this. So I wonder if VASCO have maybe even with that loss given up their chance of winning this series, right? It's still going to be a hard-fought battle. It's still a best of 5, but you know, if this ends in a 3-2 scoreline, for example, and BaiSha wins it, or if it ends up being something like a 3-1, BaiSha getting the W, you'd have to look at that sub-base and think what could have been for VASCO if they would have been able to close that one out. But alas, their firepower just not showing up in those last few rounds. And yeah, the clutch ability, the clutch factor for BaiSha just a little bit too strong.
Yeah, not only that, it continues to highlight what they've been doing wrong on that Blacklist side, but let's take a look at that match.
Well, it's going to be an interesting scoreboard to take a look at here because I think there was no shortage of individuals that were having impact. 577 and Xiao, absolutely the two standouts for BaiSha. Tuzin, I mean, he's really picked up his level over the last couple of days as well, hasn't he, for VASCO? But unfortunately, just not enough in this case. And while the numbers actually look a little bit better from an overall standpoint for VASCO, you don't have those one or two big outliers that clutched up in huge ways that got them over the line. And I think largely this win comes down to 5-7 and 7. The difference from him and Xiao against the VASCO top performance is night and day.
Yeah, I mean, Xiao probably would be my MVP for this one. He was really able to overcome MG in that head-to-head because it started off very equal between them in the first half, but in the second half, Xiao, he's your MVP because he steps up and gets it done, especially looking at that 2v4 situation. That was very critical for him to win that round, and he made sure it happened. But not only that, he opened up the biggest flaw we've been talking about on this VASCO side, and that's that Blacklist. They went 2-7 here on the Blacklist side.
Yeah, and that's not even close to 40% either, so that's actually going to further contribute to a poorer statistic going in that direction. It's also good news, I think, for BaiSha if Xiao is actually having a bit of an on-day, but I just hope that he doesn't peak too soon. If it is indeed BaiSha that are going to go through to that grand final, we can go back and look at the match that BaiSha played against All Gamers yesterday, and I thought Xiao didn't really hit the level that we had hoped that he would be able to do. So something that, you know, maybe they can take heart in going into today. And obviously for Xiao as well, it's nice to kind of come off of a rougher performance into a bit of a better performance on the next day and say, okay, well, at least I am still contributing to this team and I am still finding ways to have impact. But yeah, definitely something that he's going to have to maintain over this entire day for at minimum 6 maps and potentially up to 10 maps. So that's something to consider. Of course, we do have plenty of maps still yet to come in this series. It's map 2 coming up in just a sec. Don't go too far away.
at the championship point. All gamers will be
Thank you.
That's the championship point. All gamers will be.
Well, Subbase seems a bit of a missed opportunity there for VASCO as they do drop the first map 10-8, and in a pretty unfortunate fashion as well. A lot of clutches being won right at the back end there by BaiSha does set them up nicely, now moving into their own map pick, and has to be said, I mean, that could be a critical map in the grand scheme of things for VASCO in potentially winning this series that they've now let fall by the wayside.
Yeah, it definitely seems like they let it slip there, and now you're going into a map where BaiSha's arguably even stronger. This is their first pick for a reason, so I feel like VASCO, they've got to dig deep for the second one because it's going to be even harder than the first one, and probably unlikely they have the same start as well. I mean, they started off 6-1 in the lead on that first map, and on the GR of Compound, I'm not expecting it to be that easy.
No, I don't think so either. Look, I'm a little bit surprised, almost not. I guess I'm not surprised, so to speak, to see Compound coming through here. It's just that you're almost damned if you do, damned if you don't if you're VASCO, right? You either ban out Compound, which leaves Eagle Eye open, or you ban out Eagle Eye, which leaves Compound open. And so either way, I think BaiSha gets onto a map that they're pretty happy with for map 2 in the series. And it being Compound, I think, is a really, really scary prospect for VASCO, because while VASCO have had some successes on Compound, it has also been one of those maps that has been quite difficult for them to sort of get wins on, and when they have gotten wins, they've been quite close. And obviously we saw this map between these two teams already in this event, and it was a 10-6 favoring BaiSha pretty comfortably, 9 popping off in that one as well. So let's see what VASCO can do, if they can make amends maybe for Subbase on Compound. And here we are on to Compound indeed. VASCO will be starting off on the GR side. BaiSha love a good blacklist start. I would be expecting to see a bit of a faster half here than what we got on the back end there of Subbase. VASCO are very slow on the BL side. BaiSha, though, on the other hand, even as you can see right now, they're not afraid to move through the map really quickly, and they don't shy away from early fights either.
Yeah, they won't be here at all, I think, on this map. Interesting, though, on the other side, we've got 2 arms coming out of VASCO in the opening round. Silva being that secondary player to pick it up. Action gets completely flashed out of position here. 9 takes him down. Already a really good start here, but they know the quick rotations come through pretty often from VASCO, so I don't think they're going to go in just yet. Maybe poke around in mid, look for that fake potential, and then maybe get that bomb rolling in a different direction.
Well, this is undoubtedly BaiSha's best map, and also I think in tandem with that, it's 9's best map. Every time we see BaiSha on this map in this event so far, 9 has picked up the MVP. He's been a standout performer. He even had on that that first day the 27-kill game, and I think at one point nearly beat it later on in the group stages. So keep your eyes on 9 for this map. Already a pretty good start from him. Headshot kill onto action, first engagement. Xulun was spotted on that cross by MG, but he wasn't able to hit the shot, and so that's a bit of a problem now for VASCO as BaiSha start to encroach their way into the A site. 577 finds the 1-for-1 for Xulun, and 9 is in there with another. This is looking dire already for VASCO.
VNC now looking for that option, that 2v4 potential. He's going to find a good kill there, takes down Shao in the tower, but they've not yet found any players that are actually on the bomb site. Silva able to find another. It's looking a little bit better, but the time is running out. They've got to go now. There's no forward presence from them on this bomb site, and it's only down to 10 seconds. They've got to swing now. VNC going to be caught, and now Silva, he's got no time to make this happen, even if he gets both kills here. BaiSha, they take the round, and look who it is.
Yeah.
9 already 4-0.
I was going to say the same. Can't stop highlighting 9 on this map. There's a reason for it. BaiSha's got to be feeling good about things, right? You win map 1, you're going on to your favored map for map 2. It starts off with such a decisive round. There's a 2-0 Bruin. And I don't know what that means for the rest of this series because VASCO were down 2-0 against Imperial, but there's no better way to start if you're BaiSha than this. I guess a cleaner map win on sub-base would have been, but still. This is interesting from VASCO. 577 on his own. Actually does end up getting traded down. 9, another 2K. But it's actually still only a 2 for 2, and there's still engagements happening. Wu9, rather Xulun, gets himself one more to give the numbers back over to BaiSha.
Silva trying to go a little bit aggressive in the B tunnels now. Looking for maybe a flank on these long players. It's only MG who can really hold off this A bomb site. In hand as well. It's so hard to multi-frag in a 1-on-3. You've got to rely on them either missing the shots or playing an angle where you can safely fall back very, very quickly after your first shot. He's going to be playing underneath in the vent here, but he's not really watching this long position at all. There's nobody holding it. He's trying to hold multiple positions at once, but they've already got right in the bomb site. MG, he's gonna check it here, able to find the first. That's a huge frag to go their way, but they still have a lot more to do on this retake.
Yeah, time's still ticking as well. Xiao and Wu9 yet to strike on this map, but there's Xiao's first, and it's a good-looking shot, which leaves MG solo. He's flashed out as well, so he's gonna take his time working into position. Wu9 might have just spotted him there on the jump spot, I'm not sure. I think he has. Headshot through. Makes for an easy round from BaiSha, and another one on the board, 2-0.
Seems that may be the trend here on Compound, especially if 9 can keep entry fragging like this. So far, he's 6-1 in the first 2 rounds. If he can get a multi-kill again here, I might believe there's a world he can get even more than 27 in this matchup. But if it goes 10-0, 10-1 heavily in their favor, he might not have time to.
Well, if it's 10-0 right now, he's on for 3 kills a round, so he might actually get it. Can't expect him to kind of keep that pace up, though. 9 again. You can just see he's the one that's kind of in the front of the pack, which is a little bit of an interesting choice considering he's holding the C4 there. He does typically take the role of the C4 carrier, but I also don't really want to see him entry fragging into mid if he's carrying the bomb. I think that that can go wrong pretty quick. He's doing the same thing into the tunnels. Although obviously in tandem with 577, and you've got the rest of the squad kind of rolling out as well.
Still a lot of hesitation coming out from BaiSha, trying to find their potential for this early pick. VASCO starting to play even more passive in the round. It seems they think the mid push is coming fully towards that mid to B. Action finds the first, make it a double kill, a good way to start the round. The rest of BaiSha now pushing on to VNC. They know they've got to make a play here quickly. It's not going to work out though. VNC finds the first. XQ1 and 577 taken down to half. Action finds a third here, and XQ1, it's a 1 versus 5. Not really anything you can really do here.
Yeah, that round's just capitulated for BaiSha, really. Might not see them head over in the direction of B again for a little while, because that round didn't look very very threatening at all. Nice double in mid, though, it has to be said, from Action. Restore a little bit of momentum for VASCO. Remind them that they're still in this. They only lost on sub-base by a sliver, really. Xulun taking his time about this round, and so time eventually does run out.
You know, something interesting I've noticed in this tournament, it seems like this is the first tournament we've consistently seen a lot of teams in a 1vx situation where they feel not so comfortable winning, use that time to really talk to each other. I feel like I haven't seen that very much before at all. And in this tournament, it seems almost every map, especially later on in the playoffs here that this is happening. I'm wondering why that is because, I mean, in this game, there's no harm in going for the clutch.
Yeah, I actually don't mind it. I think it's a good shout. Extra time to talk can always be pretty valuable. BaiSha, look at this creepy crawly strat. They do get in past BNC initially. Great shot. Comes through from 577. Equally good play from Silver, but he's going to be overwhelmed by the power of numbers. And VASCO, they're still trying to hold on to this B site. They might have a good shot at that, considering there's a couple of members already in there. Fast rotation across from VASCO, and I'm not sure that if I was BaiSha here, I would actually commit to this. They're on their way out. They've just left Xiao to kind of keep it interesting, keep VASCO honest. This will work out pretty nicely for them. 2-on-1 on the entry on A, but MG was watching. Xiao at least got a kill onto B. Map has really split itself in half though, and Xiao is just making magic happen on B on his own. Wu9 doesn't even need to go into A. I'm not sure why he has that little bit of a peek. I think just go collect the bomb and run back over to B.
Yeah, he's going to make the safe play now, but VASCO, I'm surprised they gave so many 1v1 opportunities on that B-bomb site over to Xiao. All they've got to do is realize he's there and not peek him, but now this is going to be a pretty close to unwinnable situation for MG unless he can somehow sneak one of these players catching an early shot, maybe from over peeking, but it doesn't seem like BaiSha wants to do that here. Xiao, he's playing very patiently on the back of site. Wunan pretty close by for the trade. MG's gonna force his way in here. Half the time already off the clock. He doesn't know where any player is just yet. Xiao's gonna spot him as well and just play very safe here, but it doesn't matter. MG, he's found the first, but there's just no time. Wunan, all he's got to do is play the dance of destiny here. He's gonna find it. And there you have it. The round will go the way of BaiSha. 3-1.
I don't know about you, Carl, but I actually think that might be the hardest bomb site to retake.
Oh, it definitely is.
Just because of like just how many little spots you can hide in. I don't know if we've seen even really any. I mean, we have obviously seen some, but whatever the conversion rate is, I feel like we see a way higher conversion rate of successful post-plan holds on B than almost any other site. This is interesting. Exchange into mid. XQ Lun doesn't know action is close by here, so he'll lose his life early.
BaiSha now targeting the B tunnels, but VASCO, they've got a good setup here. 3 players ready to hold this bench. It's still going to be BaiSha who find a 3 for 2 out of it. You've got 3 players there. There should be no way you only get 2 kills in that setup. Now it's going to be on to action to try and hold this one off. He gets the first. Xiao, though, in these clutches has been so good. And we're really going to test that conversion rate now. Let's see. 1 versus 2. He's got the bomb side on B. It should be pretty equal in this situation, but it's all about how they peak. The timing here with them being on separate sides has to be perfect.
Yeah, I would almost like to see Xiao get aggressive on one side of this engagement, but it looks like he's not going to, and that's going to ultimately allow VASCO to play this as a 2-on-1 rather than 2 1v1s. Flash comes through, he hits the shot into action. Now he knows where MG's coming from. Xiao, how does he do it every time?
If it was A, he loses it. I'm going to say it. I think it's that B-bomb side, that magic, that lower position. I feel like it's so hard to not only think about someone being down in that lower pit, you've got to flick down, but not only that, you've got to think which of these 6 generators or boxes they could be behind. And that kind of mind game allows a player like Xiao to kind of just mess with you and hold strong. And now they've got a 4-1 lead on the side that we thought might be a little bit better for them, but VASCO, on the other hand, knowing their BL side weaknesses, this is not a good look.
No, it's definitely not. Might be seeing a very fast compound confirmed here for BaiSha in 15-20 minutes or so. At least if things continue in the way that they have. A bit more of a aggressive push from VASCO this time into the B tunnels, and they'll know BaiSha have worked their way through this area of the map a couple of rounds in a row. lulled BaiSha into a false sense of security. Maybe that this part of the map will be clear, and Xiao kind of just walks out there solo and gets his head blown off. It's a big pick to find for VASCO, considering Xiao's been one of the standouts on this map so far.
Very big kill. But BaiSha, they're already pushing forward towards A. The C4 alone in mid, right outside of A, in the hands of 9. Not sure if I like that one, but he does at least have Wunan nearby playing. Pulling off these players in the B cross, but they're going to find him first. Silva takes him down. 9 has to solo push towards this A bomb side. It's not going to work out. Now they've got control over the bomb. 577 goes down as well. XQ1, 1 versus 5. Not really going to go your way, even if you play it well. He's going to be down to the wire here.
Might just use this again as a time to chat. Doesn't look like it this time around. Resets that spray onto VNC and does clean it up. But still with 30 seconds left to go, I find this one hard to imagine he's going to get over the line. Bit of aim prac maybe. And it's done. So second up for VASCO. They'll breathe a sigh of relief at that. And you can see how BaiSha get a little bit unsettled when they lose the first player. It's a completely different looking round when they drop the first frag.
Yeah, interesting to note as well. Since the opening 2 rounds, N9's gone quiet. Haven't seen anything from him since that 6-kill opening 2-round play. So interested to see if he'll come back in this one as well. But to be fair, Xiao and Wunan doing a lot of the heavy lifting in those clutch situations for the team in the last couple. BaiSha, I'm almost expecting a full mid play out of them. They've had a lot of opportunity to do it, but they haven't ran it too many times just straight through the middle. I feel like they keep overemphasizing a little bit towards this B fight, but Xiao, that's a beautiful way to start off the round. Takes down Silva.
Yeah, revenge for the last round. Xiao was the first pick. Now he's the one getting the first pick. Leaves VNC quite isolated over toward B right now, and so Tuzin is almost having to split his attention between mid and B. Eventually, he will commit to the B hold alongside Tuzin. Comes BaiSha. Tuzin is good for the first, and no one really followed 577 in there, so he does get baited a little bit by BaiSha, who now are actually really stuck. They need to find the entries, and it eventually does go their way. What concerns me most for VASCO is that Xiao's working in through mid and taking control of the mid connector to B. And that's going to result in an easy kill onto Action, and now MG doesn't have much of a chance anymore. Smoked off, plant down, 3-on-1 retake on the B side. We've talked about how difficult that can be to achieve. So it looks like it should be another one for BaiSha. And it is.
5-2 already for BaiSha on this map. Looking much better on their pick of compound so far, but I also feel like VASCO, these rounds initially, they have the setups to win the fight, but they're not winning these crucial engagements. Even in that last round, you had them there sitting in the B tunnels. They had everybody in a choke point. They even nated them down to half HP on several. Still couldn't do anything out of it. This time, BaiSha, they just run down mid. 9 gets the first kill onto VNC, and now they're already playing from behind again.
Yeah, it's got to be a tough pill to swallow, really, for VASCO. Losing the first map in the fashion that they did, and then now coming into this, basically, domination from BaiSha. Especially on, as we said, the more favorable side for VASCO out of the two. I'm prepared to say compound is pretty much over. Foregone conclusion, really, for BaiSha as far as I'm concerned. They still do need to cross the T's, dot the I's, make sure that they get this one over the line. Once again, defaulting back to B. It has been so successful for them so far. They'll definitely be looking for a 7-2 scoreline as well. They're not happy with 5-2.
Yeah, I mean, especially after that last map almost slipped away from them, I'm sure they're looking to have a stronger performance this time around. A good trade in mid-action does take down Xiao, but 577 immediately with the reply keeps it good for BaiSha to start their execution. They've got everybody towards A. Only one player in mid is going to be Runan looking for that lurk. Only one player directly on site, though. VASCO, they're relying a lot on Duzin here to stay alive. He gets the first kill, though. They've got the chance, but this could be enough to change the rotation.
MG, if he can find the duel against Runan, that would be huge. It won't go his way, though. And with 35 seconds left on the clock, VASCO at least have players in the correct positions to hold, but they don't even land a shot. And BaiSha will have another.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like VASCO, they've got to win this round or this map's already over. And it even could be already at this point. I mean, we know their blacklist side is not the best. They're already facing only 3 rounds in this half in a best case scenario, which would mean to win it in regulation, they would need 7 on the BL side before go to BaiSha, which doesn't seem too likely given their track record.
Yeah, I think not too likely is probably an understatement from you there, Kyle. But we'll see what VASCO can do. They've got to keep fighting. And that's exactly what they did against Imperial yesterday, even when they went down 2 maps. So by no means is it over yet for this map or this series. Even if we have our assumptions as to the way it might go. This is a perfect call from BaiSha as well if they do end up in B, and they have. So 1 for 1, fair enough, that's good. BaiSha will be happy with that. They take the B side for free. VASCO now tasked with another retake, at least maybe. This time they'll have a numbers advantage, but I'm not sure how much that's going to benefit them.
Yeah, it's so difficult here to retake the speed bomb site. Even in the 3-on-4, there's just these tiny choke points you've got to get through. You combine that with BaiSha still having utility to work with to help hold these choke points as well. But Action, he's already snuck in. They weren't ready for that. XQ1 only able to find one. The trades go in favor of VASCO. And at the very least, they get 3 rounds out of the half. And now we've got to see what they can do on the blacklist side. 3, maybe not great for them, but maybe they can turn it around. Maybe this is the moment we see a more than 50% blacklist side out of them.
Definitely much more achievable on those retakes when you have 4 members rather than something like a 2-on-2, just because there's so much that you have to clear that if you can do it with 4, obviously you can clear those areas a lot quicker, so it doesn't become quite as much of a problem. So yeah, nice for VASCO to get the final round of the half, but I'm not sure that there's going to be really enough to convince me that they can win this map. We'll go back to a little bit of that slower presence on the blacklist side here from VASCO than what we had been expecting from BaiSha. They've just set up shop in mid, and they're more than happy to wait and see if BaiSha's going to push into them. To be honest, BaiSha haven't really shown that much of a tendency to get too aggressive on the GR side so far today.
Yeah, they have been fairly passive. I'm not sure if it's just because they know how VASCO plays, because there is the likelihood they run into that trap because VASCO doesn't generally go for any aggressive map presence. I think that's probably part of why it makes it more of a risk here. But XQ1 takes the risk anyways. He's going to be punished for it. MG finds the early kill for VASCO. They've got the opening now towards B. But BaiSha, they already have that focus shifted into the direction of the doors here, but quickly the rotation comes through. VASCO now grouping up for the mid hit.
Yeah, that was what VASCO was waiting for. Bit of a stack in toward mid though. You got a couple of members ready here to defend the A side. 9 is one of them, and that's a huge start to the round for 9, who gets 4. Well, excuse me, 577 took one of those away. It was 3 in the end for 9, but might as well have been 4 the way it looked. Just pops off in another round, and that one obliterates VASCO, really. C4 maybe retrievable here, and he has spotted out 9's head, but similarly, that's also info over for BaiSha, and the rotation's going to come through from both Xiao and Wu9. But 9's not afraid of taking the fight, and he does indeed, in the end, actually secure for the round.
Yeah, I mean, now it just doesn't seem too likely. I mean, you had that round perfectly teed up for VASCO to grab the win, but on the execution, this is where they just look so sloppy. They're not guaranteeing trades in how they play. They allow someone like that time and time again to get 3 kills before even facing a threat. And now they are 3 away from going down 2-0 in this series, but they've been in that position before and won it.
Yeah, had to do it twice though. 2 days in a row. And against a team like BaiSha, I think that's wishful thinking. Lund just spotting the corner, this time not opting to push his way forward, but MG millimeters away from opening this round up favorably for VASCO again. Won't happen this time. VASCO are not committing to B though. You look at the position of the C4 and get that information for yourself. They're just trying to force BaiSha back away from this area of the map. Haven't been really too successful in doing so just yet. And it'll take them a long time to work back over to A. I wouldn't expect BaiSha to keep this 3-player stack over at B if they haven't heard anything over the next 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, BaiSha pretty likely to move out of this one once they sense the B tunnels could be all clear. And there it is, the rotation comes through. Both Wunan and XQ Lun move to defend mid, leaving 9 alone to anchor. Definitely the player you would want in that anchor position. Here comes VASCO, trying to go through mid, take that B bomb site. They've already got the setup here. 2 players now on site. It's going to be XQ Lun who has to hold on this corner. Spots one on the edge of the smoke, but that shot from VNC gets them the entry they're looking for. VASCO should be able, at the very least, to get a plant here, but Action, he's holding for the rotation as well. Good for 1, 5-7-7. At least gets straight up.
Oh my word!
That shot, 9. This is the play he's needed for. Already finds 1, but he needs more than that to get this retake rolling.
He's going to have to be a real difference maker here, and I think already kind of has been. He's been able to clear out so many of the angles already. BaiSha, though, do lose Xiao on the entry, and so back down to the 2 on 3. 9 so far ineffective for the rest of the round, and 5-7-7 will lose his life as well. VASCO do get the first round of the second half. It's a welcome sign, definitely, but I don't think at this point it's anything to get too excited about.
Yeah, it's their consistency on this side of the map that I worry about, because 1 round for them, doable. The majority in this half is where I have my doubts. We can see a very split up start from VASCO. Silva all alone in mid, MG alone in the B tunnels. The rest of his team though, fighting 5-7-7. What is that spray transfer? Beautiful double kill. Takes down VNC and Tuzen. Action at least gets the trade to keep it within reach, but it looked very, very close to being a 3rd kill if he had just another moment to work with.
Solon City wins the race. That's been the mantra for VASCO on the blacklist side at this event so far, and it isn't changing in this round. I'm a bit scared of Silva's position. If he dies here, for example, if BaiSha were to swing into mid for whatever reason, Silva's got the C4. That is now a very irretrievable bomb. And I think that's a huge mistake from VASCO to allow that to happen, because it puts a massive dampener on the rest of the round now. He's going to bypass the bomb and see if he can take the fight onto 9. Won't land the shot. 9 just backs away. Wise decision. Xiao still peeking the corner, taking more time away from MG, who has now at least been able to secure the bomb. He's going to have to get past XQ Lun, who's holding a fairly unorthodox position right here. And MG, you'd think would be unlikely to check it, but XQ Lun's not watching either. So he's at least into the B site. Now he can find himself maybe another one-on-one against 9, but spam through the smoke is enough, and BaiSha finish off a pretty routine round in the end.
Yeah, just a nice opening from them, and ultimately having that bomb so far forward in mid for VASCO really being that full death in the round. And now they're on 8 to 4. BaiSha looking for that 10-4 victory if they can find it. It is going to be Tuzin and VNC going for this boost pretty consistently. I'm actually kind of surprised BaiSha hasn't done anything to maybe counteract that, because they did that all day long yesterday against Imperial, where they go for this early boost for VNC onto the back of mid, trying to get that early info, but really nothing on the other side from BaiSha, but they haven't really needed it. They play a little bit more reserved on this map on their GR side, but it works very well with how they rotate back and forth. They can also rely a lot on 9 on this map to be an anchor, whereas most teams really don't have an anchor that can play in that style to allow the rest of the team to really just rotate through the map. But in this position, VASCO, they feel a little bit forced to go towards B, already sending 4 players in that direction, but the stack is ready to go from BaiSha.
Back and forth across the map again goes VASCO. I have to say, I think it probably does get a little bit predictable for BaiSha at a certain point, where you know that there's a probe in one direction of the map, and then they're going to go back to the other side, but apparently not. Xiao and 577 do both go down without any kind of a response on A. Silver's pushed his way up, and 9 is back to get at least one here. So I wonder, 9 and Wu9, can they get them back into this round? BaiSha still in with a chance until Tuzin and MZ do strike. But Xulun, he's a man possessed in this round, and VNC finally puts him down. That was maybe a bit closer than VASCO would have liked, given the 2 opening kills that they got. But a round is a round at this point. You kind of have to take everything you can get.
Very true for VASCO, but it's still only 5 here. BaiSha 2 away from a potential 3-0 still on the table if they can find the second map. And VASCO looking a little bit worse, I would say, on the second map so far, but not super surprising. This is BaiSha's pick. And it's their first pick for a reason. They have a really, really solid grasp on how to rotate and retake on this map. Their post plants were very good in the first half as well. But now, VASCO, they've got to try something different. They've got to go a little bit more assertive. The rounds they look aggressive actually look like their best. I'm surprised they don't go for it a little bit more often.
Yeah, look, I mean, I guess it just comes down to the methodology of VASCO as a team, that they want to play so slowly. I tend to agree with you, though. I think picking up the pace might work out a little nicer for them, but 577's already started off well in this round, and VNC is down to a sliver of HP. You can't imagine he's going to get much done. So immediately back to the 5-on-4 as Action can find a nice headshot onto Xiao. He needs more, though. And what is that?
Okay, then. He'll take that all day long. A nice shot through the smoke. But is he going to get the third here? There's still a player kind of camping in that corner of A. I'm surprised 577 hasn't taken the fight straight to him. VASCO, they want that B bomb site, though. There's only one player on it. Wunon, half HP, trying to hang on to it. But Action, he is still hungry for more here. But 9, he is just waiting for the moment to shut him down. Wunon gets the first as well. That's the bomb carrier, too. A lot of information now into the hands of BaiSha, but Wunon, he might just do this alone here. Finds himself a second, spots the third MG. He's just trying to dance around and keep himself alive for as long as possible. Oh, but it's not going to be for too much longer. BaiSha pick up the 9th.
Might have almost lined up there for MG, but even still there was the third player swinging in, so I don't think he gets away with much there. 9 up for BaiSha. It would be the exact same scoreline that they... Wait, never mind. I've gotten one step ahead of myself. They had a 10-6 on Compound last time they played. So 10-5 would actually be one step better if they were to close it right here. I think it's safe to say they do look pretty good to close it out before this gets out of hand. You might see one more round or a couple more rounds go over to VASCO, but I have a degree of faith that BaiSha is going to turn this into a 2-0, and at that point, yeah, VASCO, it'll be the dream turned to a nightmare, right? It was a dream last night, and now their nightmare again as the same situation presents itself.
The rounds, though, still come down to a lot of really close situations. When you look at the total kills between both of these teams, it's actually pretty comparable on both sides, even having Action as the top kill player in this match so far. Even though they're down 9-5, they're just not closing out these post-plant situations. VNC trades after 5-7-7, gets that nice opener there onto Tuzin. But Tuzin, one of those players who had some key moments in that comeback against Imperial. He's been a little quiet today, though, since. Now it seems to be another situation of VASCO playing that time, running it down. But look at this flank. 9 in a perfect position to catch them off guard.
You love this position from 9. How many can he get? Oh, a bit of a whiff on the spray. Not normally what we'd expect to see from 9, but he's still going to be a problem because he's still alive, and being alive means he's a thorn in the side of VASCO and gets it right this time. A double kill from 9. The round is over. The map is over. It's 10-5 for BaiSha as they will secure compound in an even more convincing fashion than what they were able to do on sub-base.
One of his teammates there was kind of giving him a hard time, I think. You can see it in the booth. But on the other side of the booth, VASCO, they're looking a little bit grim here with their fates potentially and how this might go. They know it's not a good place to be. They've done it once, but this is a much harder team to think about a reverse sweep against. They're looking better too as this series has progressed. And for VASCO, this next map could potentially mean their last in the tournament.
Yeah, indeed. One map away for BaiSha from securing another $20,000 on top of the prize money that they've already guaranteed themselves. Both teams in this matchup walking away with at least 50K, and then that sort of depends on who wins. They go up another 20K to 70K, and obviously BaiSha then at this point are the ones looking like they're going to get into that position, and they'll start thinking about that first place prize as well as potentially taking down all gamers in the grand final. But so far so good for BaiSha. This is going about the way that you would want it to. Okay, took a little while to get over sub base. That's fine. That was your opponent's map choice. You deal with your own map choice pretty comfortably. 2-0 scoreline. If they can close it out 3-0 here, that is the perfect start to the day, knowing that they still have another best of 5 yet to play. So they're putting in some pretty good work at this point. I'm happy with what I'm seeing from BaiSha. I don't think they've looked at their peak, though, personally. I think there's still a little bit of room to grow, which is maybe a good sign going into the later match. But we'll take a look back at the highlights from that last map before discussing further. So here's how the numbers shape up for that last map, and again you'll see 9 with a pretty standout performance on Compound. I mean, I will say it was a little bit more muted from him compared to some of the previous games we've seen from him on this map, but even still you can't go past the 1.8 KD.
Yeah, I mean, at this point it kind of just looks like this is his map, but outside of that, he hasn't looked quite as good on some of the other maps, but it may not matter for them at this point. Everybody else kind of stepped up around him when he wasn't having good rounds. You had those good moments from Shao winning some crucial ones, 577 as well, looking pretty good on this map. Unan closing out with a pretty good KD as well. So across the board, they get it done. 10-5 now. They're going to be looking at potentially doing this in 3, but let's take a look at the MVP first. But it's probably not in this situation. Would be surprised to see a Compound where he isn't the MVP at this point. And there you have it, 1.8 KD, 1.2 kills per round as well, and even the headshot percentage, 72%.
Yep. Yeah, pretty solid display from 9. I do think Wunan deserves a little bit of a special mention here as well. We haven't spoken about him in the post-match just yet. He was quite good on the B-holds in particular, had a really, really big round. So I think he, in tandem obviously with 9, were the two that sort of pushed that one over the line for BaiSha pretty much in the end comfortably, obviously. And so now Black Widow, I mean, you were saying that maybe you thought there was a chance for VASCO on that one. How are you feeling about it now going down 0-2?
It's a tough place to be, but at least they've been here before. I feel like if they hadn't had that reverse sweep yesterday, I would have said there's 0% chance here, but I think there's at least some chance now, even though it's still a little bit small.
Okay, well, we'll have to find out how that does play out in just a moment, because it's time for us to take another break. Don't go too far away. We have, of course, another map up after this, potentially another series pretty soon as well. We'll see you on the other side. Don't go too far.
That's the championship point. All gamers will be.
So we find ourselves on a Black Widow, which is now map 3 in the series between BaiSha and VASCO Esports, and it's probably not the way that VASCO would have liked to have been heading into another third map in another best of 5. They're again down 0-2. Every single best of 5 that they've played at this event so far, they've been down 0-2. One of which they got 0-3. The other one, they made a reverse sweep 3-2. So they'll be hoping for the latter, but I'm not so sure that's going to happen today.
It doesn't seem likely at this point, but as we look at the maps here, I feel like if there was a map they could do it on, I feel like Black Widow is one of their strongest in this pool, but one of their other strongest in the pool, sub-base, they already lost on. And I felt like in order to win this series, their win condition was going to be sub-base, Black Widow, and Port, and they've already lost one of those maps, which does concern me for their life in this tournament because they've got to know, even if they win here, Ankara's on the way, which is not a good place to be against BaiSha.
I mean, the last time they played BaiSha on Ankara, it was 10-1 favoring BaiSha, so that is not a very pretty picture to be painting for VASCO. Look, Black Widow is a bit of an interesting one. We haven't really seen a huge amount of BaiSha on Black Widow so far at this event. They haven't really liked to go to it themselves. They haven't really chosen to find themselves there, but when they were having to play it earlier on in this playoffs against Imperial, they were able to finish that one off 10-3. So they still have their chops on the map, I have to say, and VASCO, big task ahead of them, similar to, again, last night when they were down 0-2 against Imperial. Let's see if they can pull off the dream again, back-to-back in best of 5s. So here it is on to Black Widow. BaiSha going to be starting things off on the blacklist side, which they'll, I'm sure, be quite happy about. Missed nade there from Xiao, but he avoids it and the following nades from VASCO on long. Still contest this side of the map, but BaiSha very much interested in the B side of the map more so.
Yeah, the funny thing with that nade, though, it was actually timed to get him away from MG's initial peak, but definitely not the second one. VNC, good follow-up there, but now BaiSha know they've got to react. They've got 4 players in the box room, but not for long. Silva in action, shut this one down completely. Unan, he's left alone. It's a perfect opening round, and this is where I thought this could be a good map for them, because not only is it their best one, I think, in this pool, they also get that GR side first, which is that place of comfort for them.
Yeah, righto. I mean, that was a bit of a start from VASCO, wasn't it? That high-low setup always going to be difficult to deal with if you don't land the first kill, and once you're at the point of having to trade on the side of BaiSha there, it's kind of already too late because you're swinging into 2 players watching the same angle. Very difficult to deal with. Maybe a little bit of a change in approach this time from BaiSha as they completely negate mid, long, B, not interested. Just straight up short into A. At least initially. And with 5 players dedicated to this position, you have to think that they're going to go for this.
Yeah, they'd have to at this point. There's only 2 players directly contesting as well. It's going to be Tuzin underneath. MG on the back of sight. VNC is close by long, but action. He gets the first out of double doors as they go for the mid play instead. But 577, he's killed 3 of them, and now it's all on to VNC, who's left alone here A-long, wondering how he's been put in this situation. Again, no matter where he seems to be, VNC is consistently the last player alive for this team. He's going to be spotted out as well. He does manage 1 more kill, but with 1 HP in a dream, it doesn't seem too likely. There you have it.
Yeah, pretty straightforward in the end for BaiSha, so almost an exchange of rounds really to start off the map. Neither team looking super competitive in the one that they lost.
There's a bit of an earlier aggression coming out from BaiSha for this B control. VNC, though, He loves to do this little sneak into mid. If they're prepared, he could be a free pick, but they don't seem to know he's there just yet. He's got a good position as well, but he has a couple players that could check this before they go all the way through. XQLun and Xiao playing in the BL spawn for the moment. He's gonna go for it though. VNC working his way into spawn. Xiao has no idea. That's a huge kill. But the rest of BaiSha ready to go full swinging up the catwalk. There's nobody on the A bomb site. This is a huge read from BaiSha. You may have 5 alive on the defense, but if you have no coverage, you know what this team can do on the post plant.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they completely negated the A bomb side. I know that VNC pushed into BL spawn, but this seems like a potentially scary round now that that plan has gone down. Look at the post plan as well from BaiSha. You got XQLun all the way up to almost top mid. And he'll be like the insurance fund if the two guys on the A side can't get it done. Time really a factor here. 5-7-7 able to double down, and XQLun another one. It's gone wrong for VASCO. They started this round so well, but they will not end it favorably at all. MG in a 1-on-2 has run out of time pretty much. Unan will not peek him, and that secures the round for BaiSha. XQLun will make no mistake. Round is done. And VASCO will be sorely disappointed to lose that one.
Yeah, that's one of those rounds you've got to close out, but it makes you wonder, why would they stack everybody B? You've got a 5-on-4 advantage. There's no need to gamble with your GR setup there. And now, BaiSha, this is the golden gift they were looking for, the early lead, the chance to already have the momentum on their side on the BL here, because they know, just as we do, if you can make VASCO suffer on the GR, you're probably going to win the map here, because their BL hasn't been good enough to bring things back. And now they do sit in the same setup at the start of the round. 2 in spawn, 3 towards B. It seems to work though. VNC this time not going to push out alone.
Yeah, much different setup from VASCO this time around compared to the last time BaiSha tried to push B. Worked really well for them in the previous round, but this doesn't look quite as clean from them. Still, Action opens the things up nicely. Double kill from him. No one really committing from BaiSha. They're a bit hesitant, and that could be to their detriment, but XQLun is at least able to finally finish Action off. And that does mean the B site is opened up again, so failing Silver getting a pick on the cross here. It should be BaiSha to get the plant down and play out a 3-on-4 post plant. But they've only left XQLun on the site.
I actually like this call. They can still play to stop the diffuser. Xiao as well has the perfect angle to try and stall the spawn from the GR. He's gonna miss the shot though. XQLun somehow holds on for 2, and now with 1 HP, he's completely turned this round in favor of BaiSha. XQLun, he's still alive here, finally goes down, but there's no time to get this defuse. Silva, he has to get in and just risk it at this point, but now it's just on to 9, who kills the diffuser. There's no time for MG again, and this is yet another round with a misplay from VASCO, giving it over to BaiSha.
What an absolute mess. I don't know how those two players outside B survived for as long as they do. VASCO just must have missed their shots. Well, it's another one for BaiSha, up 3-1. Progressing nicely through the blacklist side of Black Widow. Big fight though for Action right there, and BaiSha line up. VASCO not done yet.
Yeah, that's a huge start coming out from Action and Silva. Silva actually picking up 3 on the start here. He's down to 1 HP, but he's done his job in this round. Xiao and XQLun trying to hold on to it. They were the reason they won the previous round though. But VNC, he's got this position, and he has a free kill here onto Xiao. He's gonna take it. 1 versus 5 now for XQLun. The bomb down as well. VNC, he's got the golden position here, but not for long. XQLun able to find him. No trade secured just yet. He's got a chance here. Not for long, though. Tuzin takes him down. VASCO do at least get an answer.
Yep.
Will it be enough?
It's still looking a little bit shaky for VASCO, isn't it? Certainly not good enough to say that they're going to win this map and then win 2 more maps after it. I think they have to focus on the small details first. Just take it 1 round at a time. You think about the entire situation, it starts to get a little bit too much to comprehend. XQLun, that is an interesting peak. VASCO rightly punish it, so BaiSha will have to work their way into A through various other directions. So far, they're not finding the entries that they really need to. Wu9 is working really hard to get the kill onto Tuzin. Still a player on the side, though. Action, as of yet, hasn't really had an impact in this round, and somehow, even though he's alive there for so long, can't find a frag. BaiSha almost get into the A side a little bit too easy, I think, in that round.
Yeah, Action. He should have had at least 1, if not 2. But he goes down without much of a fight. And there was no support from him on that shot underneath the catwalk. Wu9 was able to duel a player right below him, no problem. But what is this from Silva? The double kill already in the 1v4. But he's not ready for N9 underneath to get it done. BaiSha continue to move forward. Looking very good in their odds to win this series. I feel like VASCO, this is the time to get aggressive on the GR side. Maybe they've got to go for a mid push together. VNC, he's not afraid to do it alone, and he gets a lot of map control. The problem is there's no follow through here. They've got to have that forward presence. That forces BaiSha to get uncomfortable.
Well, where's BaiSha off to this time? Set up outside B, but now they're making their way back to the blacklist spawn. Is it an A split? Couple up short, few out long. Won't be the easiest of long takes with VNC here and MG able to swing off that contact. But as soon as MG moves to try to help defend long, then A through the short route will be a little bit more open. So timing is going to be key here for BaiSha, and if they can find entries, that's also really big. MG's kind of out in no man's land right here. He can't cover off multiple angles and will inevitably get traded down. That was always going to happen.
Silva trying to hang on here from the A window. He's getting spotted out. Tuzin in action. They've got to find a plan here to get through this utility. The problem there is they've already got a really solid setup for the bomb. They have that failsafe as well. 9 on long is huge here in this 3v3. But Silva, he somehow takes down Xiao right away. This is winnable now unless 9 can hold on. He's going to have to find more than 1 though. 9 good for the first. Spots both players in the window. And now it's on Wu9 to hold, but 9
they're so low
onto him. They can jump on the bomb, but they have no help to work with here. He stalled it again and on the time.
Oh,
they might win yet another round here. He's played it perfectly, and VASCO, they lose to time again. 5-2. That's got to be a rude awakening for them on this bomb timer, though.
It's coming down to the absolute wire time and time again for VASCO, isn't it? But hey, I mean, if you're that 1% better, as BaiSha right now is, that's actually paying absolute dividends. That 1% has gotten them 2 or 3 rounds now. VASCO are seeing their hopes of going through to the grand final slipping away. And another start for BaiSha that is going to look favorable with VNC falling on short.
It's a tough one here for VASCO. I mean, it's not even necessarily individuals just popping off. It's really just getting caught out of position so often for VASCO. These rounds down to pure seconds. You can even see in the overall scores from these players. On BaiSha, you've even got Wu9, 1-7,
yeah.
Xiao 3-6, and they're still winning these rounds that they shouldn't be to get out in front. 5-7-7, the only player with a decent score, I would say. Everybody else at even or worse here for BaiSha.
I mean, at the end of the day, BaiSha's just playing to the win condition better than VASCO is. Like, the win condition is to blow up the bomb. For BaiSha, for VASCO, it seems to be get the frags, but They're neglecting the true objective of the round. 2 players dedicated to this B hold. They might well get tested by BaiSha, who have been probing A for the last couple of rounds. Would make sense for them to change it up a little bit here. Smoke in onto Silver's position is going to cut him out of this round unless he fully commits to B. And that might just be what BaiSha wants, because it could end up just being a mid to A or a complete rotation round into A through short or long. Silver's watching the correct direction, but no one from BaiSha has probed through the mid doors just yet. 9 will watch it. It's just a full hit through A short. And again, VASCO have got no one on the site itself. Tuzen is kind of there, but not really. You've lost 9, but it's not a big deal right here for BaiSha. They can get another bomb plant in the exact same spot that they've been getting it every single round, and it's right there next to the box that they do it. They don't even really have to clear out long. As long as they keep short in their possession. Wunan can hold this window as well, then they're off to the races. That's a ballsy reload, considering he had 23 shots still left in that M4, but gets it off. And Silver traded down. It's not enough for VASCO just yet. They still have time to work, but they've got to remember the time has been their enemy so far. Action's on his own, and he's got too many members to find. Another one for BaiSha. They march one step closer to a rematch against All Gamers.
Yeah, VASCO, they just can't get anything rolling for themselves on this map. I thought they would have a good time on it. And to be fair, a lot of these rounds, if they had the time on their side, could have been theirs. But now, because of these late round situations going against them, BaiSha's feeling better and better. And they're not afraid to take these early plays anymore, and they're winning them now very consistently. Already a 5-on-4, action down to half HP. Again, VNC, he's able to sneak up, but how many times can he actually do this and get away with it? I don't see it working out again here.
Yeah. It's just not coming together for VASCO, is it? Last round of the half, it's looking like it might be a 7-2 half, and at that point, BaiSha moving over to GR side, you'd have to say are pretty much guaranteed to win the map from there. Hasn't been a bad run by VASCO in this event, but I think the fairy tale is coming to an end now.
It does seem to be the end of the road here for VASCO. I mean, a 7-2 half for them going into the BL to try and dig themselves out. I just don't see that happening. Action looking for something, anything in this round to give them a fighting chance and find a third to close out this half. But BaiSha, they've got a lot of effort here planned towards this A bomb site. Tuzen, MG, the only players with any hope in this half for VASCO to hold on. They've got to have a huge play when this push comes through, but there's already a lurk in the mix as well to deal with. Xiao, he could catch action here. Both players get spotted out. Xiao down to 20 HP. Action knows he's got to take the risk here, but it's not going to pan out. He's taken down as well. MG and Tuzen, they've got to hold on. There's 30 seconds on the clock. Maybe the time could be on their side, but it surely isn't here. MG alone, 1 versus 5. He's stuck as well. There's just nowhere to go except down and out of this round.
Holy cow, it's a shooting gallery from BaiSha, but they can't actually land the shot onto MG. All right, 577's been given the job of finishing the half off, and he does it quite admirably. 7-2. We all saw that coming. Now what's ahead for us? I think it has to be said that it is a 3-0 for BaiSha.
Yeah, you'd like to believe the miracle could happen, but this time around, it just seems like a much stronger opponent in their way. And this one's not going to budge. BaiSha already getting aggressive on A-long. They're going to spot out Tuzen. They nade for control. VASCO, they don't even want to fight for this. They give full control over to BaiSha. They'll have the A-long anchor position now. They can back off and start to put a lot more emphasis towards this B bomb site. This is the downside in not contesting this player on long. Now, XQ Lun, he can rotate back into mid here, spots himself in one. At least the trade is there for now.
Yeah, 1-for-1 could definitely be worse when you're on the blacklist side. I don't sense that VASCO is going to make use of it particularly early on in this round. Again, I've been reiterating the fact that they do like to really weight that timer down on BL, and you'd have to imagine that they're going to do so again. I almost wonder if this is an attempt at a fake from VASCO to draw the rotations away from B and allow the C4 in there for free. It's a bold strategy, certainly not something that we see too often in CROSSFIRE. But with Nine and Xiao both going down, you might actually see that full exit. Here's where things get awkward though. If the bomb dies to 577, not going to happen though. It does happen to Wu9. And so, yeah, you've got A, but you don't have the C4. Does Wu9 know that though? He's going to be drawn into a peak on A and he'll be wondering, why aren't they planting? Why haven't they planted? But it won't matter in the end. Situation won't get the better of VASCO this time.
It's one on the board, but BaiSha, they've only got to get 3 on this GR side. VASCO, it's going to take a lot more than that to get them back into this one. BaiSha, not a whole lot of presence onto A long. You can see there, Xiao playing the corner of the one-way smoke, trying to fight for that. But 9 and 577, both solo push, and now 3 players are already dead for VASCO. Things have already fallen apart in this one. VNC, MG, what can they even do here? There is no map control. There's 3 players aggressively holding mid now for BaiSha, and it seems there's no way out.
Yeah, that was just a dominant display. VNC and MG have found themselves in an all too familiar position on Black Widow here. Still, they're going to have to give it a crack. They've got time at least to work, and they do have possession of the C4. So there are some silver linings to this round for VASCO. But 9 will spot out VNC. Info's there for XQ and Wu9, and it's just way too big of a crossfire to break. One step closer. 2 rounds to go now for BaiSha. And then they can enjoy a well-earned rest prior to going into the grand final, which will start about 7 o'clock local time, so just under 2 hours from now. And that would be a good little reset for BaiSha, if they can allow themselves that much time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one real benefit for BaiSha. If they can get this done in 3, it gives them a chance to keep more of that energy for another best-of-5 series later on in the day. Because that's something they've got to consider here as well. The longer this goes on, the more they're going to get drained of that energy and could potentially result in them having a worse time later on. If they win this here, though, they're going to be in a really good position. MG able to maybe have a chance to sneak in here. It's actually 9. Finds the trade. VNC good for 2. Xiao, not going to happen this time around. VNC a big triple kill to keep things alive for VASCO, but they still have so much to do to even get to the tie.
Are they just stalling the inevitable, though? That's the sentiment that I get at the moment. Can't see BaiSha losing this map from here. But I couldn't have said the same thing about Imperial as well. I would have said I don't think they lose the series from a 2-0 lead after Subbase and Ankara, and indeed they did. Not over till it's over. VASCO have to remember that, and they're going to try to probe their way into mid. They'll very shortly run into XQ Lun, who has come back across to cover that off, but they back away just on the timing. Action was spotted out.
Yeah, they've got a lot of information now to work with for this round, but it's going to be up to VASCO to decide ultimately if they still commit to the cat push. They've got 3 players here already, 4th on the way. XQ Lun has spotted at least 1, maybe 2 of these players. He's already rotating himself onto the A bomb site. Xiao as well. He knows he's got to watch this position. BaiSha, they've read this perfectly.
Okay, first aim duel does go the way of BaiSha. Xiao maybe missing a couple of critical shots there, though, does allow VASCO into A, but still, it is being held down by XQLun. Just as this map is not over for VASCO, this round is not over for BaiSha just yet. They were fighting for it. 5-7-7. Few too many members peeking him at the same time to make it an easy duel for him. And so now XQLun, who has been good in this round, needs to continue to impress. Gets the kill onto Silva. Still needs 2 more. Bomb timer ticking away, and MG won't make the mistake of missing. VASCO not done yet.
This is where it gets scary because you don't want to be in that position if you're BaiSha, where you feel like this series is already over. That's the trap Imperial fell into. And then they started to play a little bit worse. And then VASCO pulled more and more until they were right back into a position where they could take it to a map 5 and ultimately win it back. So for BaiSha, this is the test for them. Are they going to fall for the same trap? Action gets the first kill of the round. XQ1 not able to trade. He goes down as well, and somehow 5-7-7. A little bit late on that one, but this is a good spot.
They haven't spotted him. They haven't checked him. They have not checked him. This could be huge from 9. Sugar discipline, and he denies the plant, gets Tucson as well. 9 steps up in the biggest of moments. BaiSha get a 3K from their star player, and it's just MG, of course, 9 to end it. That is huge.
That's got to be the nail in the coffin there. I mean, they had the take, but they just leave that one little spot unchecked, and that can be everything. BaiSha now, match point. They've got 4 chances to close this one in regulation. They are running at it here. XQ1 goes down right away. A little bit too greedy on that peak. 9 gonna fall off here, goes back towards B. They're maybe expecting a mid or B play still, even though they've collided on those players A long. It's not a bad call. The bomb is targeting this B bomb site so far. It's gonna be a big split though, I actually think, coming out. These 2 players over here on A long, I feel like they might commit still.
Oh, I was going to say Xiao, if he would have just kept holding that angle, might have had a freebie onto MG, but he's the one who actually ends up peaking second. And MG was prepared for it. Now it's time for 9 to see if he can step up again. Can he be the hero again? Unfortunately not this time for BaiSha. And they're doing it tough. These rounds are hard to come by right now for BaiSha. Yeah, they got one to make it to 9. But that was off a massive individual play from 9, so I don't think you can really expect that on a consistent basis. And so BaiSha still having to fight for these rounds really hard. None of them are coming easy.
Certainly not. 5-7-7, looking for anything he can find here. There is a chance now. He takes down Silva. Will they give him another 1v1 opportunity, though? No, they will not. A whole lot of damage underneath the catwalk. It's going to be too much as VNC takes the swing. They need 3 more to get into overtime to start the climb back into this one. But BaiSha, you've got to think they're ready to respond now.
I want to say I hope so, because the longer this drags on for BaiSha, the less time they have to recover before that game against All Gamers. And if this were to blow out to even another map, which isn't impossible, that's where it really starts to become problematic for BaiSha. Big contest on the long. 4 members of BaiSha over there initially. But it does allow them to set 5-7-7 up on the corner. And even get an extra player, maybe rotated over to B before this hit from VASCO. Again, bearing in mind, VASCO often play very slowly on this blacklist side. So BaiSha can get away with things like that.
Right now, we can see BaiSha. 2 players pushed up A long. They've got full control here. The one issue is the full cat push doesn't have much defense. It's only 9 underneath who can stop this one. These 2 A-long players basically have to play full retake, but you still think that might favor BaiSha considering how they've looked on the retake. 9 underneath though. Goes down right away this time. VNC gets a huge double kill on the entry. MG finds another, but Xiao, he is still alive, ready to try and fight for this round and bring it to a close for BaiSha. And he may just do it here. What a shot on De Silva.
Yeah, this is looking like Xiao, the player who can clutch this round out, but he's now out of the picture. So Action picking up a big kill is going to leave it down to Xculun and MG. Peak will come through from MG. It's a full commitment though. He overpeaks the angle and Xculun will take him down with the spray. 10-6. BaiSha have grabbed Black Widow and that secures the third map in the series. 3-0. BaiSha have secured their rematch in the grand final this time against All Gamers.
It's going to be a tough loss to handle from VASCO. You talk about really rough time on that first map especially. They had that first map in their hands. They let it slip, and further down they go as this series progresses. It's got to be a bit disappointing for them, but still a good shout out to them for even making it this far because it wasn't an easy road to even get into the top 3 for VASCO, and they played a really strong game throughout.
Yeah, indeed. I got to give credit to VASCO. I think they sort of beat my expectations. At least I had them sort of pegged as the 4th place team coming into playoffs. They were able to go one better and take down Imperial. So I think as far as the results are concerned for VASCO, this is a really impressive result, even though they don't make it into the grand final. It's a good setup as well heading into CFS Grand Finals later on this year. If they can make it there, you know, you can imagine they're going to be a really hot prospect we're going to be talking about at that event. Even still alongside Imperial, I think both of the Brazilian representatives have had a pretty good event here. But yeah, it's, I guess, a proving ground, a staging ground, maybe even is a better word, for what's to come later on in this year. That's going to be the grand prize for the Brazilian region, and that's still where they're going to try to aim to topple China. But obviously, it hasn't happened here at the Summer Championship.
Yeah, now we look to BaiSha to see if they can have that potential going into the grand finals to maybe answer the only uncontested team so far. And that's my next big question for you. Was this enough to prove they can contest AG in that final?
No, in fact, actually, I think it has kind of hindered my opinion a little bit of BaiSha. The big reason why I actually predicted BaiSha yesterday over All Gamers was how clean they beat Imperial, but you can see here on the highlights that that wasn't necessarily the case against VASCO. So as you saw, the play did eventually break down for VASCO, but they put up a pretty good fight there on Black Widow. But that's kind of my point going into the highlights that we were talking about, that, you know, did BaiSha do enough to really convince us about this match against All Gamers? I don't know that, you know, a 10-8 win on Subbase, a 10-8 win on Black Widow, and a 10-5 win on Compound. Sorry, I think it was 10-6 on Black Widow, but either way, it doesn't really matter. It wasn't as clean as what they were able to achieve yesterday or the day prior against Imperial. That was what really kind of convinced me. They looked so good in that game against Imperial, but I think they have kind of cooled off a little bit so far in the playoffs. So yeah, unless they have something else left in the tank here to kind of bolster the reserves going into that game against All Gamers, I'm not so sure that I'm going to back them to pick up that win.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a really difficult match for them. I would expect them to at least get a map this time around. I feel like they have gotten better each and every time they've played them, and I think this is going to be a little bit closer series than at least what we saw in the upper bracket final.
Yeah. Looking at it though, obviously BaiSha, you know, they have a bit of time to now take a bit of a break, and so hopefully that is something that they can, you know, use to get ready and sort themselves out for going into that grand final. I don't know, do you reckon it really has much of a factor, the fact now that they've got that 3-0 playing 2 series on the same day? I feel like if you have a 2-hour break, maybe it's not as big of a factor as you would ordinarily make it out to be.
I think it's kind of a mixed bag, because it can get you to that point where you fatigue a little bit earlier on, but they also have the experience of having already got warmed up. They've got through those first round jitters of the day, whereas AG, they have a chance of maybe coming in cold and not being quite as prepared because they have been sitting and waiting all day.
Yeah, indeed. All right, well, let's take a look back at the stats from that last map, and you can see who were the key players on both sides. It is going to look a little bit better here for BaiSha, you'd say. XQLun, yeah, he had actually a standout map. I think he's been a little bit quieter in comparison to a couple of the other members on BaiSha at this event so far, but that really was a standout map from him. A pretty big couple of clutches as well, as obviously having the best KD and almost the best involvement in each round, 5-7-7 with the kills per round advantage there. But look, yeah, XQLun, I think for me, definitely holding that torch quite nicely.
Yeah, for me, I would probably give it to 5-7-7 just off the entry fragment he was able to do. I feel like in that first half especially, he was the reason they got that early lead. That 7-2 first half was really everything, I think, because the second half was actually quite close. It looked like there was a chance VASCO could pull it back, but because they snowballed so early on in this match, it made it much more comfortable to close out with a lot less risk. So it is going to be 5-7-7 taking away that one. And I believe it's one of his first compared to some of the others on the team who've gotten several already on the board, but he's definitely not a player I would underestimate at the same time. I feel like we haven't seen the best of him yet, but this is a good place to start.
Yeah, he did have one in the game against Imperial the other day, but aside from that, I think that might have been the only one that he did grab. Mostly it's been 9, Wu9, and Xiao's had one, XQLun's had one. I think that's the second for 5-7-7. So yeah, it's been a bit of an interesting spread from BaiSha. It's not as if one individual has really stepped up in every single game. I think 9 has probably still been, for me, kind of the standout from that team for the most part. But even he's kind of gone missing in a couple of the matches, and you've had to see some other individuals stepping up. So it's something, again, that I kind of want to touch on going into the All Gamers match, that I think some of these wins kind of have come down to the individuals from BaiSha having big moments, having big clutches. Like you can look at, for example, Subbase, even in this series, Xiao, if he doesn't clutch out that last round, we'd probably go to the OT. Who knows what happens there? There was another couple of big clutches in that map, and it ended up even still being only a 10-8 win for BaiSha. So I don't know, do they get away with those kinds of clutches against All Gamers? Certainly they didn't yesterday when we saw them play against one another. So I'm not really super sold on BaiSha's chances here unless they have multiple individuals firing, and they sort of deal with that mental struggle that it seems like they've got against All Gamers, because for whatever reason, they just don't look nearly as good, nearly as sharp, nearly as consistent, and they definitely don't have the clutch factor against All Gamers. So that's a big problem for BaiSha going into this next series.
Yeah, I think so, because when you look at these teams so far, I feel like BaiSha, they've had slightly higher highs, but their lows have been a lot worse than what we've seen out of All Gamers as well. And I think they have to hit their peak at the perfect moment and catch All Gamers off guard, I think, in order to win that grand final, because All Gamers, let's face it, they haven't lost a map yet. They are undefeated, uncontested in every way. Even when it looks a little bit close, they find that way through. Obviously here, BaiSha, they are going to be that end-of-the-road team that blocks VASCO out of this one with their total results, but I'm still thinking back to that All Gamers matchup they had where I think we expected more out of them, and I'm hoping we at least get that extra effort in the grand final because they're definitely going to need it.
Well, the road ends for VASCO Esports as we say goodbye to them for the final time at the CFS Summer Championship. But it was a pretty good road, all things considered. The only teams that they did actually lose to were the Chinese teams. They lost twice to BaiSha, once to All Gamers. They even bested their regional counterpart of Imperial once. So I think you can take from that some pretty good results. The only real thing is that, I mean, look, in the 3 series that they played against the Chinese teams, they were only able to win 1 map, and that was on Mexico. How that bodes for them going into the future, I don't know. Obviously, we want to see them back at the CFS Grand Finals, but are they going to be able to go any deeper in any of these series against the Chinese teams if they face against them once more later on in the year? If they can only take 1 map out of 3 series, I mean, considering All Gamers are pretty good on Mexico and considering BaiSha will probably now permaban that map against them, I don't know that they will be able to do so. But that's a conversation for another day, probably come December. That's something that we'll be having a chat about. Here, though, is the final stage of the entire tournament, especially of these playoffs here. It is All Gamers and BaiSha that have made their way into the grand final. That is what we expected. That is what I think both of us probably would have predicted going in from day one. At least I can speak for myself and say I would have said All Gamers BaiSha in the grand final is what I'm expecting to see. And I'd say for the most part, people were expecting it's going to be All Gamers and BaiSha. But give me a quick and dirty thoughts on this grand final before we throw down to the stage for an interview.
I feel like for BaiSha, they've got to win it quick and fast here. I think they're a very snowbally team, and if they don't 3-0 the grand final, I think it's really hard for them to have an opportunity to win it. That's how they were able to overcome All Gamers in CFS. It felt like in that event, they got through All Gamers before All Gamers even realized what had gone wrong, and I think that's the approach they have to have here if they want to do it again.
Yeah, and that was kind of my mentality as well going into their upper bracket match, and that's where I thought BaiSha might be able to find the dub over All Gamers initially, is because they were playing so strong, so fast, and you know, in that 3-0 fashion up against Imperial. I thought maybe if they can transfer that over to their game against All Gamers and do like what you've said, get it over the line just before All Gamers really wakes up, then yeah, maybe there was a world there. But we saw that wasn't the case, obviously. Now, though, we have to hear from BaiSha before their grand final appearance again against All Gamers. Let's see what they have to say about the upcoming match.
Và chúng tôi xin được chúc mừng cho BaiSha Gaming đã chiến thắng trận đấu vừa rồi. Điều này cũng đồng nghĩa với việc các bạn sẽ chính thức góp mặt trong trận thi đấu chung kết ngày hôm nay. Và một lần nữa chúng ta hãy dành những tràng pháo tay thật nồng nhiệt dành cho BaiSha Gaming.
Thưa quý vị, vô cùng tuyệt vời khi mà ngày hôm nay BaiSha Gaming đã làm rất tốt. Và ngay bên cạnh Thu Hà và Đăng Cương đây là phần hiện diện đến từ MVP từ phía BaiSha Gaming, 577. Và đầu tiên xin được mời 577 có thể gửi một vài lời chào đến với quý vị khán giả cũng như là tất cả người hâm mộ có mặt tại trận thi đấu và có mặt trên hệ thống CROSSFIRE được không ạ?
你可以给观众们打个招呼吗？
大家好，我是BaiSha 577。
Xin chào mọi người, tôi là 577 đến từ BaiSha.
Và ngay lúc này thì Tăng Cương tin chắc rằng là 577 cũng sẽ có rất nhiều những cảm xúc để có thể chia sẻ với tất cả quý vị khán giả đang theo dõi trên toàn thế giới. Xin mời.
你可以分享一下你的情绪、你的感受吗？
能从败者组然后进入总决赛就是很开心吧。
để có thể vào được chung kết thì tôi cảm thấy rất là vui.
Và thực ra về một kịch bản đối đầu giữa All Gamers và BaiSha Gaming, đây quả thật là một kịch bản khá là quen thuộc rồi. Nhưng mà liệu rằng bạn có thể chia sẻ là một lát nữa đây khi mà đến với trận Grand Final và gặp đối thủ của mình là All Gamers thì không biết là đội của mình có cảm thấy lo lắng hay không và có chiến lược ra sao ạ?
一会儿进入总决赛，你会跟 All Gamer 对比，那你的感受是什么？还有你们有什么战术？
我们只需要打好我们自己的就可以了，然后放平心态。
Tôi chỉ cần làm tốt việc của chúng tôi là được, đánh tốt là được và cũng phải thoải mái với tinh thần nữa.
Dạ, và thêm một ý nữa đó là các bạn từ phía BaiSha Gaming và cả 577 có tự tin rằng là mình sẽ giành được chiếc cúp vô địch của CFS Summer Championship năm nay hay không ạ?
你和你的团队能够有信心会赢得这个比赛吗？
会有信心。
Tôi có tự tin.
Dạ, và Đăng Cương hy vọng rằng với những sự tự tin như thế này thì BaiSha Gaming sẽ mang về vinh quang cho đất nước. Một lần nữa xin được cảm ơn 577 rất nhiều và cho phần phỏng vấn ngày hôm nay ạ. Chúng ta hãy dành một tràng pháo tay thật lớn hơn nữa dành cho BaiSha Gaming có được không ạ?
Và thưa quý vị, và chúng ta cũng đừng quên là hãy cùng theo dõi trận chung kết Grand Final ngày hôm nay diễn ra vào đúng 19 giờ. Và mình sẽ cùng nhau tìm ra đâu là quán quân của CFS Summer Championship 2023. Và quý vị đừng rời mắt khỏi màn hình quý vị nhé. Cũng như đến ngay với nhà thi đấu Quân khu 7 Thành phố Hồ Chí Minh để theo dõi trực tiếp và tận hưởng những giây phút thăng hoa cùng với BaiSha Gaming và On Gamers. Xin cảm ơn ạ.
That's the championship point. All gamers will be
Montanha Russa, 자기소개 먼저 부탁해볼게요.
Tá, meu nome é Adriano Faria, meu nick in game é DRF, tenho 25 anos
e faço parte da equipe da Imperial.
Meu nome é Felipe, meu nick dentro do jogo é FF e eu sou o capitão da Imperial.
Meu nome é Caio, meu nick é Goten, tenho 23 anos e sou da Imperial.
Meu nome é Lucas, meu nick é Lucão, tenho 22 anos e faço parte da equipe da Imperial.
Meu nome é Davidson, tenho 24 anos, meu nick no jogo é Riozão e eu faço parte da equipe da Imperial.
Meu nome é Vinícius, meu nick no jogo é VN, tenho 21 anos, faço parte da equipe da Imperial, sou substituto.
E o programa vai ser dividido em 2 dias, como eu tinha falado para vocês. A gente vai comer umas comidas daqui do Jeju e vamos fazer umas programações, fazer tipo umas atividades pequenas aqui em Jeju. Vocês acham que vai ser que tipo de gravação hoje?
Só conhecer a cidade, não?
Jogar boliche, pô.
Conhecer a cidade, conhecer a cidade.
Jogar boliche.
Jogar boliche.
Jogar
futebol.
boliche.
Jogar futebol.
Futebol. Brasil.
Comida.
Vocês falaram de comida, tem alguma comida que vocês querem comer?
Churrasco. Barbecue.
KFC.
Alguma comida daqui, cara. Daqui, porra.
Picanha.
KFC. KFC, então fala pra ele.
Pô, já falei já, cara. KFC.
KFC, Lucas.
Vou falar que eu nunca comi, cara.
Das coisas que vocês falaram, nenhuma tá preparada.
Só tá tentando.
Não tem. E aí vamos terminar dando um adeus assim.
Ni hao? Ok.
1, 2, 3.
Ni hao!
Posso fazer um history disso, mano?
Pode, cara.
Olha isso aí, cara. É BBB agora aqui na Coreia.
Caralho, olha aí, cara.
É brincadeira, hein, amigo?
300 câmeras, cara. Ainda vem mais uma aqui, ó.
Essa aqui é a nossa.
Moleque, essa aqui é a melhor.
Tua vida de cineasta, cara. Agora é isso aí.
É um dia com a Imperial, mano. Nós somos pessoas very happy.
Vai cair.
Mano, acho que a gente vai fazer um passeio muito divertido num parque.
Eu também.
Pessoal, a gente está indo para uma das praias mais famosas aqui em Jeju.
Como é o nome da praia? Como você chama?
Fakti.
Careca.
Ele pergunta qual será a pontuação de vocês no CFS.
Campeão.
Primeiro. Campeão.
Fefe, você que é o capitão da equipe, Fefe, você acha que o nosso time está confiante?
Exato. Acho que o nosso time está preparado, bem confiante. Só manter a calma dentro do jogo que não, tudo certo.
Tanto
e
mentalmente quanto emocionalmente?
Emocionalmente tem que ir só dentro do jogo. Você acha que a gente está preparado mentalmente para essa batalha?
Essa empreitada?
Não?
Não, acho que sim. Então,
Eu confio muito no meu time e é isso. É isso aí mesmo.
cara, eu acho que tipo assim, a gente vai ter vários obstáculos, sabe? Pô, teremos vários obstáculos, mas acho que por foco e determinação, nós conseguimos chegar lá.
Pessoal, aí vai ter um mini jogo agora. Sabe o jogo de Anquimpo? Tesoura, pedra, papel? Aí cada um de vocês vai competir com o produtor. Se quem ganhar, vai ganhar 5.000 won para poder gastar na praia.
Quanto? Quantas vezes? Uma, duas...
Cada um de
Só
vocês.
Uma vez só?
Isso.
Mas é sorte, cara. Quem começa?
Eu começo, já tô
É
aqui na
para
frente.
vocês decidirem quem começa mesmo. Você que vai começar, né?
Sim.
E em segundo, terceira...
Assim, né?
SBN, Adriano, Coquem.
Quando vocês descerem no degrau, pode começar.
Ok.
Tá. Ok. Falta muito tempo? Muito tempo pra ficar. Muito tempo pra chegar? A gente quer... Fala que a gente quer ganhar logo deles.
Pô, cara, desejou bom jogo pra nós.
Não é que é ganhar do cara.
Não quero bom jogo, eu quero ganhar.
Competitivo, né?
Pode descer por aquela ordem.
Vai lá.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Jockey-po. Jockey-po. Jockey-po.
De primeira, cara. Tá
Ganhou ou perdeu?
Ganhei. Agora vai dar ruim, vai começar a mudar, cara.
Vai sim.
Ele vai de
Vai mesmo. Então depois muito burro, né?
Hello.
Hello.
Joguem.
Ganhou?
Eu falei que ele ia matar de novo, cara.
Ele botou o quê, cara?
Botou pedra de novo,
Botou
cara.
pedra de novo?
Botou
Ô, amor.
Joguem. Joguem.
Decidi? Ok.
Joguem.
Essa é empática. Acabou, amor. Ganhou aqui.
Joguem.
Perdeu o Bocânica.
Perdeu o Bocânica. Já era o Bocânica. Já era. Joguem. Papai! Perdeu. Pô, ele começou botando pedra? Pô, vocês têm que levar pelo pô. Tava direto nisso, cara. Ele vai botar sua pedra de novo, ó.
Ai!
Perdeu? Cara, nós
ganhou 3, perdeu 3.
Cresce, cara.
Na minha vez, a Xuxa é branca.
Pô, vou te falar. Eu vou tirar meu chinelo. Não é não?
Ai, rapaz, coisa linda. Tirar o chinelo.
Na água! Vamos para a água!
Dá não.
Muito frio.
Moleque, muito gelado.
Tá maneirinho. Porra, mas então não mergulha então, velho.
Vai dar não, hein? Dá não, velho.
Cara, tá igual a praia do Rio, cara.
Bora. Só pra ver se o cara vai
correr atrás da gente. Grava aí, mano. Calma, deixa o mano começar a gravar aí, cara.
Não, tá botando
Ué, aquele ali é atleta, tá?
Meu time só tem maluco. Crazy.
É que o anãozinho correu muito.
É bonito.
Ô, Adriano! E aí, cara?
Pra cá.
Pô, vai dar não.
Por quê? Bota CFS, cara.
Bota aí logo isso aí.
Vem assim, cara, ó.
Quê? Caraca, bravo. Da hora. Aí, ó, vem pra cá. Aí você vai ficar pisando no
Mas
né?
essa merda aí nem faz, cara.
Pô, mas faz um C-decente aqui, pô.
Caralho, vou querer pegar sol. Não, na moral, no pé. Sol no pé.
Pessoal, ele pergunta, ele fala para vocês comentarem, falarem entre vocês, como é que vocês começaram a entrar no jogo?
Vai, puxa aí alguém.
Puxa aí,
Vai, Adriano.
Pô, vou puxar então, mano. Eu acho que, tipo assim, eu comecei a jogar em 2012.
Mas quem te apresentou o jogo?
Quem me apresentou?
Uhum.
Foi a galera da rua. Todo mundo da minha rua jogava. Aí todo mundo jogava entre si. Aí acabou que depois foi passando os anos, todo mundo foi parando. Eu fui o único que foi continuando. Jogava com meu irmão na época também, mas ele parou. Aí eu continuei, consegui ganhar o campeonato de acesso pra elite com meus amigos, né? Pra jogar a CFL.
Que ano que você jogou?
Foi em 2014. Aí eu fui jogando e consegui. Tô aí até hoje, né?
E seu nick é ADRF, surgiu da onde?
ADRF
E o porquê?
ADRF significa o ADR de Adriano e o F de Faria, que é o meu nome e sobrenome, entendeu?
E você, Bucano?
E você, Go, Ken, my idol.
Comecei a jogar uma house.
Quando, Bucano?
Em 2020, aí eu jogava por diversão, né?
Distração, né?
Você não tinha nem computador, né, cara?
Eu não tinha nem intuito de ser profissional, de estar aqui onde eu tô. Aí eu comecei a jogar um pouco mais sério. O primeiro time profissional foi com o Viana, só que eu tomei ban do jogo, injusto. Deixei de jogar um ano.
Atrasaram um sonho.
Um ano sem jogar porque eles achavam que eu era raio. Aí saiu o ban, me chamaram de profissional. Aí eu comecei a bater nos caras que eram profissional, jogava com tudo ruim, os caras com tudo bom, os caras apanhavam. E é isso.
E essa é a caminhada do Bucano.
E você, meu mano Fifi? Como é que você começou? Qual foi a sua trajetória?
Comecei a jogar em 2013, no final de 2013. Tinha beta, só beta, era uma criancinha.
Servidor de clã,
É, eu tinha 12 anos. Conheci o jogo através de um amigo meu, que tava lá na roletana. Aí eu falei, o que é isso aí? Aí eu comecei a jogar, ficava disputando pra ver quem pegava a maior patente. Não, em casa mesmo. Aí ficava jogando, até que eu descobri um competitivo, me interessei e comecei a tentar desde 2015. Subi pro profissional no final de 2017 e tô aí até hoje.
Todo mundo sempre falou isso, né, cara?
Terceiro mundial e é isso. Muito feliz de estar aqui. E você, grande Riozão, começou a jogar quando?
Foi em 2012, eu jogava Combate Arms na Lan House, só que aí depois meu pai comprou um computador, só que era muito ruim, tá? Aí não rodava Combate Arms, eu fui jogar CROSSFIRE em casa com 40 FPS, 30. Quando eu ganhei o primeiro acesso foi quando a Brave me chamou, quando eu ganhei o campeonato do Sonho em 2016. Desde lá então, foi isso.
Você veio pra cá em que ano?
2016, na Brave.
E por que o nick Riozão?
Meu nick era Ryu Dead, em inglês. Ryu, era Ryu. Só que, tipo assim, eu botei na intenção, na época de Betinha, né? Botei na intenção de chamar de Dead, né? Só, tipo, isso com 12 anos, 13. Aí só que chamava de Ryu. E nem pra ser Ryu, porque carioca. Aí o Zão eu botei que, tipo, todo mundo do time tinha, tipo, era PHzão, era GBzão, eu botei Zão. E eu botei Rio, porque só chamava isso, Rio. O Rio, eu falei, vou botar isso aí.
Cara, que interessante essa história, cara.
Mas e você, velho?
Ih, velho, então vai.
Pô, comecei a jogar CROSSFIRE lá em 2011 ou 2010 na Lan House.
Caraca.
Mas nunca tinha me interessado pelo competitivo. Acho que em 2020, porque eu tava passando por uma fase muito difícil na minha vida. Foi quando eu comecei a jogar competitivo e comecei a gostar. E hoje, depois de 2 anos, estou aqui.
Da hora, mano. Mas por que VN?
Porque VN é a abreviação do meu nome Vinícius. Aí só o V e o N. Criativo.
Nick Vinícius. Criativo. Parece muito, me lembra muito o ADRF.
É.
Sério.
Muito criativo.
Criatividade.
É igual o Fefe, né?
Cara, mas
não, mas o Fefe não é feliz.
Bem criativo.
Fefe
não,
é feliz.
Mas aí, mas não fui eu.
E aquele da Fefe?
Meu sobrinho só botava o nome de Fefe.
Aquele Fefe.
Me chamava de Fefe.
Felipe.
Não, mas não é por eu não. Cara, meu nick não era.
Não tem criatividade.
Tu não tinha um nick antes
Cara,
de
mas
Fefe.
sabe qual era meu nick?
Cara, meu sobrinho só me chamava de Fefe, cara. Aí eu botei Fefe, cara. Sabe qual era o meu nick?
Cara,
Fefe 1, 2, 2, 3, 4.
Cara, Fefe é...
Fefe, cara.
É de Cabação, não.
Não, Fefe é a filha do meu cunhado que se chama Fernanda, cara.
Tá, velho. Tem vários. Tem Fernando que chama Fefe, Felipe.
Cara, mas meu nick antigamente era Sulat, cara. Sulat.
Cara, não, cara. Isso é calando, cara.
Não, ninguém quer saber desse cara, não.
Como que você começou a jogar? Eu quero saber como que você começou a jogar CROSSFIRE, que você só chutava pouco. Fala.
Cara, eu conheci o CROSSFIRE em 2011, em uma Lan House. Na época não tinha o servidor BR ainda, eu jogava no servidor NA americano. Mas no ano seguinte eu parei. Aí em 2015 eu tive um problema de saúde muito grave, que eu fiquei em casa há 5 meses, sem poder sair pra rua. Foi quando ganhei um computador e voltei a jogar CROSSFIRE. Na época eu tava muito na onda da galera competindo beta. E eu comecei a jogar e um cara falou que tinha potencial para jogar Elite. Então eu tentei de 2015 até o final de 2019, fui para Elite. E o ano que eu decidi parar de jogar funcionário profissional.
E nesse mesmo ano você foi campeão mundial,
No mesmo ano eu fui campeão mundial.
Caraca.
Acho que você foi o único jogador que subiu do profissional ganhando tudo, né? Brasileiro, internacional e campeão mundial, né? Como que você se sente com isso, com esse feito?
Muito feliz. Cara, o Lucão com o M veio... Na época todo mundo usava muito A e O, né? No aumentativo. Eu decidi fazer algo diferente e botei o M no final.
Bem criativo.
PHzão,
Cara, o seu nick me parece... Hein, cara? A criatividade dele me lembra muito o VN e o ADRF, cara.
Lucão.
Eu sou você também. Cara, o único nick bravo é meu Deus.
Cara, mas quem que falou que seu nick é brabo?
Não, mas assim, que não tem nada a ver com o nome, tá ligado?
Ah, tá. Agora sim.
Mas é bravo.
Hello everyone, this is Seven, the host of Fight Club Season 2. In the last episode, Awesome from Lazarus and Golden from Peel have the high ground by getting early 2 wins. These 2 players will have the privilege to pick their opponents ahead of the others. What choices will they make? Let's find out now. Ready, start.
Silva.
Não sei se eles estão pensando que eu sou um adversário fácil, porque nos campeonatos de lá eu sou acostumado a ganhar deles sempre.
Because I thought he's the worst player on the field.
Eu acho que ele me escolheu porque ele viu que eu perdi a última partida, mas ele vai se arrepender.
Round 2.
So guys, Awesome is the first player who proceeds to the final round.
I was very excited because I knew I'm in the final now.
Foi uma experiência boa, o campeonato, mas eu fui eliminado e bola pra frente.
Horus, porque ele teve uma chance de me escolher para uma revanche, ele não teve coragem. aí eu dei essa chance para ele.
أنا كنت أعرف في الحقيقة أنه سوف يختارني للانتقام لصديقه، لكني هذه المرة كنت مستعدا وكنت أعرف أني سوف أنتصر عليه هذه المرة.
Round 2.
Ele ganhar, eu jogo sem medo, vou pra cima e ele foi melhor, é isso.
حاولت تنتقم مني وتكسب لكن للأسف خسرت. مين هيشيل خشبتك؟ ادي كده سيلفا خلاص، وادي كده جوكن خلاص، ادي كده البرازيل.
Bạn rất đen khi bị tôi chọn.
Kaba. Nagulat nung ako yung pinili niya.
Round 2.
Nalungkot, siyempre. Babawi na lang next time sa mga susunod na ganong event.
Vô Bích, sau khi về Philippines, bạn nhớ hãy ăn nhiều cơm và luyện tập nhiều để lần sau chúng ta đối đầu lại nhé.
Hoy, Lucas, babawi ako sa'yo next year.
So it was fun for me to pick the cards because I knew it didn't affect me which players I just chose.
BaiSha, tôi xứng đáng hơn bạn khi mà tôi đứng ở đây. Goodbye.
ثلاثة عشان كنت متعصب شوية وعشان ما بحبش حد يطلع من
التورنمنت وأحب أكمل للآخر.
Ai cũng được, nhưng mà không phải là tôi.
أعتقد أنه إذا وقع علي الاختيار سوف أختار دولة من فريق سلة.
Não tava nem aí se eu fosse escolhido. Se eu fosse sorteado, eu conseguiria ganhar.
I felt bad for the other players because I picked Dola and I knew he's a good player, so they have to play against him now.
كنت أشعر في هذه المرحلة أنني سوف أنتصر عليه بسهولة وأنه لم يجب عليه أن يختارني.
Tại vì là mình thấy Howard béo hơn mình, với cả là to hơn mình, thế nên là mình muốn chọn bạn ấy. Howard, tại sao bạn lại to thế?
Round 2.
Cái cảm giác mà em thua nó, tại vì trận đầu tiên thì em gặp là em thắng nó, nhưng mà trận thứ hai thì em bắn từ 85, thế là trận thứ ba em thua luôn.
لقد توقعت ذلك وتوقعت أني سوف أفوز.
Mất 3.000 đô rồi.
After the fierce battle from the challengers from the first 2 rounds, now we have only 4 survivors left. Now only the final stage remaining, new rules will be applied to determine the final champion of Fight Club Season 2. Unlike the previous rounds where losers or winners select their opponents, the first player to ring the bell on the stage will have the chance to choose his opponent. And the first player to secure the first 2 wins will eventually become the champion of Fight Club Season 2.
Nếu mà vào vòng bóng đổ em khi thấy 3 người còn lại thì em đã có suy nghĩ là em sẽ là người nhà vô địch.
Ready, start!
Vì em muốn là người chiến thắng. Vì lúc đó trong người tôi ngọn lửa đang nhân trào lên và tôi muốn lật đổ tất cả, nên tôi sẽ lật đổ từ người mạnh trước.
I was not so happy about the pick from Lucas because I knew he won the first season of Fight Club 1.
Round 3.
I didn't feel good because it was my first lose of the tournament and yeah, I didn't expect it.
Lúc đấy tôi không có suy nghĩ nào và tôi chỉ muốn đánh thắng người mạnh nhất để tôi đi tiếp. Thật sự thì tôi không biết về điều này. Vì tôi nghĩ anh ta chọn tôi vì anh ta muốn chiến thắng tôi.
I think it wasn't the smartest move because if Gokun loses now to Lucas, Lucas would just won the whole thing.
Porque eu sabia que ele não iria ser escolhido por ninguém e se eu ganhasse dele, eu ganharia de todo mundo.
Em nghĩ là em sẽ đánh thắng anh ta vì năm trước em đã đánh thắng anh ta 2 lần.
Lucas jogou melhor que eu na última partida e ele mereceu.
Nếu mà như năm mùa 1 á, mà em giành được chức vô địch thì em cảm thấy rất là may mắn cho em. Nhưng còn như mùa 2 này em giành được thêm một chức vô địch thì em nghĩ là đó là bản lĩnh và bản năng của em.
So this is a gift for Awesome for being the first player, winning 3 matches in a row in round number 1. So congrats Awesome, this is a gift, new GoPro, you deserve it. And for the winner, once again from Vietnam, congrats to Lucas. This is for you and $3,000 US. Big congrats to you, you deserve it.
Tôi là Lucas. Bạn ấy kiện
من غير بوس كده ماشي من غير بوس كده
Tại sao bạn không nhớ được tên của tôi?
Is it his name Pecans? No.
Chào.
Tôi là Lucas.
Không, cái tay này bị...
Không phải là... yeah, okay. One more.
I didn't feel good because it was my first lose of the tournament and yeah, I didn't expect it.
Lúc đấy tôi không có suy nghĩ nào và tôi chỉ muốn đánh thắng người mạnh nhất để tôi đi tiếp. Thật sự thì tôi không biết về điều này. Vì tôi nghĩ anh ta chọn tôi vì anh ta muốn chiến thắng tôi.
I think it wasn't the smartest move because if Gokun loses now to Lucas, Lucas would just won the whole thing.
Porque eu sabia que ele não iria ser escolhido por ninguém e se eu ganhasse dele, eu ganharia de todo mundo.
Em nghĩ là em sẽ đánh thắng anh ta vì năm trước em đã đánh thắng anh ta 2 lần.
O Lucas jogou melhor que eu na última partida e ele mereceu.
Nếu mà như năm mùa 1 á, mà em giành được chức vô địch thì em cảm thấy rất là may mắn cho em. Nhưng còn như mùa 2 này em giành được thêm một chức vô địch thì em nghĩ là Đó là bản lĩnh và bản năng của em.
So this is a gift for Awesome for being the first player, winning 3 matches in a row in round number 1. So congrats, Awesome. This is a gift. New GoPro. You deserve it. And for the winner, once again from Vietnam, congrats to Lucas. This is for you. And $3,000. Big congrats to you. You deserve it.
Tôi là Lucas. Bạn ấy kìa.
من غير بوس كده ماشي من غير بوس كده
Tại sao bạn không nhớ được tên của tôi?
Is his name Pecans? Pecans? No?
Chào.
Tôi là Lucas.
Không, cái tay bị...
Camera. Yeah, okay. One more.
자, 여러분 안녕하세요. 객동신 환영합니다.
Montanha russa.
자기소개 먼저 부탁해볼게요.
Tá, meu nome é Adriano Faria, meu nick em game é DRF, tenho 25 anos e faço parte da equipe da Imperial.
Meu nome é Felipe, meu nick dentro do jogo é FF e eu sou o capitão da Imperial.
Meu nome é Caio, meu nick é Goten, tenho 23 anos e sou da Imperial.
Meu nome é Lucas, meu nick é Lucão, tenho 22 anos e faço parte da equipe da Imperial.
Meu nome é Davidson, tenho 24 anos, meu nick em jogo é Riozão e eu faço parte da equipe da Imperial. Meu nome é Vinícius, meu nick no jogo é VN, tenho 21 anos, faço parte da equipe da Imperial, sou substituto.
E o programa vai ser dividido em 2 dias, como eu tinha falado para vocês. A gente vai comer umas comidas aqui do Jeju e vamos fazer umas programações, fazer tipo umas atividades pequenas aqui em Jeju. Vocês acham que vai ser que tipo de gravação hoje?
Só conhecer a cidade, não?
Jogar boliche, pô.
Conhecer a cidade,
Jogar boliche.
Jogar boliche,
Jogar
futebol,
boliche,
futebol, Brasil.
Comida.
Vocês falaram de comida, tem alguma comida que vocês querem comer?
Churrasco.
Barbecue.
KFC.
Alguma comida daqui, cara. Daqui, porra. Picanha.
KFC.
KFC? Então fala pra ele.
Pô, já falei já, cara. KFC.
KFC.
Vou falar que eu nunca comi, cara.
Das coisas que vocês falaram, nenhuma tá preparada.
Só tá tentando...
Não tem. E aí vamos terminar dando um adeus, assim.
Ni hao? Ok.
1, 2, 3.
Posso fazer um history disso, mano?
Pode, cara. Olha isso aí, cara. É BBB agora aqui na Coreia.
Caralho, olha aí, cara.
É brincadeira, hein, amigo?
300 câmeras, cara. Ah, ainda vem mais uma aqui, ó.
Essa aqui é a nossa.
Moleque, essa aqui é a melhor.
Tua vida de cineasta, cara. Agora é isso aí.
É um dia com a Imperial, mano. Nós somos pessoas very happy.
Mano, acho que a gente vai fazer um passeio muito divertido num parque. Eu também.
Pessoal, a gente está indo para uma das praias mais famosas aqui em Jeju.
Como é o nome da praia? Como você chama?
Fakti. Ele pergunta qual será a pontuação de vocês no CFS.
Campeão.
Primeiro.
Champion. Fefe, você que é o capitão da equipe, Fefe, você acha que o nosso time está confiante?
Exato.
Acho que o nosso time está preparado, bem confiante. Só manter a calma dentro do jogo que nós tudo certo.
Tanto
E
mentalmente quanto emocionalmente?
Emocionalmente tem que ir só dentro do jogo. Você acha que a gente está preparado mentalmente para essa batalha?
Essa empreitada?
Não?
Não, acho que sim. Então, eu confio muito no meu time e
é isso. É isso aí mesmo.
Cara, eu acho que tipo assim, a gente vai ter vários obstáculos, sabe? Pô, teremos vários obstáculos, mas acho que por foco e determinação, nós conseguimos chegar lá.
Pessoal, aí vai ter um mini jogo agora. Sabe o jogo de Untitled? Tesoura, pedra, papel? Aí cada um de vocês vai competir com o produtor. Se quem ganhar, vai ganhar 5.000 won para poder gastar na praia.
Quero ganhar. Quantas vezes? Uma, duas?
Cada um de vocês.
Uma vez só?
Isso.
Mas é sorte, cara.
Quem começa?
Eu começo, já tô aqui na frente.
É pra vocês decidirem quem começa mesmo. Você que vai começar, né?
Sim.
E em segundo, terceira...
Assim, né?
SBN, Adriano,
ok.
Quando vocês descerem no degrau, pode começar.
Ok. Tá. Ok. Falta muito tempo?
Muito tempo
Falta muito tempo pra chegar? A gente quer... Fala que a gente quer ganhar logo deles.
Pô, cara, desejou bom jogo pra nós.
É, não quero ganhar do cara.
Não quero bom jogo, eu quero ganhar.
Competitivo, né?
Pode descer por aquela ordem.
Vai lá.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Jockey, pô! Jockey, pô! Jockey, pô!
Primeiro, cara.
Ganhou ou perdeu? Ganhei.
Agora vai dar ruim, vai começar a mudar, cara.
Vai sim.
Ele vai de vai mesmo. Então depois muito burro, não é possível.
Hello. Jockey, pô! Ganhou?
Você botou, né?
Eu falei que ele ia matar de novo, cara. Ele botou o quê, cara?
Botou
pedra de novo, botou pedra de novo. Botou pi. Ô, mano. Jockey, pô! Oh! Jockey, pô! Oh! Destiny? Ok. Jockey, pô! Oh! Saiu empática.
Acabou, ganhou aqui.
Jockey, pô! Ok, papai!
Perdeu o mecânica.
Já era o mecânica. Já era. Jockey, pô! Jockey, pô! Papai! Perdeu.
Pô, ele começou botando pedra? Pô, vocês têm que levar papel, pô. Tá direto nisso, cara. Ele vai botar sua pedra de novo, ó.
Ai! Jockey, pô!
Perdeu?
Cara, nós ganhou 3, perdeu 3.
Cresce, cara. Na minha vez, a Xuxa é branca.
Pô, vou te falar. Eu vou tirar meu chinelo. Não é não?
Aí, rapaz, coisa linda. Tirar o chinelo.
Na água!
Vamos para a água!
Dá não. Muito frio. Moleque, muito gelado.
Tá maneirinho. Mas então não mergulha então, velho.
Vai dar não, hein?
Dá não, velho.
Cara, tá igual a praia do Rio, cara.
Bora. Só pra ver se o cara
Vai correr perto da gente. Gravei muito. Calma, deixa o muito
gravar aí, cara.
Ué, aquele ali é atleta, tá?
Meu time só tem maluco. Crazy.
É que o anãozinho correu muito. É bonito.
Ô, Adriano! E aí, cara?
Pra cá.
Pô, vai dar
Por quê? Bota CFS, cara.
Bota aí logo CFS.
Vem assim, cara, ó.
Quê?
Caraca, bravo. Da hora.
Aí, ó, vem pra cá. Aí você vai ficar pisando no
Aí
né?
essa merda aí nem faz, cara.
Pô, mas faz um C decente aqui, pô.
Caralho, Boqueiro, vou pegar sol. Não, na moral, no pé. Só no pé.
Pessoal, Ele pergunta, ele fala para vocês comentarem, falarem entre vocês, como é que vocês começaram a entrar no jogo?
Vai, puxa aí alguém.
Puxa aí. Pô, vou puxar então, mano. Eu acho que, tipo assim, eu comecei a jogar em 2012.
Mas quem te apresentou o jogo?
Quem me apresentou?
Uhum.
Foi a galera da rua, todo mundo da minha rua jogava. Aí todo mundo jogava entre si. Aí acabou que depois foi passando os anos, todo mundo foi parando, eu fui o único que foi continuando, jogava com meu irmão na época também, mas ele parou. Aí eu continuei, consegui ganhar o campeonato de acesso para elite com meus amigos, né? Pra jogar a CFL.
Que ano que você jogou?
Foi em 2014. Aí eu fui jogando e consegui, tô aí até hoje, né?
E seu nick é ADRF, surgiu da onde?
ADRF
E o porquê?
ADRF significa o ADR de Adriano e o F de Faria, que é o meu nome e sobrenome, entendeu?
E você, Bucano?
E você, Bucano, my idol.
Comecei a jogar uma house.
Quando, Bucano?
Aí eu jogava por diversão, né?
Distração, né?
Isso, não tinha nem computador, né, cara?
Eu não tinha nem intuito de ser profissional, de estar aqui onde eu tô. Aí eu comecei a jogar um pouco mais sério. O primeiro time profissional foi com o Viena, só que eu tomei ban do jogo, injusto. Deixei de jogar um ano.
Atrasaram um sonho.
Um ano sem jogar porque eles achavam que era raio. Aí saiu o ban, me chamaram de profissional. Aí eu comecei a bater nos caras que eram profissional, jogava com tudo ruim, os caras com tudo bom, os caras apanhavam. E é isso.
E essa é a caminhada do Bucano.
E você, meu mano Fifi, como é que você começou? Qual foi a sua trajetória?
Comecei a jogar em 2013, no final de 2013. Tinha beta, só beta, era uma criancinha.
Servidor de clã,
É, eu tinha 12 anos. Conheci o jogo através de um amigo meu, que tava lá na roletana. Aí eu falei, que jogo é esse aí? Aí eu comecei a jogar, ficava disputando pra ver quem pegava a maior patente. Não, em casa mesmo. Aí ficava jogando, até que eu descobri o competitivo, me interessei e comecei a tentar desde 2015. Subi pro profissional no final de 2017 e tô aí até hoje. Terceiro mundial e é isso. Muito feliz de estar aqui. E você, grande Riozão, começou a jogar quando?
Foi em 2012. Eu jogava Combat Arms na Lan House, só que aí depois meu pai comprou um computador, só que era muito ruim, tá? Aí não rodava Combat Arms, eu fui jogar CROSSFIRE em casa com 40 FPS, 30. Tá? Quando eu ganhei o primeiro acesso foi quando a Brave me chamou. Quando eu ganhei o campeonato do Sonho em 2016. Desde lá então, foi isso.
Subiu pra cá em que ano?
2016, na Brave.
E por que o nick Riozão?
Meu nick era Ryu Dead, em inglês. Ryu, era Ryu. Só que, tipo assim, eu botei na intenção, na época de Betinha, né? Botei na intenção de chamar de Dead, né? Só, tipo, com 12 anos, 13. Aí só que chamava de Ryu. E nem pra ser Ryu, porque carioca. Aí o Zão eu botei que tipo, todo mundo do time tinha, tipo, era PHzão, era GBzão, eu botei Zão. E eu botei Rio, porque só chamava isso, Rio. O Rio, eu falei, vou botar isso aí.
Cara, que interessante essa história, cara.
Mas e você, velho?
Ih, velho, então vai.
Pô, comecei a jogar CROSSFIRE lá em 2011 ou 2010 na Lan House.
Caralho.
Mas nunca tinha me interessado pelo competitivo. Acho que em 2020. Porque eu tava passando por uma fase muito difícil na minha vida. Foi quando eu comecei a jogar competitivo e comecei a gostar. E hoje, depois de 2 anos, estou aqui.
Da hora, mano. Mas por que vem?
Porque, velho, é a abreviação do meu nome Vinícius. Aí só o V e o N.
Criativo. Nick Vinícius. Criativo. Parece muito, me lembra muito o ADRF.
É.
Sério.
Muito criativo.
Criatividade.
É igual o Fefe, né?
Cara, mas
não, mas o Fefe não é feliz.
Bem criativo.
Não, mas aí, mas não fui eu.
E aquele da Fefe?
Meu sobrinho só botava o nome de Fefe.
Aquele Fefe,
chamava de Fefe.
Felipe.
Não, mas não é por ele. Eu não, cara, meu nick não era.
Não tem criatividade.
Então não tinha um nick assim.
Cara, mas sabe qual era meu nick?
Cara, meu sobrinho só me chamava de Fefe. Aí eu botei Fefe. Sabe qual era o meu nick?
Cara,
Fefe 1, 2, 2, 3, 4.
Cara, Fefe é...
Fefe, cara.
Fefe, não, Fefe é a filha do meu cunhado que se chama Fernanda, cara.
Tá, velho. Tem Fernando no chão, Fefe, Felipe.
Cara, mas o Nick antigamente era
Calante,
SWAT, cara. SWAT.
Cara, tá bom, cara. Isso é calando, cara.
Não, ninguém quer saber desse cara, não.
Como que você começou a jogar? Eu quero saber como que você começou a jogar CrossFire, que você só chutava pouco. Fala.
Cara, eu conheci o CrossFire em 2011, em uma lan house. Na época não tinha o servidor BR ainda, eu jogava no servidor NA americano. Mas no ano seguinte eu parei. Aí em 2015 eu tive um problema de saúde muito grave, que eu fiquei em casa 5 meses, sem poder sair pra rua. Foi quando ganhei um computador e voltei a jogar CrossFire. Na época eu tava muito na onda, a galera competindo beta. E eu comecei a jogar e um cara falou que tinha potencial para jogar Elite. Então eu tentei de 2015 até o final de 2019, fui para Elite. E o ano que eu decidi parar de jogar funcionário profissional.
E nesse mesmo ano você foi campeão mundial,
No
correto?
mesmo ano eu fui campeão mundial.
Caraca.
Acho que você foi o único jogador que subiu do profissional ganhando tudo, né? Brasileiro, internacional e campeão mundial, né? Como que você se sente com isso, com esse feito?
Muito feliz. Cara, o Lucão com o M veio... Na época todo mundo usava muito A e O, né? No aumentativo. Eu decidi fazer algo diferente e botei o M no final.
Bem criativo. O seu nick me parece... Hein, cara? A criatividade dele me lembra muito o VN e o ADRF, cara.
Cara, eu lembro que o nick bravo é meu Deus.
Cara, mas quem que falou que o nick é brabo?
Não, assim, que não tem nada a ver com o nome, tá ligado?
Ah, tá, agora sim.
Mas é bravo.
ra người thứ hai đối với Yếu Minh. Và đó là anh bắt được si rồi cả.
Hello everyone, this is Seven, the host of Fight Club Season 2. The ultimate one-on-one competition challenging for the fight money has come back after the first spectacular season in 2021. Fight Club will begin in a bigger scale right here on this marvelous stage with the best players around the world. 10 challengers, but only one champion. The fierce battle will soon begin until the last one stands to become the champion of Fight Club Season 2.
Sou o Action da Black Dragons. Acho muito legal ter sido invitado para esse torneio, né, que normalmente é o destaque de cada equipe e vai ser muito legal disputar.
Olá, meu nome é Silva, eu sou jogador da Extense Game. Se eu ganhar o prêmio do Fight Club, eu vou sair para curtir com meus amigos aqui em Jeju.
Olá pessoal, meu nick é Goten, eu sou da equipe da Imperial. Ano passado a premiação era pouca, agora aumentou e me deu mais vontade de ganhar.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Phát Con đến từ đội tuyển Ranking Gaming. Đây là giải đấu rất là thú vị vì mọi người có thể show up được cái kỹ năng của mình.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Đô La, mình đến từ đội tuyển Colombia này. Cảm giác của em khi mà được tham gia giải Fight Club thì cảm giác của em rất là vui.
Hello, I'm SGJ Yobit, attacker of the team. Kinakabahan ako sobra. Gagawin ko ang lahat ng aking makakaya.
Hello, I'm Awesome and I'm playing for Lazarus. I'm very happy because it's a great opportunity to play in the Fight Club in the Season 2.
أنا اسمي حورس، أنا بلعب لفريق تيم ميسي. لقد تفاجأت في البداية من هذه المسابقة، لكن الآن سوف أخذها كتحدي إنني سوف أنتصر في هذه المسابقة.
السلام عليكم، أنا بيفا من أنوبيس جيمنج. ما كنتش عارف أصلا إني أنا أخش في فايت كلاب، بس هم اختاروني عشان بطلع الإيس وكده وبكاري التيم.
Xin chào mọi người, tôi là Lucas đến từ team CFS hay là với tư cách là vô địch của mùa 1 Fight Club thì tôi thấy lần này tôi được tham gia thì thấy là rất bình thường và tôi rất là tự tin sẽ giành được chức vô địch toàn thứ hai.
Now let me walk you through the main rules of Fight Club Season 2. 10 challengers will go through a total of 3 rounds to determine the last winner to win the fight money and also the champion title. The matchup for the first round will be decided through a random draw. Once the first round ends, the loser will have his turn to choose his opponent from the first round winner. Challengers who got defeated twice will be eliminated from the competition, and the challenger with 2 wins will have his turn to choose his opponent to play against. The first challenger securing 3 wins will be granted to advance to the final stage, but the remaining players will continue the ultimate challenge to advance as well. The ultimate duel will continue until we reach the 4 remaining survivors who will play in the final stage. Every fight will be played in a best-of-3 series on compound, and the last challenger who will be the champion will be granted to earn $3,000. Everyone, stay tuned to witness the champion of Fight Club Season 2. Who will be the top 4 survivors advancing to the 3rd round? Let's find out. This was the host, Seven. Thank you so much.
Đẹp, màu dáng các thứ rất là ok, rất là đẹp và cảm giác tôi bắn ok đấy.
So, fierce battle is about to begin then Fight Club. Now we are going to start a random draw for the competition. So the first match is between Awesome and Fatcons from Vietnam.
So your first
was against Pekin from the ranking games. When you first heard of that, how did you feel?
Since I... Oh, wait. What was his in-game name?
Facon.
Is it his name Pecons? Pecons?
Tên của tôi không phải là Pitcon mà là Facon.
Round 1. Headshot.
After the match, I was excited that I won my first match.
Lúc đấy em rất là cay cú và em quyết định là sẽ bích bạn ấy để gỡ lại lần 2.
So the next match is between, let's see, Action from Brazil, BaiSha from Egypt.
Sinceramente não conheço muito o jogo dele. Ele acabou de chegar, não sei qual era a estatística dele lá na CF West, mas pra mim é só mais um.
انا عارف اللي هو كل واحد طلع في التيم بيطلع عشان بيبقى الايس وبيكاري التيم بتاعه، بس انا ما كنتش اعرفهم وكنت داخل على اساس اني اكسب. انا شايف ان اسهل حد في فايت كلاب كان اكشن.
BaiSha, não conheço, mas acho que vai ser fácil.
Round 1.
انا كسبت 2-0 فمش شايف ان في حد يقدر يكسب.
Agora eu conheço ele e posso derrotar da próxima vez. Me aguarde que eu vou te derrotar.
So match number 3, guys, is between Dola from Vietnam, Yobib from the Philippines.
Em nghĩ là Yobib là người dễ bị đánh bại nhất ở đây, tại vì là lần đầu tiên bạn ấy cũng đi thì tâm lý sẽ không ổn định.
Kaba, excited, 50-50.
Thật là buồn khi mà đối đầu với Yobib, tại vì bạn quá là nhỏ con.
Eh si Dolo, puro ayos lang naman ang buhok, puro paporma lang naman ginagawa.
Round 1.
Trận đầu tiên em gặp Yobib thì em hơi chủ quan vì tự tin về skin của mình nên là em đã thua ở trận đầu tiên.
Masaya ako, siyempre, puro ayos lang siya ng buhok. Anong pakiramdam mo, Dola, nang tinalo ka ng Unano?
So let's come to match number 4, Silva Sarah from Brazil, Lucas from Vietnam.
Estou muito tranquilo, sei que ele é um jogador muito bom, mas estou tranquilo pro jogo. Como o Lucas foi campeão na edição passada, eu estou querendo jogar contra ele para ver o jogo dele.
Vì tôi biết rõ tất cả cái skill của đội Brazil nên tôi không thấy sợ.
Round 1.
Esse que era o campeão, foi um jogo muito tranquilo e muito fácil.
Hãy đợi đấy, để xem ai là người cuối cùng.
And last but not least, Goken from Brazil,
Acho que eu vou cair contra o Horus.
Horus from Egypt.
أعتقد أنه لاعب رائع، لكن أنا أعرف نقط ضعفه وأعتقد أنني سوف أنتصر عليه.
Como planejado, eu caí no sorteio contra o Horus, acho que eu vou conseguir ganhar.
So guys, last match of round 1. Goken versus Horus. Let's fight.
Round 1.
لقد أحبطت قليلا في البداية، لكن قلت لنفسي إنها ما زالت البداية ويمكنني أن أنتصر وأكمل في هذه المسابقة.
Once the first round ends, the loser will have his turn to choose his opponent from the first round winner. Challengers who got defeated twice will be eliminated from the competition, and the challenger with 2 wins will have his turn to choose his opponent to play against. Ready, start!
سيلفا، لأنني لا أريد أن أفقد سيلفا لأنه سيء للغاية.
O Horus me escolheu, então ele deve estar querendo perder.
عشان محدش يلحق ياكل أكل قبلي.
Bom adversário de se enfrentar, já que a gente disputa alguns campeonatos lá na nossa região e eu sempre ganhei dele.
نعم لقد سمعت، وعندما سمعت الأصوات أصبحت قويا.
Ele vai precisar mesmo do apoio dos amigos dele, porque dentro do jogo ele sabe que vai perder.
Round 2.
Não me importo com essa derrota porque o campeonato ainda não acabou e eu ainda tenho chance.
Horus just got his win. He just proved why he's one of the best AKs.
أعتقد أني كنت مرتاحا جدا لأني كنت أعلم من قبل أن ألعب ضده أني سوف أنتصر عليه.
Your baby. So, next match will be between Dola and Yobib.
Em suy nghĩ đối với em thì nó cũng bình thường, tại vì là em đã bắt bài được Yobib là vị trí thì bạn ấy chỉ đứng một chỗ nên là em tự tin khả năng của mình sẽ làm tốt tuần này.
Nagulat ako, siyempre, nung pinili niya ulit. Kasi alam ko na gustong-gusto niya nang bumawi sa akin. Kasi natalo ko siya.
Round 2.
Khi mình chiến thắng thì em nghĩ là em rất vô địch đến nơi.
Okay lang kasi parehas naman kami tay. All one lang.
Ready, start!
هو اختارني عشان انا وعارف اللي انا قوي.
Những người còn lại thì ai cũng giống nhau nên tôi đã chọn đại một người để thi đấu với họ.
عشان عنده خبرة أعلى، هو كسبني عشان حظه in game.
Theo em thì giải đấu ở Fight Club thì em chiến thắng rất là nhiều người và thấy rất bình thường.
Ready, start.
Em muốn trả thù bạn ấy và cho bạn ấy biết là mình thua lần đầu chỉ là một tai nạn thôi.
For real, I didn't want that Fatcons picks me again because he has his playstyle was very passive. He was like hiding behind boxes and something. I just wanted to push and aim.
Round 1. Round 2.
He wanted his revenge against me, but I didn't give it to him.
Chúc cho Asam vượt vào vòng trong nhưng không giành được chiếc cúp.
Quem é o chefe daqui? Pô, eu quero falar com o responsável, não é possível que ele não me vê. Parece que ele não tinha olho, eu levantava a mão e ele não me via. Se eu tivesse a oportunidade, eu teria escolhido o Yolib, mas não consegui, foi uma pena, mas da próxima vez talvez.
Eu acho que ninguém vai me escolher porque ninguém tem coragem de me enfrentar. Como eu sou muito amigo do Action, acho que vai ser uma partida muito legal e muito divertida.
Eu sei que você precisa mais do prêmio, mas eu sou profissional e vou fazer de tudo para te derrotar. A gente tinha combinado que primeiro round a gente ia jogar de faca e a gente combinou e jogamos.
Ele é muito meu amigo, mas jogo é jogo, né? Eu não queria perder.
Meu sentimento é de gratidão e estou um pouco feliz pro Goken, que ele merece, e tomara que ele ganhe esse campeonato.
So guys, now we have only 8 remaining survivors here. Who will be the 4 players that will proceed to the next round? And who will be the glorious winner of Fight Club? Please stay tuned for the next episode of Fight Club Season 2. Hello everyone, this is Seven, the host of Fight Club Season 2. In the last episode, Awesome from Lazarus and Golden from Imperial have the high ground by getting early 2 wins. These 2 players will have the privilege to pick their opponents ahead of the others. What choices will they make? Let's find out now. Ready, start.
Silva. Não sei se eles estão pensando que eu sou um adversário fácil, porque nos campeonatos de lá eu sou acostumado a ganhar deles sempre.
Because I thought he's the worst player on the field.
Eu acho que ele me escolheu porque ele viu que eu perdi a última partida, mas ele vai se arrepender.
Round 2.
So guys, Awesome is the first player who proceeds to the final round.
I was very excited because I knew I'm in the final now.
Foi uma experiência boa, o campeonato, mas eu fui eliminado e bola pra frente.
Horus, porque ele teve uma chance de me escolher para uma revanche, ele não teve coragem. Aí eu dei essa chance para ele.
أنا كنت أعرف في الحقيقة أنه سوف يختارني للانتقام لصديقه، لكني هذه المرة كنت مستعدا وكنت أعرف أني سوف أنتصر على هذه المرة.
Round 2.
Ele ganhar, eu jogo sem medo, vou pra cima e ele foi melhor, é isso.
حاولت تنتقم مني وتكسب لكن للأسف خسرت. مين هيشيل خشبتك؟ ادي كده سيلفا خلاص، وادي كده جوكن خلاص، ادي كده البرازيل.
Bạn rất đen khi bị tôi chọn.
Kaba. Nagulat nung ako yung pinili niya.
Round 2.
Nalungkot, siyempre. Babawi na lang next time sa mga susunod na ganong event.
Vô Bích, sau khi về Philippines, bạn nhớ phải ăn nhiều cơm và luyện tập nhiều để lần sau chúng ta đối đầu lại nhé.
Hoy, Lucas, babawi ako sa'yo next year.
So it was fun for me to pick the cards because I knew it didn't affect me which players I just chose.
BaiSha, tôi xứng đáng hơn bạn khi mà tôi đứng ở đây. Goodbye.
ثلاثة عشان كنت متعصب شوية وعشان ما بحبش حد اللي يطلع من التورنمنت، بحب أكمل الآخر.
Ai cũng được, nhưng mà không phải là tôi.
أعتقد أنه إذا وقع علي الاختيار سوف أختار دولة من فوركسل.
Não tava nem aí se eu fosse escolhido. Se eu fosse sorteado, eu conseguiria ganhar.
I felt bad for the other players because I picked Dola and I knew he's a good player, so they have to play against him now.
كنت أشعر في هذه المرحلة أنني سوف أنتصر عليه بسهولة وأنه لم يجب عليه أن يختارني.
Tại vì mình thấy Howard béo hơn mình, với cả là to hơn mình, thế nên là mình muốn chọn bạn ấy. Howard, tại sao bạn lại to thế?
Round 2.
Cái cảm giác mà em thua nó, tại vì trận đầu tiên thì em gặp là em thắng nó, nhưng mà trận thứ hai thì em bắn từ 85, thế là trận thứ ba em thua luôn.
لقد توقعت ذلك وتوقعت أني سوف أفوز.
Mất 3.000 đô rồi.
After the fierce battle from the challengers from the first 2 rounds, now we have only 4 survivors left. Now only the final stage remaining, new rules will be applied to determine the final champion of Fight Club Season 2. Unlike the previous rounds where losers or winners select their opponents, the first player to ring the bell on the stage will have the chance to choose his opponent. And the first player to secure the first 2 wins will eventually become the champion of Fight Club Season 2.
Nếu mà vào vòng bóng đội, em khi thấy 3 người còn lại thì em đã có suy nghĩ là em sẽ là người nhà vô địch.
Ready, start!
Vì em muốn là người chiến thắng. Vì lúc đó trong người tôi ngọn lửa đang nhân tràn lên và tôi muốn lật đổ tất cả, nên tôi sẽ lật đổ từ người mạnh trước.
I was not so happy about the pick from Lucas because I knew he won the first season of Fight Club 1.
Round 3.
I didn't feel good because it was my first lose of the tournament, and yeah, I didn't expect it.
Lúc đấy tôi không có suy nghĩ nào và tôi chỉ muốn đánh thắng người mạnh nhất để tôi đi tiếp. Thật sự thì tôi không biết về điều này, vì tôi nghĩ anh ta chọn tôi vì anh ta muốn chiến thắng tôi.
I think it wasn't the smartest move because if Gokun loses now to Lucas, Lucas would just won the whole thing.
Porque eu sabia que ele não iria ser escolhido por ninguém e se eu ganhasse dele, eu ganharia de todo mundo.
Em nghĩ là em sẽ đánh thắng anh ta vì năm trước em đã đánh thắng anh ta 2 lần.
Đón tất cả quý vị đã đến với trận chung kết của CFS Summer Championship 2023.
Vâng thưa quý vị, như vậy trải qua tất cả những ngày thi đấu vô cùng gay cấn, từ 8 đội đến từ 5 khu vực trên toàn thế giới, chúng tôi tìm ra được 2 cái tên xuất sắc nhất bước vào trận Grand Final ngày hôm nay, đó là BaiSha Gaming và On Gamers. Và ngay bây giờ để sẵn sàng để cùng cổ vũ cho hai đội tôi chơi này, xin mời quý vị hãy cùng nhau dành một tràng vỗ tay thật nồng nhiệt ạ. Và một lần nữa, từ nhà thi đấu của 07 thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, Việt Nam, chúng tôi MC Thu Hà và MC Đăng Khương xin được gửi đến quý vị lời chào mừng nồng nhiệt nhất đến toàn thể quý vị đã cùng theo dõi Grand Final của CFS Summer Championship 2023 được đăng cai tổ chức tại Việt Nam do Spygate Entertainment và VTC Online.
Thưa quý vị, nếu như ngày hôm nay quý vị không thể đến với nhà thi đấu Quân khu 7 thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, Việt Nam thì chúng ta cũng đừng lo lắng, bởi vì chúng tôi đã chuẩn bị sẵn một giải pháp rất thú vị. Tất cả quý vị có thể theo dõi trực tuyến tại nhà thông qua những kênh như sau: YouTube hay là Facebook và cũng như là Twitch. Và ở nơi đây tất cả chúng ta có thể trải nghiệm và cũng như là theo dõi những trận đấu vô cùng hấp dẫn, và bên cạnh đó chúng ta vẫn có thể tương tác cùng với nhau, cùng với cộng đồng CROSSFIRE trên toàn thế giới.
Chúng tôi đảm bảo rằng có thể đem đến những giờ phút vô cùng kịch tính với trải nghiệm mượt mà. Dù quý vị đã sử dụng một màn hình điện thoại nhỏ hay là một màn hình lớn hơn, hãy đến trực tiếp cùng với nhà thi đấu của khu 7. Và ngay bây giờ, không để quý vị đợi lâu hơn nữa, chúng tôi xin mời quý vị sẽ cùng nhau hướng mắt với khu vực đường hầm để cùng chào đón những cái tên xuất sắc đã chính thức bước vào vòng chung kết Grand Final của CFS Summer Championship 2023. Thưa quý vị, đầu tiên chúng tôi xin được chào đón hai cái tên có điểm hạ gục tốt nhất. Từ phía On Gamers xin được chào đón tuyển thủ CQ. Và từ phía BaiSha Gaming chúng tôi xin được chào đón tuyển thủ CL. CQ với điểm hạ gục là 173 điểm và CL là 190 điểm.
Thưa quý vị, và ngay lúc này chúng ta sẽ cùng nhau chào đón với lượng sát thương cao nhất đến từ On Gamer xin được giới thiệu Chiwei. Và thưa tất cả quý vị, đến từ BaiSha Gaming chúng tôi xin được giới thiệu Win99.
Chiwei với 18.035 điểm và Win99 20.452 điểm. Tiếp theo chúng tôi xin được chào đón những tuyển thủ có cú headshot chính xác nhất. Từ phía On Gamers xin được chào đón Chiwei, và từ phía BaiSha Gaming xin được chào đón VASCO.
Thưa quý vị, và ngay lúc này chúng ta hãy cùng nhau chào đón những tuyển thủ có kỹ năng sinh tồn tốt nhất. Thưa quý vị, đến từ On Gamer chúng tôi xin được giới thiệu Do. Và ngay lúc này đến từ BaiSha Gaming chúng tôi xin được giới thiệu Lân.
Và tất nhiên rồi, chúng ta không thể nào quên giới thiệu hai cái tên quan trọng nhất. Đó chính là những vị đội trưởng đến từ hai đội đã tạo nên sự thành công của hai đội xuyên suốt giải đấu năm nay. Và xin được chào đón hai đội trưởng từ phía On Gamers, đội trưởng Evan, và từ phía BaiSha Gaming, đội trưởng N9. Và ngay lúc này xin mời quý vị hãy dành một tràng vỗ tay dài hơn nữa để cùng chào đón những bước đi của họ tiến về khu vực sân khấu. Xin mời.
Thưa quý vị, một lần nữa xin được chào đón tất cả quý vị đã đến với trận chung kết của CFS Summer Championship 2023.
Summer Championship 2023. The journey to conquer the Summer Championship Cup officially begins. The desire to become the champion is always burning in her heart. Experience, skills, tactic. All gamers is still as great as a legend and defies all who stand in their way. All ready for the finals. Who will be the champion of the CFS Summer Championship 2023? Star Reinvent.
Well, that is indeed the big question as we head into the grand finals of the CFS Summer Championship. All gamers and BaiSha over the course of 7 days have proven to be the best two teams here in Vietnam. But as of yet, still one more best of 5 to play to decide who is indeed the best team of this event. And right now, you'd have to say it feels like it might be All Gamers, considering they did get the win in the upper bracket final. But Kyle, I wonder, is there still yet another twist and turn in this event?
It always seems to be right when we think we've figured everything out, something changes, and maybe that's here in the grand finals. All gamers, they've looked flawless up until this point, but this is when it's going to be its hardest to cross that finish line for them and remain that consistent. And this is where BaiSha could be that team to come in and make something unique happen here.
Yeah, indeed. Look, it has been a long road. We started on Monday, the 21st, and since then, it's now basically been 7 days in a row of competition. In fact, it was All Gamers that played in the very first game of this event. They got the win against Imperial 2-0 there, and ever since that moment, they haven't actually dropped a single map so far coming into this grand finals. Even in the upper bracket final, as you can see there, they get the better of BaiSha Gaming. On the other side of the coin, BaiSha have looked a little bit more susceptible, right? They lost a game against VASCO in the groups. They obviously lost that series against All Gamers in the upper bracket final. And while they were decent in the lower bracket final earlier on today, there were some inconsistencies where maybe they didn't look quite so clean. Couple of 10-8 scorelines that we thought maybe that map actually could have gone the way of VASCO had they played it out a little bit better. But BaiSha just good enough in the clutch to get through that 3-0. They've now had a break, and going into this grand final, well, I guess there's an even bigger task ahead of them, right? Is it fair to call this a David and Goliath battle between these two teams? Because that's kind of what it feels like it's now setting up to be, where BaiSha, obviously they come in as David, so to speak, and All Gamers, of course, on our screens here are the Goliath. They are the team that has been able to beat BaiSha on such a consistent basis this year that it's hard to imagine it won't happen again.
It seems like it could, but you can't afford to be a sleeping giant here if you're All Gamers. That's what happened to them in the CFS 2022 Grand Finals, and BaiSha was able to beat them there. So it is possible, but as we take a look here one last time at the data for both of these teams, All Gamers, they've been probably the most consistent team, I would say, across the board. Every single player on this team adding lots of value throughout here, but obviously ZQ for me is that standout player so far in this tournament. I think he's just a slight cut above the rest.
Yeah, I thought it was really ZY coming into yesterday, but obviously yesterday ZQ was the standout in their matchup against BaiSha in particular. He got 3 back-to-back MVPs in that upper bracket final, and that has turned that conversation around. On the side of BaiSha Gaming, look, I mean, a lot of individuals kind of stepping up at different moments for this team. I don't think anyone's gone completely missing in this event, but you'd still probably be looking at Nine and Xiao. I thought in particular Xiao in that matchup against VASCO earlier on was someone that stood out to me, and he was someone that kind of did go a little bit missing in that game against All Gamers yesterday. So if BaiSha wants to win in this grand final, they will need Nine firing on all cylinders. They will need Xiao firing on all cylinders. And then I think you can probably look towards the other three as maybe a bit more of a supportive cast. getting one of them firing in any given map would also be a really big asset. But this is kind of what we're talking about, 7-1 in terms of the recent history between these two teams, and that doesn't paint a pretty picture for BaiSha, especially considering the only map that they have a positive win rate on is Compound, and that's almost guaranteed to be banned.
Yeah, it seems like that should be the ban in this head-to-head as we look at these two players, though. ZY and 9, kind of the veterans of both of these lineups. ZY, it would be great to see more from him than what we saw yesterday. He did have a bit of a lackluster performance, but when we talk about most consistent player throughout, I actually might give that to 9 so far, even though they haven't won as many maps.
Yeah, look, I think 9, generally speaking, has definitely been the standout from the event. I'd say there's been, what, maybe 1 or 2 maps where he hasn't really had much of a contribution, and it was kind of looking like even in those games against VASCO, maybe there would be a couple more maps that we could sort of point in that same direction. But then, you know, later on in the game, he just absolutely popped off with like some big 3Ks, big 4Ks, rounds that felt like they were actually a huge contribution in terms of just actually winning the map as a whole. And so, look, again, we talk about how important 9 is going to be. I don't think there's any series where that will even be more of a conversation than going into this one. Like I said, for me, 9, Xiao, huge here for BaiSha. If they do step up, there is a chance. But what is the map pool going to be? That is the big one as well for us. Mexico Compound taken out the same, and so far it is exactly the same as what we got to see in that upper bracket final. Not a single change. Subbase, Ankara, Port, Black Widow, Eagle Eye chosen by the same teams in the same order. And if you're a BaiSha fan, maybe that's not a good sign considering they lost this exact map pool 0-3.
Yeah, it's a scary place to be, but you've got to look at the individual rounds of those matches they did play. It didn't feel like they were severely out of reach to come through and win maybe 1 or 2 of those maps, and this is where you've got to see those improvements. You've only had a day to turn it around, but I feel like BaiSha's getting closer and closer to that peak performance, and we haven't seen all gamers yet today, so that's the question mark in my mind going into this match. As we look at predictions, though, across the board, it seems AG is the favorite, but there's one lone standout here that is going with BaiSha, and I think this kind of matches the odds in my head of how I think this might go.
Yeah, look, we can kind of compare that to what we got out of the upper bracket finals predictions. At that point, there was 3 of us that went the way of BaiSha. I was one of those, but obviously myself and whoever the other chooser was have more or less lost our faith in BaiSha over the course of this playoffs. And I mean, there's a good reason why. A 3-0 is a really decisive result for all gamers. Now, though, it's time to see if BaiSha can make amends for it as we head into the grand final. Subbase will be map number 1. Well, before we get too deep into it, Kyle, I want to ask you, what's actually the score, do you think? Is it another 3-0, or does BaiSha have a chance to make amends?
I can see a 3-1. I think that's where I'm at with this one. I think they've improved enough. They have that early momentum from winning a 3-0 in the day. Maybe they start off this series, win a map, but then I feel like when All Gamers gets comfortable, they're the team that's going to drive this series forward.
How comfortable can BaiSha get themselves on this blacklist side? It was a 6-0 start for All Gamers when they played Subbase in that upper bracket final, and that's definitely something that BaiSha will be looking to avoid. And they did even struggle a little bit in the early stages of this map up against VASCO as well. So I think a really important trend that we kind of have started to notice is that BaiSha do start a little bit slow on this map, and if that persists now into the grand final, then I don't know that they're going to be given the opportunity to come back into it against All Gamers, similar to what they faced against VASCO.
Yeah, it is going to be tough here. They did not look the best against VASCO on this map. Even though they pulled off the win, it was a really scrappy one. So I feel like for BaiSha, they've got to have a better start here. They can't have a slow rolling performance if they want to take down All Gamers, because they've shown us no reason to doubt them in this tournament. Throughout the upper bracket, not dropping a single map. And they've played this one several times, including against BaiSha. So I feel like at this point it's going to come down to who can have that big statement in the opening round here. You can see the fake coming out towards the A bomb site. You've got 2 players from BaiSha towards A long, the 3 remaining trying to poke around towards this B bomb site. But it's going to be a little bit of a rotation here at the last minute. 4 players now working their way up into the A lobby. There could be an opening here.
Seems like AG are kind of across that though. They've sent ZY down into the A bomb site alongside Jue. It's actually the re-push, the recontest from Jue, and that is actually a tendency from all gamers that I think BaiSha have picked up on. They have Zhao watching for that. Do though, key point of this map for all gamers, goes down in a 1-for-1 exchange. ZQ, the MVP of their last matchup, unable to strike in this first round, and it's a better looking start for BaiSha today than what they suffered against all gamers last time around. A 3-on-2 for the post plant, ZY and Even to try to clutch out for all gamers.
Even starting to creep up here on the quad box outside of lockers. He's taken down right away. That's a fast round to go over to BaiSha to get this one started. And this is where I think BaiSha has to have that early statement go their way, because they have that earlier matchup today. They have that early momentum to carry into this one. And if they want to win in this series, they have to come out of the gate strong. So that's a great way to get this one started, but there's a lot more left to be done.
Have to remember, of course, that this was BaiSha's map pick, has been BaiSha's map pick in the previous matches that they've played against all gamers as well. So it's kind of the one that they're supposed to win. Hasn't really gone that way recently, but let's see if they can turn that around. What was it? I think it's 4-0 actually now for Subbase, and yet they still persist with it as the first pick in the series. So, I mean, look, they must have some degree of confidence on this map that hopefully they're going to be able to show us, actually.
Yeah, the big benefit is they have already played it today, which can give you a better sense of comfortability on the map, just already being warm, playing a match on this map specifically. So I think for them, that could work in their favor here if they learn from some of the mistakes they made against VASCO, because VASCO gave them that opportunity to see a lot of what they were doing wrong.
Again, another fairly passive approach this time from BaiSha. They haven't even actually worked their way into locker rooms at all. So all gamers not having to do a whole lot on this GR side. They're not really being pressured all that much. They're just recycling the smokes around the map. But every other piece of util is still available. 5 nades, 5 flashes. Nades are starting to get thrown out now by all gamers, but they have a lot of counter util available to them when BaiSha do inevitably decide to hit one of these 2 sites.
The time is ticking though. They've got to grab the C4 down in the BL spawn. It's going to be 9 to scoop it up. They're definitely targeting this B bomb site. Only Xiao on the lurk, A long. He had a chance already to hit this shot. He's got to hit it on the second, though, if he wants to hold this off. He misses again, though. He's taken down to 20. Now it's going to be on to Even to hold off this push. ZQ good for 1 on the rotation, but 577 finds the double kill entry. Looking for triple. Not going to find it, though. Even shuts things down, but XQ Lun is still alive and kicking on the back of site, but they've got no time here. The bomb is down as well. They've got to plant in the next 10 seconds. Xiao, he's not going to get this spot on the flank as well. A crucial error, though, from Even. He misses the shots, and somehow BaiSha get the round.
BaiSha up 2-0, and that draws out some applause from the crowd, who I do think are a little BaiSha favored. We were listening to them during the break, and they were sort of getting hyped up a little bit by the local hosts. And there was definitely some more cheers for BaiSha than there were for all gamers. I think everyone just wants to see the underdog perform. So far, they are being given a treat in that respect. 2-0 already for BaiSha. That round really did come down to the wire, but first round was pretty decisive from them. All gamers, when are they going to respond? When is ZY and Jue going to get on the board? ZQ, can he bring back that MVP performance from the upper bracket final, or will he go a little bit missing in this game? These are all questions that we have to ask of all gamers. And right now, they haven't really come up with the answers to them. BaiSha have been hot out the gates. Maybe a little bit more warmed up today than what all gamers are, though they had about a couple of hours off. So you'd think it wouldn't make much of a difference, but what do I know? I'm not in the server.
All gamers just not connecting for a couple players so far. Zhui, one of those guys I'm keeping my eye on in this matchup. He's been a little bit hot and cold. He definitely needs to step up here in this one in order for his team to push through. ZY as well, though, he didn't have the best of days in their previous matchup, even though they were able to win. I would like to see a little bit more from him. So far, he's quiet on this map as well. It's going to be BaiSha working towards this A split. They've got one player ready to go into the vents. It's going to be XQ1 there, waiting on the lurk. There's only one anchor on this site, though. It's going to be Zhui. This is his moment to maybe find something for their team here to hold on to.
To have that extra rotation coming in once again, ZY is there. So still a couple of players on the site that BaiSha's going to have to deal with, and this has been a much slower blacklist side for BaiSha so far. They're executing into a site with less than 30 seconds left to go, but they'll walk in there for free. All gamers, they pivoted off the side itself. It ends up actually being a 1-for-1 as Zhui tries to rotate back down. That's not nearly enough for all gamers, though. Plant will go down. BaiSha more than happy with the proceedings, and a 4-on-4 post plant. You'll take that every day of the week.
They certainly will.
Good nade.
Yeah, Xiao getting that follow-up is huge. Now they've got the 4-on-3 advantage here in the post plant. All gamers as well, continually getting smoked off of this back lane. It's going to be 9 who finds the first. Quickly traded down by Du.
Xiao, here's a big moment to step up. Form in hand, but just run down. Still, you've got a couple of members there available for BaiSha. It won't matter too much. 5-7-7. He just hides behind the box and taps away at the head. It's 3 in a row now for BaiSha, and they are really starting to heat up.
Yeah, really solid start from them. I was kind of expecting this, though. I think this first map is going to be a little bit favorable for them, just being 3 maps deep into their day. All gamers, they've got to get into that mindset very quickly, though, because BaiSha's already been there this entire day. And they've got the answers so far to prove it. ZY still not on the board yet as well for all gamers. BaiSha playing very spread out at the start here, looking for the picks, seeing if there's any counter aggression coming out from all gamers. But as we've seen on this map, they tend to play very, very reserved, and it usually does work out for them. But I think BaiSha's caught on to their setups.
Yeah, but BaiSha's being quite reserved here as well. I think this is a much slower approach from BaiSha than what we saw in the upper bracket final against All Gamers. They're almost toying with rotations of All Gamers in a couple of cases. Like in that last round, you saw All Gamers, they almost give up A because they think the hit's coming in through the top side, but in fact, it's actually going down through the stairs into the bot side. All Gamers, I mean, they've been close in a couple of these rounds, but BaiSha have decidedly looked like the better team so far. Opening kill will go the way of Xiao. You thought for sure Du was going to get that. And that's another big factor that we need to talk about. In the upper bracket final, Du was hands down the better sniper. But it feels like today, Xiao is kind of having a bit of a day. And it's the perfect day to do it, right? BaiSha peaking at the right time in this grand final and really putting all gamers to the sword at the moment.
Yeah, you know it's a good half when 9 only has 1 kill and you're still winning 3-0, almost 4-0. So this is a great place to be if you're BaiSha. Looking at a confident first map to go their way. Wunan now forcing his way into the B bomb site, but they've got to move here. They're almost looking down a glass wall. Xiao finds another kill though. Wunan able to take down Q, but look at the flank from Even. He gets 3 kills. Zhui now left alone in a 1-on-2, and he might just find it.
Got a plant.
1 now, BaiSha. They've got to get this bomb planted. 5-7-7, 25 HP to work with, but Zhui, is he ready for the 1v1?
Well, Zhui hasn't gotten many kills up into this point, but this could be an absolutely critical one to get all gamers on the board. 5-7-7, pre-fight around the corner, and it's Zhui who will win it for all gamers. Even probably the hero in that round, though, getting that double just gives all gamers enough rope. Early tactical pause, that's through from all gamers. I wonder if they made that decision even before the round was won, because typically the way this works is you'll see the team captain hold that card and give it up to the admin, and at that point you've made the decision to take the tac pause. I'm not sure if you can take it back at that point, And typically they do that sort of halfway through the round. You know, if the round's not looking good, they're expecting to go down 0-4. Would they have changed their decision had they known that they were going to win that round? Would they call the attack timeout here? Or do they still think that they need it anyway? Obviously, they're going to have to make use of it.
I think it is a good thing regardless, too, because even when you look at that round, if even doesn't convert there, they still lose that. The early round is not looking good for them, and I think this is a good chance to step back and reflect on that before it gets too far out of reach, because when you look at all gamers, they're looking at this as a must-win map because they're a team that just doesn't want to give up a single map at this point, and if they play like they did in the previous series, they shouldn't have to.
That is true. That is fair. And I would agree with you that I think BaiSha, even in all 4 of the rounds, despite the fact that they didn't win that 4th one, have kind of still looked like the better team. Big play from Even, though, keeps it interesting. So what is going to be the adaptation or the change up here from all gamers? Both teams have been pretty reserved so far in terms of early round aggression. Might be something that we look forward to seeing in the next couple of rounds. Even has pushed his way up into the locker room almost. At least he's watching the locker room this time. Still a much faster approach from BaiSha in this round, and sure, it's a 1-for-1, but Du should get traded. He doesn't, though. Even covers off nicely. Wunan looked like he was in the perfect position to strike. But good team coordination from all gamers. It's going to send BaiSha packing.
Now they're kind of in a pinch here. They're stuck in the upper A control room. They've got to find a way to get out of here. Meanwhile, you've got Xiao solo flanking here, all the way to B.
Du's flanking too.
Could double back. This is a good position to be in if he's not caught by Du, but Even actually slides out into mid as well, catches Xiao there. Should be able to get the kill, but Xiao actually gets it with the pistol. The quick switch is there, and now the numbers are even.
Xiao's really just a one-man army at this point, and oh, I thought he was going to get the kill onto ZQ as well. BaiSha have to move through the map, though. They have to recognize that all gamers have gotten aggressive into the BL spawn there, and they do. They put that bomb on the floor pretty quickly. It's an open plant, which is fantastic. It allows XQ Lund to still play the window position. 577 will play down on the site itself. All gamers, how do they negotiate a retake here? They're going to have to win a battle on multiple fronts. The fight between Shui and XQ Lund is going to be huge, as well as 577 down on the site. Now he's alone, and he's going to try to take that fight to Shui, but it won't work out. All gamers, 2 in a row now, are starting to mount their comeback.
Yeah, they're right back into this one. That pause proving to get some extra value, especially with that reposition from Even. In that round, that's everything. I feel like if Wunan got past, it would have easily been around for BaiSha, but they've tightened up their defense. And now BaiSha, they've got to find the answer themselves. Xiao here, looking for that early peak. He wants to take the challenge, but between him and Du so far, he has looked slightly better. Du on the other side, though, just playing a little bit more passive. He's not really interested in taking this fight on A long too aggressively.
That almost worked for BaiSha, almost. But maybe all gamers have just found that extra 10% that they needed. Because again, those first 3 rounds from BaiSha, 1 or 2 of them were pretty close. But I think in the context of how this map went the last time they played, BaiSha has still got to be pretty stoked with how this is playing out so far. If they can keep it quite even, chances are they can still contest for a victory in the second half.
It's a possibility here. Interesting to note, though, the MVPs for both teams currently 1 and 5 coming into this one. ZQ and 9, very, very quiet so far. If either of them steps up, it could be a much different game on our hands, even though he's been stellar so far. Can he hold on again? CY slides in to help, but BaiSha, they've got the response. Wunan and Xiao find 1 apiece, and now they've got control over the B bomb site. Wunan in the rafters finds himself another. Xiao gets a second as well, and 9 seals the deal. They stay out in front.
Definitely a BaiSha-sided crowd. You can hear them get a little bit more excited every time BaiSha wins a round. scattered applause and a few cheers here and there as well. Don't think that's going to affect all gamers though. They're a very seasoned roster. And they're inside of the player booth anyway, so much of that noise might not even get through to them.
A lot of attention towards A already in this round. It could be a very quick push coming from BaiSha. They're already stacking up for it. They're going to go right into this here. Jue, the only player on this one. The counter flash, not going to be great, but it does scare them away for now. They work their way towards the B control room. Nobody in it. No forward pressure from all gamers either. They're just playing kind of their standard setup here. It does work for them most of the time, but so far it really hasn't, especially towards those late hits on the B bomb side. I feel like BaiSha, they could do it again here.
C4's over toward the A side of the map. So you would assume that is going to mean that they're going to head in that direction. But I guess Subbase is one of those maps that you can very quickly sort of pivot in the mid-rounds. And you do get the sense that that's what the best teams do. They may have an initial idea, but based on the circumstances, they can opt to go B or A respectively. And just bamboozle their opponents, run rings around them. Where does BaiSha decide to go here? Sub 1 minute left. C4 over by the A stairs. 1 over at B. 577's going to go looking for more. He's trying to fake it out. He's trying to draw those rotations. It's worked out perfectly. BaiSha are into A already, and Shui, oh, big kill to get. That's the C4 now committed into A. All gamers should be aware of it. They're rotating across, but it's going to take some time to get there. And in the meanwhile, Plant's going to go down. You've also still got to be aware of the flank from the BaiSha member that's working their way through the BL spawn right now. It's 577 that's delayed getting to this site. He might not even be required. Nine and Xiao are getting it done alone. BaiSha are on fire tonight.
5-2.
This is the BaiSha I expected to show up yesterday.
They're here for the moment. I think a part of it is 9 has now come online. These players missing on all gamers still aren't there yet. You look at players like ZQ and ZY, where are they? 1 and 7 apiece. 9, 4 kills in the last round. After starting this one off 1 and 5 himself, he's bounced back perfectly. And now all gamers, they are stuck here on the back foot. For the first time in a long time, they are down by 3. They've got to find a way to at least try and get this half close to equal. If this is a 7-2 first half, you start to wonder if BaiSha has the momentum to carry out a series.
Well, I mean, considering the way the last series went and how close pretty much all of the maps were, I would argue that I think BaiSha can definitely win this series. Ankara seemed pretty winnable for them. Port definitely was winnable. So, look, if this first map was to go to BaiSha, I could see us really going the distance. I think this is going to be a great contest, and so far it already has been. Just another battle in the storied history between BaiSha and all gamers, who have been the two best teams in the history of CROSSFIRE over the last couple of years.
BaiSha now rotating towards B. They've got everybody headed in that direction, except for 9. But he does have the bomb, so he can't afford to play too risky from this position. But they are slowly falling back towards him. The late A hit seems likely, working their way now into the lobby. It's only one player on the other side of that. ZY, Do now positioning himself to help out. Nade's gonna block out both players. They've got full control here to pinch onto the bomb site. BaiSha, can they do it again? 9, good for a first, good for a second. ZQ is lit up as well. 9 on the hunt for his third. Xiao's gonna help him find it. 4 on 2 now. The bomb is gonna get planted here. ZY and Jue, they've gotta make a move, but there's just no safe way into this back of sight room that they're gonna go down here as well. ZY taken out of the picture. Jue, he needs a miracle now.
He needs more than a miracle at this point. All gamers might even just decide to take this as the opportunity to have a bit of a chat. I can see them in the player booth right now, kind of looking at each other, talking. I mean, Shui, you know, it's pretty obvious that he's not going for this, so panic stations for all gamers at this point. They're thinking about maybe what they'll have to do in the second half. I mean, can they scrounge a third out of the final round of this first half? And then, you know, beyond that, what do they have to do when they move over to their own blacklist side? I mean, this is pretty dire straits for all gamers, considering they're normally quite good on GR.
Yeah, they still have that issue. ZY and ZQ, they're nowhere to be seen in this map so far. 1 and 8 apiece. Both of their angles on this map are very important to hold down, and they haven't been able to do anything from them. That kind of persistence on this side of the map is not looking good, but BaiSha, on the other hand, you've got Xiao 11-4, 5-7-7, 10-5. These are the newer players on this team, and they are performing when it matters most here. You really love to see it from them, but they've got to keep it up if they want to take this map away from all gamers. But it seems pretty likely at this point. I mean, when you look at all gamers so far, it doesn't feel like they're doing anything special on the defense. A lot of their rotations have been a little bit late, and anytime they try to get a little aggressive, it's been shut down.
Yeah, that said though, with change in sides at the half, you know, things can change up a little bit. I suppose that's probably what all gamers is looking forward to. They're thinking new side, new me. And if BaiSha can gain a 7-2 advantage in the first half, I'm sure all gamers is a team that will feel like they can also get 7 in the second half. Just need to find that difference that they've really had in a lot of these matchups against BaiSha, right? They clearly were the better team in the upper bracket final. So they need to find that all gamers again. BaiSha, though, they just need to keep on trucking, doing the same thing. Another opening frag, this one from Xiao. Absolute standout performance from him so far in the grand final. 45 seconds left. ZQ's trying to recontest toward locker room. He should get traded down there. Couple of missed shots, though, from BaiSha, but it won't really matter. He had nowhere to go. And BaiSha are up 7-2 now.
What a half. It seems to be leaning in their direction at this point, but it's all about what happens when they switch sides here. They've got to keep that moving forward if they want to close this one out. All gamers, a difficult team to cross that finish line against, but they have looked very sloppy so far on this first map. They almost seem like they haven't come with the full strength we saw in the upper bracket final. At this point, it doesn't feel like the same team even. ZY, 1-9, ZQ, 2-9. These are two guys up until the playoffs, had all of the MVPs for the most part on this team, so it's very surprising to see them struggle like this. BaiSha, on the other hand, the GR side is where they've got to thrive. Xiao, 14 kills in the first half. If he keeps that up into the second, this becomes an almost impossible game for all gamers to win.
It feels pretty impossible at the moment, but yeah, I think there's probably still, I'll give them one more round to play with, right? If this one goes the way of BaiSha, though, I'm going to start to consider it done. Heavy reliance on that smoke over on the A site for BaiSha Gaming. They've completely disregarded the A site and more or less stacked towards B. If all gamers go mid to B, or if they go lockers to B, they're running into a huge stack of members, and Du is just not the same sniper he was yesterday. Xiao the same. They've kind of traded roles. Xiao is just looking so much more impactful, and he's opened it up again for BaiSha into the 5-on-4 now with sub 1 minute left for all gamers who are struggling to find kills. Unan does go down, but it's really not enough. These exchanges are not favorable for all gamers. It's 8 for BaiSha. 2 steps away.
Could it be another grand final of all gamers crumbling under the pressure? They may be the CFPL champions, but when it comes to stages like this, it's been a while since they've lifted the trophy.
Yeah, I think that would really be a big storyline going into CFS Grand Finals later on this year. If BaiSha were able to get over the line against All Gamers twice at big events, then you'd have to question, are All Gamers choking on these kinds of stages? That's another opener for Xiao. What a pickup he's been. 18-5 in the grand final against All Gamers, a team which they lost 0-3 to yesterday. He seems completely unperturbed. And you know what's hilarious about this is we're now 10 rounds into the game. XQLun is 2-4. He's got 2 kills. He's died 4 times. He has just barely taken part in this game. He hasn't had to. And yet BaiSha is winning 8-2.
I mean, they don't even really need him to have a standout performance when you've got 3 players already in the double digits and not a single one on the other side of things. Especially with Xiao, 18-5, getting close to about 2 frags per round, and that kind of impact can shake up an entire map, as we saw. Last time around, he wasn't there, and the scoreline was completely the opposite here. All Gamers leading that one by not quite as much, but they did have a 6-0 start on that one. Here comes the collision, though. It's going to be even to find the first. XQLun, though, gets the trade. Not going to find the second. Xiao still alive in the back of the blue room.
Oh, what?
Good for 2. He gets the drop shot onto even. But 2, this is a huge round if he can save it.
Yeah, rush of blood to the head there. Maybe if Xiao could have held a little bit longer and tried to wait for 577 to come across, but he decided to take the fight instead. Now it's down to the one-on-one. 577's given away his position. Do creeping onto the angle, but 577 got across. All Gamers now down 9-2. Unbelievable. In the grand final, he'll get it.
Okay, okay. I was nervous there for a minute. Able to find it, though. I mean, 9-2. Surprised to be here at this point, but they've still got to close. You can't afford for All Gamers to start feeling like they can get back into this one now. You've got to find that final round to shut down.
Look at these ADR.
Insane, 142 on Xiao.
I mean, only even is above basically 50 for All Gamers, and that really tells the tale.
Absolutely insane performances on the opposite side, but you've got to give a lot of that credit to Xiao and 577. These guys normally not this impactful in a game, but right now Xiao is doing everything in the early round, gets the kill onto ZY, who is still sitting at a 2-12 scoreline, even though this guy had 4 MVPs in the group stage.
Yeah, he has definitely slowed down over the last couple of days. Yesterday, he wasn't a huge factor. It was really ZQ who sort of eclipsed him, and so far today, yeah, really struggling. Other circumstances getting to All Gamers. BaiSha look poised to close this out 10-2. That would be their cleanest map in the playoffs so far.
And on the other side, you'd go from not losing a map to having your first loss be a 10-2 loss. Almost unheard of here, but Xiao, he is leading that charge forward up to 22. Shui, there's no way out of this one very easily for him. He's going to go in with even. Get the kill, though. It's looking a little bit risky now, but Xiao, oh, he's there to save the day. Up to a 3rd kill on the round. Shui and ZQ, they've got to hold on for dear life now.
I mean, as long as Xiao is alive, I've got faith. He's going to send his minions in front of him to provide a bit of a distraction, but surely you've got to be looking at Xiao's perspective right now. He's got to be the difference maker. XQLun finds his 4th, and Xiao will close it. Of course it had to be Xiao. 10-2. BaiSha Gaming will win map 1. I don't believe what we're getting here in the grand final of the CFS Summer Championship. This feels unprecedented. That is All Gamers' first map loss of the event, and BaiSha handed to them 10-2.
Yeah, they look devastated as well. I mean, they were not expecting that kind of map. Maybe a loss, but not like that, especially for your first loss in the tournament to go that badly against you. This has to hurt their mental power a bit here, because at this point, they haven't experienced a loss yet. It's going to be hard to deal with in the grand final opening game.
I don't know what to say. I mean, look, what I will say is that I've already written down in my notepad, I've been tracking who's been taking the MVPs from every single game, and I've already written down Xiao. I know we haven't seen it. We haven't seen it on the broadcast just yet, so I might look a little bit silly, but I mean, how can you go past that? He had 24 kills. That was absolutely 24 kills in 12 rounds, in a 12-round game.
Yeah.
That's kind of up there with 9 getting 27 kills at the start of this event. But that series, that map that they won where 9 got 27 kills was 10-5 or 10-6, something like that. So anyway, have a look at this Xiao highlights package, because that's really what this is going to be. Hope you enjoyed the Xiao highlights reel, because again, like I said, that's pretty much what that was. 24 kills in a 12-round game. If he can maintain that kind of presence in this grand final, well, BaiSha might well be on for the 3-0. And that now begs the question, what do we actually see from the rest of this series? Because I was pretty much of the opinion that this might end up just being something like a 3-0 or a 3-1, favoring all gamers. But I'm seriously starting to question that, particularly if Xiao is performing. Ankara next, Port after that. Those are two maps where you can definitely see a lot of impact coming from the sniper players. And so where do you sit on that one, Kyle? I mean, are we now on for a BaiSha win tonight?
It's tough to say. It's going to be dependent on how All Gamers takes this first map. It's either a wake-up call or the sign of the times, and it's up to them to decide which that's going to be, because I feel like even though Xiao had this amazing MVP performance, as you can see, 4.0 KD, 2 kills per round, it's very unlikely you carry that out all of these maps. And if he did, it would be probably the best performance of all time. But you have to think All Gamers is going to be thinking about how to respond to this, because that's going to be their key in these next couple of maps. Because aside from Xiao, it didn't feel like there was anything overwhelmingly unstoppable in the rest of this team. But Xiao getting 2 kills per round against you, those picks are going to add up over time, and eventually it's going to result in a map win against you if you don't find a way to shut this guy down.
I mean, I think the thing is, the issue for me, like, yeah, okay, if we take out Xiao, like, MVP doesn't look as, sorry, Xiao's MVP, BaiSha doesn't look quite as scary necessarily, but they still had everyone kind of contributing when they needed to, right? Wunan was having some good rounds, Nine was definitely having some good rounds, so it felt like there was enough there for BaiSha, whereas there was a couple of individuals on All Gamers that could barely even buy a frag, and some of those were their best performers throughout this event so far. So if that persists, it doesn't even matter if Xiao cools off a little bit. I think you're still going to see BaiSha looking a bit stronger. So lots to think about, lots to talk about. We don't have too much time, though. We've got to go to a break before Map 2, so don't go too far away. Map 2 is coming up right after this.
Championship point, All Gamers will be
Well, what a twist and turn we found ourselves with here in the grand final of the CFS Summer Championship. BaiSha winning map 1, and it wasn't even just like winning map 1, it was really crushing map 1. 10-2 scoreline. Xiao obviously is going to be Xiao Wood in all kinds of accolades after that one. But hey, one map is not enough to win a grand final, particularly in a best of 5. I think maybe you get one map like that in a best of 3, you can ride that wave of momentum through to map 2, win that as well, done. But best of 5, there's still a lot of time to come back into this one for all gamers, and their map choice of Ankara coming up next.
It's still an interesting choice to me, because if you look at the rest of this pool, I wouldn't say it's the best map they could pick to be here for themselves. I'd almost say maybe Black Widow or Eagle Eye could fare better for them, considering they've had a lot of close calls when you look at Ankara specifically. It's actually been, before that last match we just saw, the closest they've come to losing is on this map. So when you count that along with what we just saw in map number 1 from BaiSha, I think things could continue to go wrong here for all gamers, but it's going to be up to them to try and find that answer back. As we hop in, let's kick off map number 2.
You know what I really appreciate about BaiSha as well is that they have a shark logo. I don't think I've ever seen any other esports team with a shark logo. How many wolves are there? How many dogs are there? Those kinds of animals, but I don't see many shark logos.
Well, if you didn't know, it's actually Mandarin for shark. BaiSha is. So.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that is the reason behind it. But yeah, I think they are the only one that I know of as well. But we'll see if the shark continues to bite here in game number 2. What are you thinking here moving forward into this one?
I'm thinking it does. I'm thinking this is a pretty good map for Xiao to continue to have impact. I'm also thinking I've seen some tendencies from all gamers that look exploitable on this map before, and it was reasonably close last time the two teams played. 10-7. All gamers did win that one, but it's definitely looking like a better BaiSha today. So actually that might split the difference and we end up with something in the vicinity of a close win for BaiSha. That would be kind of what I'm leaning towards at the moment.
Well, right now, BaiSha, they're leaning towards A here. They've got 4 players ready to go. 9 on the lurk in the lower B tunnels here. Maybe going to poke around and draw the rotation, or he could just be waiting for that last-minute play to wrap behind.
Here's Dre in the vent on his own, as we've seen so many times before. BaiSha, have they read that? Look at how many players they have outside the vent, and they just know he's going to be there, because he's always there. ZQ did get the trade for 577, but 9 catches him, finishes him off. Even's really under the pressure, and as is ever the case, the A site will be cracked open. Do have 9 watching for the rotation, but he's actually going to have to get on his bike over to the site itself because the rotation didn't come through mid. It was Xiao, rather, that was watching mid. But this would be the perfect spot for Xiao to set up if he would have watched into the connector there. Still double Orm for the retake. I don't rate that at all.
It's not great, especially not now, because Xiao, he's picked up the M4 and he's charging face first into these Orms. He finds 1. That's all they need. It's 3-on-1 now. There's no way back in for Du. Xiao continues on with 2 frags per round into the start of the second map here.
Yeah.
And if he keeps this up, it could be a very quick best of 3 for BaiSha.
I was going to say, if I'm BaiSha here, I'm going to try and let Xiao get both of these remaining frags to get the ball rolling a little bit on this map, because if he starts to go, again, the same as he was on sub-base, BaiSha's going to look unstoppable.
Again, we see that pressure towards the A-bomb side. It's really going to be on Jue, though. He's got to find that way to lock down this position, or they've got to move him off of it because he's not been very successful in holding this. You combine that with maybe ZQ and ZY having a bad game again. This could be a recipe for disaster for all gamers, so I'm hoping BaiSha continues to capitalize here. They seem at least interested in going that direction with the bomb tends to lead you where they really want to go. Woonan holding it towards B long. The rest of BaiSha now grouped up in mid, leaving just 5-7-7 to lurk A.
Good mid control early on in the round for BaiSha, but mid control doesn't exactly feel like it has as much of a premium on this map as it does on some of the others. Often is even neglected by both teams, actually. And teams tend to work their ways through the extremities. I wouldn't mind seeing BaiSha continue to hit this A site. Shui is again playing the one and done position. Not quite as egregiously this time, but yeah, I just would prefer to see them change that setup for A in at least some small way.
You'd think they would, especially when you think of all those rounds ZY has clutched on the A bomb side. But the fact that he's not one of the players over there for me is kind of weird because he plays so well on that site. But look at 9, he waltzes right into mid, takes down 2 players on his own, and now they've got full control and go mid to B. I mean, what is this from AG? You've got 2 players just not prepared for him to be there in your spawn. And Xiao walks in right behind to grab another. Now it's a 3-on-2. They get the bomb planted on B. They still have a lurk to deal with in mid as well. It's going to be XQ-Lun holding on to that spot, and this could be perfect for the timing to stop the diffusers.
Yeah, this is so tough to break for all gamers. You've almost got to just start taking some risks and ignoring some angles, and that's kind of what they've done. They've decided to forget about XQ-Lun for now and push their way forward. 5-7-7 has found that recontest, but I mean, there's not really any time here for all gamers to even get in onto this side. Like, how do you expect to win this round? They've still got to find 2 kills and defuse. The bomb onto the defuse is CQ for the timer, but it's just well and truly over, and the crowd is really getting involved now. Another 2-0 lead for BaiSha.
It's coming down to a lot of small mistakes from all gamers. 9 though in that round. How do you allow him to just walk into your spawn and grab 2 kills? You can't afford to give up that kind of map control. Not only that, you're giving one of the players who didn't have the best map 1 some extra confidence as well. You combine that with Xiao still looking good in game 2 here. It's going to be a tough one for all gamers to try and bounce back in, and this is normally a team I praise for how good their GR side is. I've said several times I think they're the best GR team in the world right now. But so far today, they've won hardly any rounds on this side of the map.
They're not looking like the best team in the world on any side at this point. It's kind of looking like BaiSha is at the moment. And that's one of those things as well, like maybe you can make the argument that All Gamers is a better team than BaiSha, but today BaiSha is the better team. And that is what matters when it comes down to the grand final. And that is what matters when you've got 5 maps to play. Whoever turns up on the day walks away with the big old prize. And BaiSha are doing a great job of convincing us that it might be them. And it might be them in a short space of time as well if they continue the way they have been. It's a fairly hefty jump from first to second in terms of the prize money. 70K for second place. And 110,000 for first.
Here comes BaiSha though, and guess who it is? It's Xiao, already with the opening. 5-7-7 finds another. All Gamers continuing to fall victim to the BaiSha pushes. 9 again. He did this the last round. 2 kills in the GR spot. Make it a triple kill. 3-0. They start off this map, and they don't show any sign of slowing down here at all.
It's so over, isn't it? Like, it feels like it's over at this point. I mean, All Gamers, they need a call attack timeout, or I don't know, man. They need to go back into the showers, cool down. What can they do when 9 is hitting shots like that?
It's so tough. You look at the star players on this team, ZY, very quiet in the playoffs. I think he's gotten 2 frags the whole day so far. For him, he needs to step up even as well when things are not looking good. He's the player who's usually there. Completely silent on this map as well.
He was the player that was there for the majority of sub-base. It was kind of like that one silver lining for All Gamers, but there's no silver lining right now. I mean, look, ZQ is 3-3. That's okay, but that's an average score at best. You're talking about N9, who's 6-2, Xiao's 4-1. BaiSha are contributing across the board. Barely anyone's dying. 5 kills in 3 rounds. It's not good.
No, these rounds are very one-sided too. It's not even like it's a 1v1 situation every round. It's literally 3 players or more alive every round for BaiSha. They're allowing them to sneak up into these spawn trap angles and just go through uncontested. All gamers, I feel like as much as the passive setups have worked for them up until this point, when you have 0 counter aggression, eventually a team is going to find a way to break you down.
Whole game is thinking about cheating a player over to the A site, but 577 crisp on the entry at B will at least give all gamers the info that it's headed in that direction. Problem is, they've got no one anchoring this site anymore, and BaiSha are already getting their way in there. 577, it's now his turn to activate in a round. Last round it was 9, this time it's 577. BaiSha always have someone they can turn to at the moment. And a 3-on-5, the task for all gamers. It just feels as though they are down and out. And 9 with the flank as well will catch Shui.
Right now, we've got even here a glimpse of hope, but not for long. He's down to 2 HP. And he's going to go down quickly as well. And Xiao, he's back up there with a double. And it's a 4-0 lead. Here comes the tack pause. They certainly need it at this point. But it almost seems like even with this, they might not find a way to slow this down.
Well, funnily enough, after the tack pause in the last round, well, in the last map, all gamers were able to pick up a couple of rounds. So let's hope they can do that here. Otherwise, the pain train continues. BaiSha's just not missing a beat at all. They're having their cake and eating it. The Sharks are circling in the water tonight, it seems. And all gamers is the prey.
I'm glad to see it, though. I felt like the first time these two teams met, we saw the peak all gamers, but we saw nowhere near the peak of what BaiSha can do. And this is what we talk about when we call them a volatile team. At their peak, they're probably the best team in the world, but they're not consistently there. This is a chance to show us in a best of 5 they can stay there all throughout. And that's where I still have a little bit of doubt. They're starting to convince me more and more here.
Yep.
But every single time all gamers starts to come back a little bit, it does make you wonder.
Yeah, you get those flashbacks, that PTSD, don't you? I'm just so mad that BaiSha's doing it now and they didn't do it when I predicted for them. I lost my faith. But they are restoring it. And I tell you what, if they win here, going into the CFS Grand Finals later on this year, I'm going to be telling you about how good BaiSha is. And I'm not going to listen to anyone about all gamers anymore. BaiSha #1 fan in the making. But they've got to win this, Kyle. I mean, this is now their series to lose. They win map 1, they're up 4-0 on map 2. You can't ask for a better start than that. And you can't afford to squander it either, because All Gamers is the kind of team that if you let them back into this series, they will absolutely win it.
Yeah, that's kind of what's in the back of my mind here. If VASCO can do it to Imperial, All Gamers can definitely do that to BaiSha. The reverse sweep could be on the table still if they're not careful. BaiSha, they've got to remain this consistently strong all the way to the finish line if they want to keep playing this well. So far, it seems to be likely to go their way.
Well, what's scary
if they wake up
about this for all gamers is that BaiSha's been able to do it on both sides of the map. They've had success getting into A, they've had success getting into B, they've had success in mid, they've had success lurking as well. So in every aspect, right, every adaptation you think you could make for BaiSha, it's working. And all gamers can't really rely on one of the sites. They can't say, okay, yeah, A's quite strong. We don't need to put any extra presence there. It's almost as if you feel like you maybe need an extra player on both the bomb sites. And of course, you can't get that.
This is their chance, though, Du. He's got the angle. He's got to hit the shot, though. There he is, finds the first, but Xiao immediately trades it. Keeps it good for BaiSha in the round. They've got the HP advantage with ZQ being down to half as well. They start to pinch, but look at 9. He's in their spawn again. 3 times already in 5 rounds. You can't keep allowing him to get behind you so easily.
Yeah, BaiSha just have to give him time, or maybe they don't. They just walk in. Like, it doesn't even matter if 9's behind when the entries are as clean as they are for BaiSha. It's almost as if you've got the insurance, like you've all in on your insurance, and you don't ever need to claim on it. ZQ is wondering what's happened to his team. 7 kills in 5 rounds. Then they're almost not even getting more than 1 kill a round.
Yeah, I mean, it's even with the tack pause, nothing to be had out of it. It just feels like they've completely crumbled. And now it's BaiSha in the position where they look like they are significantly better. And all gamers, I'm wondering what they could even do at this point. They're just purely getting outclassed, which for them, it's almost like they're a little bit shell-shocked here. They weren't prepared for this situation.
I'm sure all gamers is not used to getting outclassed. Not in this fashion. Like, yeah, maybe one player has a good game and sort of runs away with things, similar to maybe what Xiao did in the last map, but this is just everyone. Everyone on BaiSha is fragging, and no one on all gamers is fragging. Du's going to try to get a little mobile. I like this. You're down 5-0. You've got to do something unorthodox, because standard is not working. So Du playing aggressively in the A connector. Is that going to be checked by BaiSha?
It should, but they should also have Zhui here to try and make sure they at least can get some trades out of this. If they don't have him on the support ready to go, it could fall apart. I don't like this changeup from him. I feel like the Vents angle might have been a little bit better to make sure they could trade on Du, but now it's a free kill swap here. And BaiSha, they'll take that all day on this side of the map. It's such a hard map to retake on. They know that 4v4 is so good for them to work with here.
Shui.
He's got the spot. Can he hold it, though?
Well, I'm guessing no. It ends up being a 1-for-1. ZQ, not a clean couple of exchanges there onto Wu9, so he'll just back away from the A side. Smoke's going to go down. ZQ looks like he wants to go through it. The nade actually lands right on Wu9's head, and ZQ now has to deal with Xiao, who's on for the clutch. Of course, he wins it. A 3-on-1 for Xiao.
Oh my goodness. Xiao continues to deliver here. In that type of round, you would want to take a tag pause after, but you can't if you're all gamers. You've already played that card. You've got nothing left to play. You've just got to find a way back through this. But with Xiao still at 2 frags per round, 6 rounds in, he's got 12. He's got more than the entire rest of the enemy team combined. He's unstoppable here. And
that is crazy.
All gamers don't have anything left. This could just be over.
So 36 kills in 18 rounds of this series so far. 1 death in the second map as well. And I think he might have had 5 in map 1. 6, I think it was, in map 1, because he had a 4 KD. So he had 7 deaths in 18 rounds for 36 frags. 36 and 7 for the series so far. I mean, if that's not an MVP performance in the grand final, then I don't know what is.
Yeah, this is an MVP performance for sure if he can close this out, continuing to play like this. But even if he doesn't, they're purely outclassing across the board. It's not like the rest of the team's not there for BaiSha. That's the crazy thing. 9 is still 8-4. 5-7-7 still 6-3. And that's well ahead of anybody on the AG side of things. Zhui, though, gets a crucial kill. One of the first times.
Xiao's watching.
Oh, no.
Ooh, never mind. Xiao kind of made a little bit too eager of a movement, so it does come down to XQLun to trade down. All right, this is going a bit better for all gamers now. They've gotten active around the map, and that's working out. Wu9 will win the duel, though, against CY, and he's all the way into the B site now. He doesn't know Du is behind him, though. He's got to imagine, got to be aware that that angle is dirty. Exculon finds Du. If he drops now, that's a big problem for all gamers. The cheers of the crowd swell as they sense another BaiSha round victory. This could be 7-0.
Even trying to keep it alive for all gamers finds the first. XQ1, 2 versus 1. If he could win this, it would be a huge demoralizer, but it's not going to happen. ZQ gets it done, so hey, they at least get one on the board. They've got a chance to start clawing back at this point, but it still doesn't seem too likely. I mean, one round shouldn't phase anyone on BaiSha at this point.
Yeah, it's a long road ahead for all gamers. 2 rounds in a row, though, as well. BaiSha have seen all gamers now getting a little bit aggressive around that B connector, so I'd imagine BaiSha's probably going to start thinking about that a little bit more, and the likelihood of them getting caught off guard by aggressive plays from the GR side isn't as high. Du gets the better of Xiao. That's what you need to be seeing, but instantly taken down. 9 and Wu9 combine. And Shui, it's a ballsy peak considering how many BaiSha members are outside of A right there, but he gets away with it. Still, trades are effective enough for BaiSha. They're just brawling their way through this map. Equilibrium is restored as things slow down a little bit, but ZQ spots Wu9's feet and spams him through the wall. Even then, that's only an equalizing frag.
ZQ starting to step up, though. Could be part of what they need to get this to a winnable position, but they've got to get through 5-7-7. Who's ready to lead into it? Shui, he's got the spot. Can he hold, though? The timing, not going to be good for him. Looks away at the worst moment. 5-7-7 gets the follow-up as well. Even left alone in a 1 versus 3. BaiSha looking to make this a 7-1 lead on a map they couldn't even win in their last meetup.
Come on, Even. You've got to give all gamers something to get excited about. A 1-on-3 here would be huge for the morale and the momentum, but time is ticking away from him. And he's already been spotted out, I think, there by 5-7-7. Quick shot, though, from Even, but it's shut down before it gets exciting. BaiSha have another. And just as all gamers get themselves around, all gamers then deal with the response of BaiSha, which is one right back. 7-1, this could even blow out to an 8-1 scoreline, and dare I say it, we might even see a faster map than what we got on Subbase at this point.
This could actually end up being the fastest best of 3, or best of 5. It almost feels like a best of 3, it's going so fast. But it could potentially end with less than what we saw from Imperial, which was 9 rounds over 3 maps. Even, this is a good flank position, but Xiao, what is that reaction? Perfect timing on the flick, gets it taken care of, and this is why he's the difference maker on this team.
Yeah, that's just insane. Well, what do you do here if you're all gamers? I mean, down 5-on-4, potentially going to go down 8-1. Maybe they need to give VASCO a call and say, guys, what did you do between map 2 and 3 in your game against Imperial, because we need some kind of that special sauce. This is definitely looking like it's going to be 2-0 for BaiSha. The hype train don't stop.
It's got to be said, though, ZY has been completely silent in the playoffs. 3 kills in the first map, 0 and 8 currently in this one. I feel like he's one of the key missing components here, because the rest of all gamers, they've started to push back here and there. But ZY, again, falls without a single kill. 5-7-7 completely shuts him down. Shui at least finds something out of this one. ZQ on the rotation, going to be spotted on the flank already. The bomb is going to be planted. BaiSha, they've got the numbers, and if they can hold on here, it would be an insane half, but Du's going to make that a little bit more difficult.
Still a 3-on-3, though. All gamers having to work their way into the site now. It's a multi-pronged approach. Shui is still smoked off. No, rather it's ZQ, I should say. Now being covered off by Wu9, and I think it might just be done. Shui, 1-on-3. Starts well for him. He's got HP to play with. He's sitting the defuse. If he had sat it, I think he might have won it, but now the time might just get the better of him. He's on it for now. 5-7-7 will finish. Timed to perfection for BaiSha Gaming. who now go 8-1 out of the first half.
Okay then, BaiSha. This is what they came here for. The ultimate comeback, the ultimate revenge. They get 3-0'd, but now they're looking to do the 3-0 themselves. And I believe at this point, I mean, you're up 8-1. All Gamers just looks completely distraught. Almost feels like they've checked themselves out of this best of 5 already. In a grand final, though, you've got to try and find your way to mentally reset and see that there is still a chance that All Gamers can take this away, but not with Xiao continuing to play like this, even already out of the picture here. This could be a 9th round on the board. They've got the numbers to work with. ZY just hanging out here in the spawn. He doesn't know what to do at this point. He's been lost this entire map, due at least. Able to peek through mid, get the opening kill for his side of things. 577, gonna be caught off guard as well, and now All Gamers, this is their chance to get around. XQ1 and 9 left in a 2-on-4. That doesn't seem too good for them.
No, I can't imagine they're going to be able to get this one over the line, but honestly, I wouldn't be surprised at this point if somehow these two players do just find a way to make some kind of magic happen and further crush All Gamers. Shui, though, will pretty much ensure it for All Gamers that at least they can get their second round of the map. And I mean, for all the good that's going to do, right? It's a brief moment of respite. I'm not sure that that's going to get them back into the winners club at all. BaiSha just as likely to respond here.
Yeah, it's got to be met with something even bigger now for All Gamers to really feel like they have a chance. One round here and there isn't really going to cut it. They haven't been able to string any rounds together in this series, though. It's been so devastating to watch what looked like the best team in the world coming into this match struggle to even maintain half of the performance that BaiSha is putting up here. Xiao, the double up down low, finds the first. XQ1, surely not even more. He gets the double kill. He looks for the triple. He gets the triple as well. Shui now left alone, 1 versus 4. And look at that, Xiao gets it done. 9 on the table, and now it's all in their hands.
That's exactly what I'm saying, right? All Gamers, how much of a respite really is that one round when the next round looks like that? It's just right back to square one. Any kind of momentum that you thought you'd gotten is just shoved back in your face. What is it? Is it Newton's law? Where any object that you impact is going to come back with the same kind of force? I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I'm just an esports caster, but that's kind of my point, is that if you poke the bear, BaiSha, they're going to wake up. I guess at this point, you say poke the shark, really. I don't know if I'd want to do that. It ends up being a 1-for-1 on the entry to A, but All Gamers, they're so hesitant to make their way up on the side that it allows time for the rotations to come across. You've got 2 players behind from BaiSha right now, and Wu9 is going to catch even before All Gamers even get up onto the site. XQ1 will drop, but positions are given away, and All Gamers now down to just ZQ. A 1-on-3 required to keep the map alive, and we all know that's not possible. 10-2 again. BaiSha, they're going for their record. They had 10-3, 10-3, 10-3 against Imperial. Well, maybe they can go even faster in the grand final against All Gamers.
What a performance here. 20-4 on the map scores overall. Just an insane bounce back from what we saw in the upper bracket, but this All Gamers as well is looking like they are down and out at this point. They've almost given up on themselves, it seems, and you hate to see it. This team looked unstoppable coming into this match. Everyone predicted, aside from one lone person who probably feels pretty smart right now, that he predicted BaiSha to win.
I feel like the biggest idiot right now, because I really should have predicted All Gamers in the last match and then had my faith in this match. But look, it didn't work out that way. That said, this is the BaiSha that I really wanted to see, right? I think this is the BaiSha that we all wanted to see going into the playoffs, and obviously they didn't really deliver in that earlier game in the upper bracket final against All Gamers. And honestly, even earlier today, like, BaiSha didn't look this good against VASCO. It felt like they were holding something in reserve against VASCO, and well, this is what they were holding in reserve. Have a look for yourselves on the highlights. Well, the question now starts to become, does Xiao get back-to-back MVPs? It kind of has to be, right? He's got 1.5 kills per round, 3.6 KD. I mean, is there an argument against it, really?
No, there definitely can't be at this point. I mean, he's definitely the difference maker, but the big thing I noticed in this one, it felt like more of a team effort, though, and that's where they come in even stronger, I think, even though it's still a 10-2, because you had XQ Lun, 5-7-7. These guys took a little bit of a step back in the first map. Now they're at the top of their game as well, and it's going to be an even harder team to take down because Xiao, he built up that initial confidence, but now it's being felt across the board. But Xiao, we've got to continue to praise this guy. 3.6 KD on the second map, 1.5 kills per round, 120 ADR. I mean, what more could you ask for from this guy in this series other than hoping he can do it for one more map?
Yeah, exactly. I guess that's really the takeaway, isn't it? It's all well and good to do it for 2 maps, but if you go completely missing here on port and all gamers start to make a comeback happen, maybe there's still going to be some question marks. So I think in the ideal world for BaiSha, they don't even let that be part of the conversation. Last time they did beat All Gamers on a big stage like this, it was that 3-0. It was before All Gamers were even given the chance to wake up, and that was at the CFS Grand Finals last year in 2022. Now, again, they have that opportunity, and I think you really have to take that kind of opportunity because All Gamers do feel like those sort of sleeping dragons that if they do get the opportunity to sort of wake up, then it can get, you know, quite a difficult series here for BaiSha. So look, let's not kid ourselves. This series is not over, but it does look fantastic for BaiSha. So we have to wait and see if they can close it out in map 3 right after this break.
That's the championship point. All gamers will be. That's the championship point. All gamers will be.
Well, once again, we have some surprises around each corner, it seems, as we're now at a 2-0 scoreline for BaiSha in the grand final of the CFS Summer Championship, and that is not at all what we would have expected. I think we're all leaning on the side of all gamers, pretty much all of us at least. One caster predicted for BaiSha. It wasn't either of us, Kyle. Egg on our faces at the moment, but hey, I guess the series is not over, and that's all that all gamers have to really take heart in.
Yeah, but we are going into port. This is where it started for VASCO in their series, where they got that reverse sweep going. Maybe we see the same thing here. When you look at it, too, for the remaining maps, you've got BaiSha's pick here. If AG somehow pulls off the upset, they then go into their pick, and then it ends on Eagle Eye, where they also have looked good in the past as well. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad map pool for them. It's just been a really bad day performance-wise. That's the big thing to look at. I mean, when we talk about players like ZY, he's had 4 kills the entire day so far. For him, that's got to be one of his worst performances of all time. And if he's able to bounce back and some of these other players can come online a little bit more, this becomes a much different game for BaiSha to try and close out.
Well, there's the trophy that both teams are gunning for, not to mention $110,000 of prize money as well. That is currently looking like it belongs to BaiSha, but still they need to grab one more map, and it's time for us to go to port to see if they can do it here 3-0. Could this be the last map of the grand final? That'll be what BaiSha is hoping. All gamers, on the other hand, have to work for their riches, as this will have to be a real uphill battle for them. Now the reverse sweep is required. We've already seen one reverse sweep in this event. That was between regional matchups. VASCO getting a reverse sweep last night against Imperial. Could all gamers do the same to BaiSha this evening?
This is BaiSha's pick, though. Could be for a good reason.
Yep.
There's going to be an early play into mid. ZY, again, caught out in the middle of nowhere. He's taken down early on. BaiSha, they've got the 5-on-4 advantage. And now, I start to feel a little bit bad for ZY. I feel like he's trying to make the plays, but he's just not having that firepower to go toe-to-toe with some of these guys.
Yeah, Evan's gotten tagged down as well, close to 50% of his HP, so he's also not feeling too great about things. And if this ends up being a B-side hit from BaiSha, I was going to say there's only one player defending that side, and even now you can see ZQ just making a little bit more of a rotation off of B. Do, though, catches WM99 over toward A. And there's a good smoke over on the B side, but I'm not sure that's going to stop BaiSha. They've decided to go straight through it. ZQ's dropped down below the site, and he's trying to call the assistance across from Even, but still on the rotation. Dre gets caught off guard. BaiSha continue to maintain the numbers lead. 9 is looking for those players defending this side. Unable to find them so far, but Even can't do much to help ZQ. He's smoked out of this site. Bomb's dropped in an awkward spot. Raps coming in from behind for Even. I think this might still be winnable for all gamers if they get their timings right. But 9 seems aware of the possibility, and so he will plant stage.
This very low HP, though, for BaiSha to work with. That nade thrown from the spawn, but Do, he's going to be the last hope now. Xiao through the wall, takes down 2. And it looks like we're getting another standout performance from Xiao already in map 3. I think that's 4 kills in the first round.
Well, I was going to say, that's the exact same way that post plant played out on Ankara, where it was a 3-on-2, BaiSha defending the side against all gamers, and Xiao gets the last 2 kills. You're right, it was 4 kills from BaiSha's Zhao in that first round. And considering he had 24 kills in the first map, I don't know how many in the second map, but he MVP'd in the second map as well. I mean, you just have to say this is Zhao's day. Out of the 5 maps that they've played at this playoffs day 3, Zhao has MVP'd 3 of them. And in the 2 in the grand final, he's just been head and shoulders above the rest of the competition on his team and on his opposing side.
An interesting boost they were trying to go for. I was trying to figure out what XQ Lun and Xiao were doing. I think just experimenting with new plays at this point because they know they've got that confidence in their shots. They can do new things, and this is where I think it gives them an advantage. The first time we saw these two teams meet up, they weren't taking the risks. They didn't feel comfortable winning the aim duels, and that really made them play much more passive than this team needs to play to win. Now, they're playing even more aggressive. They're more assertive on the sides. Even in the post plants, you can see it and how they take these extra peeks, but that's the difference. They beat along here. Xiao, what a beautiful pick to get it started. Takes down ZQ, and again, they find the early advantage.
Yeah, that's insane. Xiao 5 kills in the first 2 rounds already. BaiSha will reroute back over toward B. Triple stack on A. You wouldn't want to be ZY in this situation. He's not going to get any assistance, and even if there's a rotation coming across, that's going to be a harassment party. BaiSha opted to move away from B though, so perhaps the incorrect call in the circumstances. Let's see how it plays out, but all gamers have the defenders where they need to be to make the difference. Shui, Du, all striking. Du, though, will get traded back on down, so numbers are even for now. But speaking of even, he's able to strike still, though. Still, BaiSha are able to find the advantages.
If ever there was a time for a ZY retake clutch, we've seen so many in the group stage from him, but he needs it now. Finds the first. Wunan takes it down to the 1v1. ZY, can he do it? No, he cannot. BaiSha continue their dominance here. 2-0 already in map 3.
It's hard for ZY, right? He doesn't have any agency in the position there he is in the clutch, down on the low ground, and Wunan can duck left, he can duck right, he can peek over the top of the boxes, and he can even jump up and over. And you can see ZY was trying to react, but he's not the one that's really in control of that engagement, and it's always going to favor Wunan in the end. So well played by BaiSha. Another one in the back pocket, another 2-0 start to a map. Every map they've started 2-0 on in this grand final, they've won. A bit of a baseless statistic, really, but a little bit of fun to be had for BaiSha for sure.
Yeah, they're feeling good about this one so far. The round's looking a little bit closer, at least in that last one specifically. It came down to the 1v1. This is going to be up to BaiSha, though, to continue forward strong. They can't afford to let that foot off the gas and give all gamers an opportunity to feel like this is winnable. When you're in this kind of position, you've got to be that battering ram that doesn't let up, because BaiSha, this is kind of their win condition here. If all gamers starts to feel like they're the better team in this series, it could quickly start to turn around for them.
I think it's important for BaiSha to stay on top, definitely. But they seem to be having no trouble doing that. Triple stack on A again. Does have me worried that BaiSha is kind of going back to A again here. Shui! He loves that peak. BaiSha won't be too happy to see it. Pretty sure he'll be aware that there's another player up there as well. I'm sure he would have spotted that out, and he's decided to go even further forward. Okay, this was a much more decisive looking round for all gamers that's going to give BaiSha pause for thought. Zhao still looks deadly even in the 1-on-5.
Hey, he had to get his 2, you know? Yeah. Those 2 per round, very vital from him.
I do think, looking at it here from BaiSha's perspective, right, last round and that round, they go back toward A. If they would have gone B, it's almost the freest round. So I wonder if they're sort of picking up on that trend that AG have got a lot of members stacked over toward A, especially in the 4-on-5s.
Seems to be the case. A lot of aggression towards the B tunnels already. 577 takes down ZY. ZQ at least trades with the nade. Still, All Gamers looking pretty solid on their defenses. They take it down to the 1-on-4. 577 finds Goo through the wall for the second. Surely not here from 577. He's got 43 HP. The bomb is in his hands, but he's got to sneak over here. Duke going to be spotted out as well. He's got a chance for the wall bang. Can't quite find the kill, but now they've got the info. And Shui is already pushing up here. 577 goes down, and All Gamers, they're starting to get some new life here.
Yeah, they're being a bit more proactive, and what's kind of nice to see actually from All Gamers is that they're the ones choosing to take some fights. It's felt like actually pretty much this entire series it's been BaiSha dictating when the fights actually happen, being the ones to peek in and you know, playing with that peek as advantage, whereas All Gamers have just sat back in their sides, been a little bit reserved. In the last couple of rounds, All Gamers have been the ones pushing forward, and that's worked out quite nicely here against BaiSha, who they've caught off guard in a couple of instances. So I wonder if they'll recognize that trend and think to themselves, if we continue to play a little bit more aggressively here, more confidently even, that could pay dividends for us. 2 apiece, it's the closest the scoreline has been in the entire series.
It's also one of the first times we've seen everybody fragging well from the start for All Gamers. That's a good sign for them, especially when you look at the other side of things. Xiao may be playing well, but 9 currently 0-3 in the first 4 rounds. So he's been a little bit too quiet on this map. If they really want to win this, it's got to be a team effort. All Gamers, they're going to make that a difficult threshold to find, though, for this 3-0.
Yeah, but the thing about 9 is that he's never lost forever. He'll pop up with a really critical round at some point where he gets 3 or 4 kills, even if he's having a bit of a slower game. BaiSha again have found the player advantage in this round. Shui, though, confidently takes the fight against 9, who, as you said, continues to struggle a little bit on this map. Push is coming through from Shui. You've got to be prepared for this for BaiSha. All Gamers does this all the time, but Wu9 and 577 will both drop. It comes down to XQLun to equalize, but numbers are now favoring All Gamers. Xiao, when are you going to activate? 7-3. Has to be now. And he is going to be able to find ZY, but in the back, ZQ catches him. And with 36 seconds left, XQLun has 2 split bomb sites to have a look at. If he can win this initial duel, it's very much on. ZQ, though, again, proactive, takes the peak. Much better than just sitting in the site, waiting for XQLun to come to him.
And this is the position I'd be worried about BaiSha in, because All Gamers, they're starting to feel like this is a winnable one now. And if they can do that on one map, they can certainly do it on another. Attack pause is going to come out. I like the call here. BaiSha, they've got to find a way to keep this one and rein it in, because the way they've been playing so far, not looking as good as those opening 2 maps, but All Gamers as well. It seems like they're starting to address some of their issues. They're being more proactive around the map, and BaiSha, they're going to have to find a way to deal with that.
I mean, is there anything to think about with the choice of side again here? BaiSha starting on blacklist. It's global risk start for All Gamers. I mean, what do we expect the pass score to be on port? Like, what is the score that BaiSha will be happy with?
It does tend to lead slightly in favor of the GR side on this map, I would say. At least 4 is probably winnable still for BaiSha, but with how they've been playing, I feel like 4 might not be enough, just considering All Gamers is going to look at a half win for themselves as a huge step forward in this series, and they can't have any forward momentum, I feel like, if BaiSha want to close this out, because the second All Gamers gets into that CFPL mindset where they are the superior team, BaiSha starts to be on the back foot, and for them, it's also a test of stamina. For them, this is their 6th map. Important to keep in mind here, they're 3 maps deeper into this day, and it could start to hurt them the deeper this series goes.
Well, we'll see what happens off the back of this pause. All Gamers didn't have much success coming out of their tactical pause on Ankara, but that's actually the first tac pause that we've seen from BaiSha in this game so far.
They haven't really needed one so far. I mean, 10-2, 10-2, I wouldn't take one either if I didn't need to. But at this point, It's going to be critical to make sure they can tie up here. If All Gamers gets a 4th round on the board, it'll be double anything they've done so far on any other map in this series. And that's enough for them to feel like things are starting to work out. But BaiSha, if Xiao can continue to be activated, you have another player like 9 come online here. It could be theirs to still take away.
Yeah, that's something I'm looking at seeing here as well. I think Xiao's kind of found it difficult to have a lot of impact earlier on in these rounds. In a lot of cases, he's been one of the later players alive, and while he's been able to get some kills there, they're not as impactful as what we kind of saw on Ankara and Subbase. So while it's been a good start from Xiao, do need BaiSha to step up around him. This time a bit more of a stack over toward B. So All Gamers are really changing things up on the defense, which is very much keeping BaiSha guessing. Hard to make an accurate read when the defensive setup continues to change, and based on nothing necessarily in particular.
I feel like BaiSha just need to get aggressive towards B. I think they'll have a better time there. There's only one player, and it's ZY defending it as well. It could be pretty solid for that execution potential. They are starting to rotate a bit here, though. ZQ now moves into sight. They've got that presence in mid, but even a much stronger player to go up against already spots them in the lower B tunnels. He's going to go for the peek here, potentially under the bridge, but he's got Zhui there, so now they're going to play the bait and switch. I like this call from All Gamers. They've got a nice trap set up for this push.
Yeah, beautiful crossfire. Even, might not even need help from that crossfire. He's already doubled down. Zhui was smoked off, but you can still call that a win for All Gamers. And ZY, he wants to get aggressive. That's fine. But now it's time for Xiao to activate. Du will shut that down before it gets scary. 15 seconds here for XQLun. His only potential win condition maybe is to go B and get that plant down. He's already been spotted, and he'll take that fight. And I think even by taking that fight, if he were to win it, it would still mean he wouldn't have had time to plant. Another round victory for All Gamers. This series is definitely not over yet.
Port seems to be the comeback map in this tournament.
Yeah.
Could very well be for All Gamers. At this point, though, I wouldn't count out BaiSha just yet. It is a GR-sided map. If they can find themselves at least 4 in this half, I think they'll still be happy with their odds going to the second in order to close it out. But only 2, definitely not going to cut it for them. 9 as well, still 0 kills in this map, and we are 6 rounds into it. Would love to see him come to life. They certainly need it at this point because Xiao is also not hitting that 2.0 kill per round margin in this one. But All Gamers, you've got to give them credit. Some of the key players starting to step up. Zhui having a good map so far. ZY not sitting on a donut this time around. So I feel like things are definitely on the up and up for them as well.
Yeah, it requires a lot of mental resilience to come back from a 0-2 the way that All Gamers have. Obviously, they haven't converted this map just yet, but it's definitely looking much better. BaiSha are going to change things up and go toward B. But it does seem as though All Gamers in the last couple of rounds have kind of set up with the intention of having the play head toward B. ZQ and ZY are here. Got one more member on the fast rotate, and ZY sharp on the shot. Evens now here as well. It's tough for BaiSha to get into this site. All Gamers are just stoically turtled up, and 9, you're never going to really win a fight like that when there's 2 players sitting underneath you. A big round from All Gamers.
Could we see another 10-2, maybe in the opposite direction here? It's starting to seem more and more likely.
Yeah,
BaiSha, they don't look good on this map at all. It's going to be tough for them as well, because once All Gamers gets that first map on the board, it's really anybody's series to take away. Xiao, he's got to come back to life here. 577 as well. Another key entry fragger. A little bit quiet in this one. They need something more. Maybe they've got it on the GR side, but with only 2 rounds left in this half, they need at least one of them to feel like there's a chance.
Yeah, 3 kills only since the TAC timeout, which was a couple of rounds ago. Everything All Gamers have done since that TAC timeout has been a perfect read, a perfect setup for what BaiSha have done. You know, BaiSha go in mid, even sitting around the corner there waiting for them. They go to B, they've got a 3-stack on that side of the map. BaiSha just making the incorrect reads and incorrect calls right now on the blacklist side. And All Gamers are getting more and more bold. They've pushed into the warehouse now.
BaiSha starting to group up towards A.
That would be the right call.
4 going into A connector. Do is there. He hasn't had a bad half himself so far. But if they can only allow 1 to go his way, it would still be a huge win in this round. But look at the rotation here. All Gamers, they know exactly what's coming. They're stacking all of their numbers now towards the mid and A section of the map. But he misses the first shot. A huge mistake. The follow-up might not be there. 5-7-7, good for the double kill on the entry. You've got to hit these shots a little bit faster. Now the rotation starts to get shut down for a moment. These players are not doing well on health. Wunan and XQ Lun get it down to the 1-on-2 as even finds Xiao, but it's still looking really good for BaiSha in this one.
Well, they don't even need to take the C4 plan. They just have to take the fight. And BaiSha strike back. Just at the end of the half, maybe if All Gamers falter and allow another round to go over to BaiSha, with the momentum then starting to slip away from All Gamers, it will still be a very, very interesting discussion going into half number 2 on Port.
Yeah, BaiSha at this point, a 4th round might be enough to get this one done in 3.
Yeah, BaiSha would love a 4th.
All Gamers playing a little bit more forward in the B tunnels at least. ZY getting that early control, but again, they have the setup where they have only 1 smoke there and 0 players actually on the bomb site. They just keep it smoked and hope that will be enough. But ZY, if he were to go down in this position, it's just a completely open A bomb site, or sorry, B bomb site for the taking. ZQ does manage to go into that position now, recognizing there could be a B push in the making, but BaiSha right now, they're not really interested in pushing forward just yet. They're trying to find one of these players a little bit earlier on, and that's been one of the things they're not able to do so well on this map. Finding those early picks has been much harder for them on Port.
Yeah, both Chinese teams put a lot of respect on the smokes. This is a really forward hold from All Gamers. BaiSha somewhat expecting it to get the 1-for-1, but now even he's got the chance to strike. He's with the first shot or 2, and BaiSha trade effectively on their way into B. In fact, they slow things up a little bit. They might not even necessarily commit to B. You have the rotation that's come across from Shui, and that sends Xiao packing. He wasn't already committed to the B site. And they've still got time to work here, BaiSha. They don't need to necessarily go into B, and Shui is just hitting everything at the moment. Trade doesn't come through. XQ Learn, he's going to have to step up right now, but it is a bona fide 2-on-1. He's done well to get the C4 and get back out. Now he can go A, and he is on his bike. He is very fast on this rotate. That is going to beat All Gamers by a mile. So he should get the plant down on A and even get a bit of time to change up his position in the post plan. I mean, I wonder if he just decides to try to get a bit aggressive here and isolate a duel, or does he stay up on top on the site where he's expected to be? He's going to go down. I really like that.
It's a tough position, though.
Yeah, it is, but I think it's better than sitting on the site. But he's been spotted now, so that's a big problem. Time a factor, and, well, Do does it easily. I think he needed to move around the corner, really. But easy to say in hindsight, easy to say when you can see the entirety of the map. 6-3 for All Gamers.
It's the best they've looked so far, but can they close it out and take this one to a map 4? The GR side from BaiSha has to be very, very solid, but so far in the series, it has been, so I wouldn't count them out just yet, but they're starting to lose some of that flair they had in the opening 2 maps. And when you're talking about a potential 8-map day on their hands to lift that trophy, it becomes a tough road ahead if they can't get it done on map 3 here. And that's where I definitely start to have some worry in what might happen, because all gamers, they're starting to feel a little bit better. They can see that potential to get back in here, but it can still be slowed down in the second half.
BaiSha's #1 fan. He's been the one making the majority of the noise, but actually has been silenced a little bit in this map by all gamers. So I wonder, GR side for BaiSha Gaming now. First round, really important in this half, I think. And Xiao didn't really get to do too much in the first half. But with the All Monet, that is going to be a key position.
Are they going to challenge him, though? It's going to be a tough call. I'd imagine they try and poke around towards the B-bomb site in this first round just to see where these players are at. That's a good nade, though. Takes even about halfway down. Xiao just biding his time for this A push. That's where he wants them to come through, even down to 27 health already. The nade stacks onto A connector, looking really good from BaiSha. They almost take him out of the picture.
Yeah, had that third nade been held for an extra second, I reckon he would have walked right into it. Oh, another one nearly lands onto even. BaiSha looking sublime with the util usage in the second half so far. Lun's been spotted. Can 9 come into play as this push comes through from mid? 577 does catch ZY. There's an exchange there for it. Is it over toward B that All Gamers is going to go? This is now getting a bit interesting. 9 needs to get the better of Do, and he will be able to do that. So at least he can control the warehouse position. And that is an avenue for the retake here for BaiSha. But when you think about the difficulty they had even getting into B on the Blacklist side, this is kind of the same idea.
It's going to be a tough retake here, but they've got the numbers to try and break through. XQ Lun, he's a little bit late to the party, but 9's already out with one onto ZQ. Shui gets the trade, but Xiao, he's not going to find anything. XQ Lun, he's got it down to the 1v1. He's got the Arm in hand, the last player going to peek onto him, though. It's Even who keeps All Gamers out in front, and this is looking very, very good now for their potential to take us on to a map 4.
Yeah, looking spicy indeed. BaiSha have certainly cooled off. And it was something that we were talking about in those first 2 maps. We were wondering, can BaiSha keep up this kind of pace for 3 maps? And the problem is when you stop, it's very hard to start that momentum once again. So, look, BaiSha not out of this one just yet on port, but it's not looking too crash hot. The starts to the rounds have been decent in the second half. Again, Even's down low, but they haven't been able to actually peg a player advantage just yet.
It is going to be a really reserved strategy here. They've got one boosted into A connector at least. It's going to be XQ Lun waiting for that one. No nade stack this time around. A lot of forward pressure now. They've got 3 in the B tunnels as well. I like the setup here. It forces a tough fight either way. If they go A, they're fighting on to XQ Lun and Xiao. If they go B, they're going into this 3-man stack. Xiao, he's going to get mobile. He's looking for that kill in mid, trying to find where the rotations are coming. But this opens up that extra pressure to maybe force them into a play. But they know Xiao isn't A top, and that could be concerning if they go for this push. But now they fall out of this B tunnel setup. I really liked what they had there, but now they give up full control.
Yeah, it looks like All Gamers are just going to walk their way into B on the perfect timing. What a read. BaiSha, why have you done this? BaiSha will keep BaiSha at bay for a moment, and there's the info. At the very least, BaiSha will get over to the site, but it costs them a player, and now All Gamers are going to think better of it. BaiSha had to do something. They did. They've still got players in unique positions, though, that if All Gamers exits B, they might still run into trouble, and even then, fast rotate from XQLun. He's working through the map. You've got Even trying to work into A. I mean, I have no idea where this round is going to end up going. All gamers, are they going to commit? XQLun gets himself one and continues to find that info. Surely BaiSha can win a round off of the back of this, but it's still not equal trades. All gamers with 15 seconds are on their way over to A. Even was not anticipated in that position, and Xiao cut down on his way across. 5-7-7 is alone.
They get the plan off just in time. 3 seconds on the clock, but 5-7-7. He's already found one. Even very low as well, has to be careful. ZQ, he's the key player in this matchup. He's got to win the fight onto 5-7-7, or it gets a little bit too close for comfort. They're gonna spot him out. 5-7-7, not gonna be able to make that one happen. 8 now up for all gamers, and it could be a huge map for them to start coming back into it.
Yeah, I mean, this, like you said, was a 10-2 on the cards. Obviously not anymore, but 10-3. That'd be a pretty good response from all gamers. And then we'd very much be expecting to go the distance in this series. 8-3 right now. BaiSha have just disappeared now. Xiao wants to try to have an impact, but they haven't even pushed his bomb site this half. Now is that opportunity. Already got one member quite low for BaiSha. The changes aren't there. Xiao, can he step up in a big way for his team this time? Just spammed down by all gamers, who are looking like a completely different beast here on port. 9 in the clutch. And Plant will be going down in a moment. Can 9 pull off a bit of magic? Doesn't look like it. That is a 9th round for all gamers.
It's a tough one now. BaiSha looks like they will be going into a 4th map here. They'd have to win a lot to even think about taking port back. 6 in a row into overtime would be needed. But this is the all gamers we had been waiting for all day long. Would they wake up before it was too late? And it seems they might. BaiSha, though, a nice opener to this round. They make it a 4-on-3 early, even down to 30 HP as well. Zhui taken out of the picture. Maybe they're not done here on port just yet. Ooh, that nade as well from Xiao. It takes it to a 1-on-4 for ZY.
Has to feel like a little bit too little too late, though, for BaiSha, surely. It's 6 in a row, make it into the overtime. If they could have pulled this round off last round and at least had the buffer, then I might still have a little bit of faith. But right now, all of that faith has escaped me. It's not really important what I think, though. It's more important what BaiSha thinks, and if they still believe, this is the first building block falling into place. And the same for ZY as he does finish off 9 and 5-7-7. Now it's starting to look like something's on. This is the ZY of old. Surely doesn't expect Xiao, though, in the blacklist spawn. If he does, that's incredible, but Xiao will shut it down.
ZY starting to hit shots like that, though. Makes you wonder.
Yeah.
BaiSha at this point, they've got to find 5 if they want to keep the 3-0 dream alive. Otherwise, all gamers takes us right into a 4th map. It seems likely here. They may find it. Udon looking for that kill in mid. Not going to find anything out of this one just yet. BaiSha adding that utility pressure onto them, forcing them towards the B bomb site. It is going to be a fight earlier on here. Do trying to find one through the edge of that smoke. Not going to be had, though. All gamers, they've turtled up a bit in this round, and it's going to be up to them to find that path forward.
Good aggressive hold from 9 over on B is going to allow BaiSha to send extra members back over to A. patient approach from All Gamers this round. 5-7-7, up to the usual tricks that Zhui is on the defensive, the A bomb site for All Gamers as well. So similar approach from both the Chinese teams. And while A's being cleared out, you're seeing a little bit more of a pushback over to B from BaiSha's defenders.
It's going to be on to 9 and XQ1 to hold off the push. 9, he's got the angle. He's got to connect though. Good for a first. AG, they're going to back off right after that kill. They don't want any more of this fight, but 9 takes it right to them. Finds a second.
Gets out alive as well. That's big, big for BaiSha. Time's ticking away now for All Gamers. BaiSha might be starting to believe. ZQ and Do with the attempt at the clutch here. Really going to come down to whether or not ZQ can enter this B site, because now Do is done, and that is a clean round for BaiSha. And they must be wondering at this point as well, why couldn't we do this earlier?
Yeah, it's still such a difficult position to be in. One mistake is all it takes for All Gamers to take this one into a 4th map. But BaiSha, they are looking really good in the last 2 rounds, but they still need 4 in a row to even think about overtime. I'm not so sure that will be the reality, though. Xiao, the counter boost, they're starting to go a little bit more mobile on this GR side. This is what we needed from the start here. They've got Xiao in the A connector. They've got the early pressure on mid as well. Wunan in 5-7-7 holding on to it. But again, All Gamers as well. They've gotten a slower pace in these last couple of rounds that I don't think is the best for them. They're not going for any forward control anywhere on this map. They're waiting to see if BaiSha is going to overpeak. Now that they aren't, they're going to have to go a little bit more assertively into these positions and start to poke around a bit more. Du goes for the shot in mid, almost connects there onto Wunan. It was just a pixel off there.
Yeah, there's not much really separating the teams. Oh, and that is huge from Du. He jumps over the shot of Xiao, gets legged, and then pegs him back. That could be the straw that breaks the camel's back right now for BaiSha, having to now defend 4 on 5. Wunan is going to allow Shui to start to commit, but then punish him for it. And now All Gamers seem like they want to send it all in the direction of A. They've pulled that rotate across from BaiSha, but instead they changed it up into mid. But XQLun is spotting that. This is working out perfectly again for BaiSha. They have the info that they need. Lun is going to peek into mid again just to make sure there's nothing coming in that direction. And in the meanwhile, 9 has pushed all the way to the bottom of A long.
If they go A here, it would be a huge mistake from All Gamers. But they look to go mid. Wunan, the only player here. They've got to fight him soon, though. He finds himself another one on the round. Backs up, gets the support, but even he's already out on the A bomb site. ZQ finds another 9. Finds the timing, though.
10 seconds.
They've got to go for the plant. ZQ, he's got no other options, and now 5-7-7 and 9 can set up for the perfect retake scenario here. He's trapped now on the top of site. The flash gets it done, and BaiSha, could they do it here? Full arc for the comeback into map 3.
I mean, it's definitely starting to feel doable at this point. I don't know how many believers there are. I'm sure there's a bunch of BaiSha fans around the world. We've got some of them in the stadium here today. 3 more required. Still feels like an improbable task for BaiSha, but gee, BaiSha is starting to look pretty scary on this GR side. So yeah, I'm not prepared to say that it's impossible. And if they do make it into that overtime, whew, I don't know about that then for All Gamers. I think that's a bad sign.
Yeah, if this goes to OT, it's basically over, I think, for All Gamers. It would be, I believe, 6 rounds in a row for BaiSha to do that, so it just doesn't seem too likely. but they're already halfway there. So they've shown us what they've got so far to get that on the table, but it's just going to require such a perfect performance. It's hard to believe until you see it.
Same sort of approach from BaiSha in this round. And same kind of approach as well from all gamers. Probing middle, seeing if they can find anything there. U9 is watching. 577 is pushed out on a long. Okay. Starting to see that info filtered through right now for BaiSha. Lots of util toss in U9's direction, but he's going to be fine. He's avoided it at all. 577 spots a player at the bottom along and now has to hightail it back in toward the site. Mid control very much established though for all gamers. They've got options.
A lot of spam coming onto Wunon's position. They're going to go ahead and charge right through onto him. He's good for the first. What? Good for the second. That's huge. No. Gets the third kill. Even finally able to trade, but it's going to be too late. Du now left alone. 1 versus 3. The bomb is down as well, and there is no way to get this bomb at all. Du has to try and fight here. 1v1. Gets the first 1v1 on to 9, but now they know exactly where he is. XQ Lund just running down the clock. Gets the peak, and now they're within 2.
Man, they were really giving him some 1v1s there, though. So, you'd be a bit scared of that. Tactical timeout comes through from all gamers. They know that they're running out of juice. They're running out of time. It gets even more tense. First 2 maps were over before they really got tight, really got pressure filled. And that was great. That was momentum, of course, for BaiSha, but now both teams are really feeling it. Who's feeling it more, though? All gamers, I'd have to say, right? They're the ones facing a death sentence in this series. BaiSha will know, at least if they drop it here, they have restored a bit of pride, built a bit of momentum back up, and they've still got 2 more maps that they can play. Whereas this is backs against the wall for all gamers, and those walls are encroaching in upon them. There's not that much space left. It's starting to run out of air. It's getting a bit claustrophobic in here for all gamers. But maybe, just maybe, they can do enough in these remaining 2 rounds to stave off the OT and push us through to Black Widow.
It still has to be favorable for them, even on the Blacklist side. You've got to think at some point here, BaiSha is going to misplay and sacrifice a round. But they've done it, I believe, 4 times in a row, where they just win the round very cleanly, and it can weigh on all gamers, especially in this situation where you're already down, and you have to win this map to keep yourself alive. But here we go, right back into it. All gamers, all they need is 1, but this final round has been very, very challenging for them to try and find.
Forward hold again from BaiSha on B. Not really expecting so much in the speed department from all gamers. I think the other issue for all gamers as well is that you've got big plays happening on the side of BaiSha. I mean, U9 in that last round should never ever get 3. And that's probably the difference in that round as well, right? If U9 just gets traded 1 for 1, I think all gamers with the control that they get of mid are able to just run through BaiSha then, but it doesn't happen. So here we are, 2 rounds away from BaiSha securing overtime. They've worked really hard to get it back to this point. 1.5 minutes left for all gamers, who just don't look decisive at all right now, do they? They haven't moved for the last minute.
A lot of hesitation here from them. Minute on the clock. They are spotted B long, 2 of them off of that flash. But BaiSha, they go ahead and back off, playing very, very safe now. They want to play almost a full retake setup here towards the B bomb site. It's a bit risky, but it could pay off here. 4 players ready to approach. This could get ugly if 9 is not ready to hold onto the site by himself. He's the only player anchoring, but again, They want to test this mid position. I'm not so sure about this one, but they've already forced the rotation from Wunan, so now it's on to Xiao.
Good shot to start. And it's a big one to get for Xiao as well. He backs off, and on the off angle, another frag comes from Wunan. Xiao's here to still contest, and he gets one more before falling, but it is a broken open for all gamers. So that's going to be the difference maker. Du slams Xculan out of the round. Even with the rifle, he doesn't even have the orb in hand. And now 2-on-1 as 9 will bring it back in the favor of BaiSha. Even. How big can he go in this round? BaiSha look terrified. They don't want to push forward at all. Surely they've got to group up and play it together to try to trade down. They've given up so much time, though, that Even might just be able to play for that time, and they haven't checked him. 9! He loses the duel, but Even, I think he might have just won it. Has the time gone? Enough. 5-7-7 on the defuse. I think he might have it.
They've got it. 8th round on the board, less than a second on the defuse, but they still find a way through, 1 round away from overtime.
Wow. How close can it get? All gamers have got to be seriously pissed right now because they've been so close in so many of these rounds and just they can't win a single one. But there's one left. One left for BaiSha, one more chance for all gamers. And this would be the most heartbreaking defeat for BaiSha if it ended here.
They fought hard to get here, but they allowed themselves 9 against in the first place. And that's the problem. If they only had 7 or 8 in the hands of all gamers, this could have easily been their map to take away. But now they're fighting for overtime at best in this round. But it seems likely they might get there, but all it takes is that one mistake.
It just takes one misplay, right? Yeah, I mean, one player missing a crucial shot or, you know, anything. Looking in the wrong direction, an awkward timing. All gamers, they're hoping that that is going to happen in this round. Map 3. Could it still be a 3-0 for BaiSha? As unbelievable as that sounds, given the position they were in. Wunan just takes an absolute battering crossing mid, but he's still alive. And he's going to bolster the B defense, which all gamers is headed in the direction of. Wunan's even gone aggressive. He's gone solo into the warehouse. If he can even go a 1-for-1 here with his HP, that is worth it. That is worth it. The early info for BaiSha. 9 trying to defend now. Absolutely can't afford to be going down here. But it has allowed all gamers very deep in onto the site. This is awkward now for BaiSha. The most difficult retake they're going to have to make is right now.
They've got the numbers, though. 3 of them on the flank. 4 of them, actually, looking to potentially flank here. All of them going for the full timer, but they can't afford to wait too long this time around. All gamers, they are just running down that clock.
They need a miracle.
The positions they're playing.
BaiSha need a miracle to win this one. Util's getting tossed on in. Good flash. CQ, though, peeks up over the box. Entry frags not connecting for BaiSha. All gamers, I think they've done it. 9's alone. And right at the 11th hour, BaiSha will drop the map. All gamers secure the 10-8.
What a way for it to come down. You thought BaiSha might have the comeback after winning so many rounds in a row to get up to 8. But it's all gamers who find that final round they need. And now they can think about reclaiming this series. It's a 2-1 game now. And up next is going to be their map pick. They've got to be feeling a lot better now, but they know, just as well as we do, there's still a lot more left to be done.
Man, that has to be a painful loss for BaiSha. I'm even a little bit disappointed that that one doesn't go through to the overtime, because I wanted to see how that would have played out. They had so many rounds in a row. They worked so hard to get it to that point, and I mean, it's largely irrelevant in the scoreline, right? At the end of the day, it's still one map on the board for all gamers. I don't know if it's irrelevant necessarily, though, because it does at least ensure that all gamers will have to, again, continue to recognize that they're definitely not on top in this series. It felt like they might be at a certain point they're on port. If they could have closed that out 10-3, for example, then we might have been singing a different tune. We might have been saying all gamers are looking good, but you'll see how close this is on the highlights here. Well, this is how it played out by the numbers, and a very, very close affair. Nine might be a little disappointed with what he was able to put up in that map because, you know, an extra kill or two in one of those critical rounds. For example, even the last round there, had he maybe gotten one while All Gamers was trying to initially enter the B site and it ended up being a 4-on-3, that could have made such a big difference. But look, tight affair indeed. MVP, tough one to call actually here for All Gamers. Might be Zhui, I guess, and yeah, it is. So I think I'm pretty happy with that as a decision. All Gamers, they really relied on someone to start firing at the start of that map, and it certainly was Zhui that was that member.
Yeah, now looking forward, they've got to have an even stronger performance, I think, to go through to a fifth map here. The scary situation they're in now is at one point, they had a very commanding lead. They could have closed this one out 10-4. They let it go all the way to a 10-8. And even though they go down here, I feel like BaiSha has to have a lot better thoughts now going into that next map.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point I was trying to make, right? It's a big difference going down 10-3 versus something like a 10-8. So for BaiSha, even though they've obviously suffered a bit of a loss there, it doesn't feel as bad. I sort of hesitate when I say that because, I mean, I think losing 10-8 after making such a big comeback does feel pretty damn bad, but end of the day, you know, you were at least competitive in that one, and you kind of trounced All Gamers on 2 maps. So still advantage to BaiSha at this point in time, but now we have to find out whether or not All Gamers can push us through to yet another map. It's coming up right after this.
That's the championship point. All Gamers will be
Another twist and another turn in the series as all gamers do manage to pick up the map of Port, but it is only by the slightest of margins. 10-8 scoreline. It really did look like BaiSha was going to make a comeback happen there. In the end though, Kyle, as we saw, all gamers did find that one final round, and that was the thing that I was talking about the whole time that comeback was happening. When you hit map point, that's where it starts to become so unbelievable that the comeback will actually eventuate, because all it takes is one little mishap, one little misstep, and eventually that did happen, even though BaiSha kept a clean sheet for such a long time.
Yeah, at this point, I think All Gamers has a really good chance of taking this to a map 5. Black Widow, it's their pick. They feel a lot better on this map, usually compared to something like Port. They've looked good every time we've seen them on it as well. And they know that Eagle Eye is on the way, another map where they're consistently usually successful over a team like BaiSha's. So I feel like the ball's in their court now. They've already proved it once. If they can keep proving it, I actually think they could pull off the reverse sweep here, because BaiSha did not fire the same way in that third map that they did in the opening 2. Not even the individuals felt as strong to me. I mean, you had 9 specifically taking a huge step back, but now we'll see what they've got here as we prepare for it. It's going to be Black Widow map number 4. Let's jump into it.
Well, here we are on to Black Widow. Xiao, again, is going to be a key focal point, I think, for this one, for BaiSha. And they've decided to start with a faster round indeed. They've just gone straight through that smoke. Even is good enough for a 1-for-1, but that's about all that you can really ask for when there's that many players steamrolling into the side. BaiSha want to start this one with confidence, and it does look like they'll be able to get the plant down. No quick response from All Gamers just yet, and even in the meanwhile, you've got Xiao all the way over on A, so I don't even know what's going on in this round, and I'm not sure that All Gamers is really going to be aware of that either, as Xiao should have a freebie here onto ZY, and will now continue to be a really big problem for All Gamers that they do still have to clear out. I just don't see a way back into this round for All Gamers. BaiSha too fast and too decisive.
Jouet at least gets the opener, but look at the time on the bomb. There's no way they can even make this work, even if they get all the kills. There's no defuse potential. They've taken way too long here. This is a massive blunder. Even winning here, they've got no time to defuse.
Yeah, I would say a solid attempt from All Gamers, but I don't really think that it was. All right. If BaiSha's going to bring that kind of fire into the map, then yeah, this could be pretty interesting.
Very well could be. I mean, BaiSha, they had the right idea there, but they also didn't necessarily win on kills. It was just All Gamers having a lot of hesitation on that retake. So I think for them, they've definitely got to be ready a little bit more so on the post plan. Xiao wants this fight, and he'll win it on Jouet. That's a huge pick.
Yeah, good signs early on from Xiao, isn't it? The fact that he was so confidently moving through A in the last round, and another really solid fight from him there. Looks like we'll default back over to B. Even and do this time on B. That's a really tight angle for Do to be holding.
Yeah, that's tough to hit. He's going to reposition here onto the back windows. The flash goes down successfully, but Do, he can't find anything here. That nade takes him down half as well. Xiao gets one, 577 gets another. And ZQ, the only player to hold on, and he just can't do it. Him and ZY go down, and this is looking like a really similar BaiSha to what we saw on the first 2 maps already.
Yeah, mental reset really from BaiSha. I think after Port there, they really lost a bit of their pizzazz. I know that's not exactly the most descriptive of words, but I think it's the right one to show what BaiSha looked like, right? They just had this X factor on sub-base and Anchor that kind of went missing a little bit on Port, and I think they're trying to recapture that. That might have been part of the discussion that they had in between maps there. They would have said to each other, guys, we played in a different manner on Port than we did on the first 2 maps, and look where that's got us. Let's go back to what was working. Let's be decisive, let's be fast, let's be confident. we know we're the better team tonight. We're up 2-1 already, so let's make it a 3-1 scoreline to get revenge.
All gamers, they've got the stack here on the bomb site. 2 on it, 1 nearby. But again, BaiSha, they've gone into the stack several times and they have not lost. They want to try it again. Even holds the line for now.
Mid push.
That mid push is going to be huge from Xiao. But look at the angle from Duke. He should know what's going on here, but Xiao, he's going to go down. The rest of the team gets in. It's XQ Lund now left alone on site, but it's a 1 versus 2.
He's got the bomb at least. He's going to choose to exit B. If he just absolutely books it into A right now, could be something to be said. But all gamers haven't moved either. I was almost wondering if they were going to try to push their way into B to try to get some info, but now they've actually thought maybe XQ is going to go over to A. So they're trying to clear that out now as well. It's a game of cat and mouse, really. And XQ is... Oh, he's going to decide on... No, he's going to decide on A. Timing so critical here for him, and he, I think, does actually manage to cross mid without being spotted. So that is actually huge. Because at this point, all gamers are going to assume that it's a B hit. He's going to plant the bomb. They're still going to have to go into B to clear it.
He's planted for long as well. That's huge.
Oh, this is going to take them so long. I actually think he's won the round.
It depends on where he goes for the fight. If he's found out too soon, it could be too little too late. But they've checked the wrong bomb site. If he peeks this, it would be a huge mistake. He knows he has to stay alive, but his position is compromised.
Okay.
An unfortunate timing there. All gamers will grab the first round for themselves, but I'm not sure why he would play there after planting the bomb for long. If he had actually played long there in that situation, he might have won.
I guess the thing is, like, he doesn't actually know where either of the GR players are, so he's kind of assuming that he's gone through mid, and therefore they're not in mid, so they're probably on long, or somewhere in the BL spawn maybe, so they're going to come in through long. Either way, he makes the wrong gamble. Did a pretty good job to get it to the point that it was. But look at this again. Decisiveness from BaiSha. XQ is just straight out onto long. Du was given the time. Xiao was not the first player around the corner on long. Had he been the first player, he might have got that kill. But this one much more decisive from all gamers. BaiSha, I think, are going to probably take a chill pill from now on. This faster play hasn't worked this time.
It has been slowed down. That's good for AG. Now they could hope to bring this one back and continue to pressure their way into a potential 5th map in this series. XQ Lund trying to look underneath. He's going to be spotted by Zhui. How does he not win that fight, though? Even at least able to secure the kill onto Wunan. XQ Lund, he's got no health to work with. He should be going down here. And there you have it, all tied up already. And I think we're going to see a very close map here.
Yeah, I would say so. BaiSha have gotten away with a little in the early stages of this map, but when the rounds have played out a little bit more standard, it looks like all gamers have been a bit better, which does kind of have me worried for BaiSha's chances because, you know, obviously you can get away with a round or two like of the likes that BaiSha have, but they're not typically the kinds of rounds that you can get on a consistent basis throughout a half. And we're already sort of seeing all gamers able to negotiate those sorts of rounds pretty comfortably. So BaiSha's going to have to do something a bit different here. Time to dig deep. Smoke outside of B does allow all gamers to push out. It's a more forward hold than what we've seen from them before.
It's a pretty solid adjustment as well. Duke can play this forward angle on the B bridge. They've also got another sniper on the other side of the map. It's going to be ZY holding mid. Could be a nice variation to catch them if they're not prepared for the double arm setup. BaiSha starting to work their way back into mid. They still have this presence from XQ on B long, but I've got a feeling they might go up the catwalk here. They've got the early information to maybe make that play. But Zhui, he's ready for them.
It's a great spot for Du to be in. It's one of his favorites. But it does sort of feel like this could be a one-and-done position. Oh, he's decided to back down into the pit. Wonder if that'll end up being a mistake. Not quite. He goes 1 for 1, and considering the trades elsewhere have worked out pretty well for all gamers, they can't be too disappointed by how things are progressing so far. XQLon's able to cross. Even won't peek from the window to try to deny the bomb plan, and now it's down to just these two individuals, 577 and XQLon, to try to make some magic happen. It's a good start from 577. No damage even taken. But there's still way too many members for all gamers, and BaiSha have to be worried about that. ZY, he spots out 577, who steps up. And now just even, whose position is well and truly known. Tap on the bomb, it's not going to draw out the peak. 577, what an insane round.
That could be one we look back as a decider for this game, because that's not one he should have been able to win at all. He had so many opportunities to be traded, and they just couldn't do it. Now they've got the lead here on the BL side. All gamers, they've got to answer back here, especially after a round like that.
Aggressive push in the mid from ZY. Neither player spotting one another. Xiao and ZY get out of that one unscathed. Heavier presence again towards the B side. That's kind of looked like BaiSha's modus operandi this map so far.
What are they doing here, though? Still a pretty passive setup. They had the A-long control earlier on. Du just kind of hanging out there, waiting to see if the late rotation comes through. Right now, BaiSha going back into mid, maybe for the late A split. And I do like this call from them. They've put so much pressure on to B. If they even hint a B push could be coming, All Gamers is going to put at least 3 players towards that side of the map.
Du, he'll want some assistance from ZY. That's a pretty decisive kill coming through from BaiSha. Xiao, though, low, still is able to strike onto ZY. And Wu9 is across the bridge already, so A site is well and truly in control of BaiSha. Smoking it off, but Wu9, he wants to push through it, gets aggressive for 1. I don't know, is the 1 for 1 worth it? Either way, plant's gone down. 577 on long will probably be a key difference maker in this round, given the bomb is planted for him. But you would hope, for BaiSha's sake, that XQLon will be able to get himself at least a kill before going down. Lone will continue to clear out long. They know pretty much there's nothing coming from that direction now. All gamers have to be making their moves. Already a tap on the bomb. Lone will be the first one to take the peek, and he gets that info. 577 though, he's going to have to move. He's got to go. The defuser's on, mates. He hasn't got there in time. Bomb wasn't quite planted for him.
That's tough. He almost had it too. The timing just barely too slow to get it done. And now it becomes a tied game because of it. That could have been their lead. Just one small repositioning error is really the difference in this type of game. You can't have any little mistakes if you want to come out on top of this one. But now they're going back to their classic strat on this map. A lot of emphasis towards this B bomb site. Only Xiao in mid. And it could be the right call. Again, there's only 1 player holding this. I'm surprised All Gamers starts it off with only 1 in this direction.
It's a lot of players toward B from All Gamers. When's 9 going to activate? Had a couple of decent maps in map 1 and 2, but he definitely hasn't been the standout in this series, and he has been BaiSha's best player at this event. He's also going a little bit slowly through this 4th map. But if he wakes up, well, then All Gamers might be in a bit of trouble, and they could be actually a little bit antagonized in this round as well, considering that opening has gone as cleanly as it has for BaiSha. It's now split the map in between the A and B sides of 577. He just doesn't stop, does he? He's even taking the fight to All Gamers. They've got the stack on B. BaiSha's in A. 577 still fighting.
XQ1 though, he's got this flank perfectly timed. They have the double set up and they have no idea he's underneath the catwalk. He's gonna find one, finds a second, potentially on Even. No, Even actually wins the fight here. And now they've got a chance, but much longer. It's gonna be Xiao on the site, holding it down. ZY trying to go in for the recommit, but it's a 3-on-1. There is no way he can win this. The triple peak comes, it gets it done for BaiSha, and they continue forward in front. The back and forth continues in this one.
Another advantage for BaiSha. Xiao and ZY have been really quite close to coming to blows in mid. But as of yet, we haven't really seen it happen.
All gamers right now playing pretty stacked towards A. Nobody directly contesting mid yet. ZQ just holding it from underneath the catwalk. But BaiSha, they love to hit this B-bomb site. ZY and Even going beyond it already. ZQ rotates in as well. They spot at least one player on the jump spot. It's gonna be 9 taking some nade damage, but they want to take this fight anyways. The flash goes through. There's still no full commitment here. It could be a potential fake. What is Xiao gonna do here? He's looking for that pick as well. I mean, he wants to fight that window player, but there is no window player on the other side of it. They've got to go right into this.
Oh, ZY, he steps up large with a 2K. There is no entry allowed to the B side for BaiSha in this round. 5-on-1 for XQLung. Best case scenario now for BaiSha is a 5-4 lead heading into the second half. It is tenuous at best. This series, I mean, it still feels like it could really go either way.
These are the maps I was expecting from the beginning. Should be close between these two teams. When they're both playing at their peak, it's a very even matchup here. Everybody really stepping it up here in this map. Aside from 9, who's been a little bit quiet on the BaiSha side of things so far, but look at the aggression into A long here. They're gonna win it. B, they're gonna back off though. They don't want that fight. ZY able to take control along with Do, but Do, he's taken down to 20 HP in the process. There's a slow setup coming out of BaiSha as well. They're trying to filter a pick. 577, he's been so good at it in this half so far, but they really need him again here to find this fight. ZY, he's on the other side of it.
It's a potent setup, really, with Do on the stairs there and ZY close. I can definitely see all gamers being able to trade effectively from this position, especially if ZY opens it as cleanly as he has. Got to be expecting Do, though, from this position, and he didn't quite strike quickly enough to find that trade, so he's under a bit of pressure, but he's got the backup of his teammates. It's a big CROSSFIRE setup here from all gamers, but even better from BaiSha. 3-on-2 now. Xiao is in mid. Even is as well. Timing is going to be a huge factor in this round, and if Even gets past Xiao somehow, then maybe XQLung gets caught on that cross. I think Xiao spotted Even at the very worst. That's information given over to BaiSha, but still XQLung goes down. Even's coming up with the goods. Oh.
Xiao goes down as well. It's not looking good. 9. He's got to this fight alone, but that's a good shot to get it started. 28 HP though, 20 seconds. He's got to book it either way he goes. This is not going to be easy to just even get onto the bomb site in time.
ZQ's gambling in mid. 9 has been spotted now as well, and he can't really cross back, so 9 has to take the fight. But ZQ will win it. Advantage all gamers heading into the second half. Not by a large margin though.
No, it's not, but at the same time, it is a BL-sided map on standard, so this should favor all gamers coming out of that first half with 5 on the GR. They do have to deal with BaiSha, who has looked very good all day long on their GR side. They've got to find that magic, though, from Xiao. It started to go missing in the last couple of maps here. They could really use it now, though. Only 5 in this map for him so far.
Bit tentative so far from all gamers on the offense. BaiSha have some nice long control, but they really don't have a whole lot going on toward A outside of that. So at a certain point, they're going to start to wonder, has all gamers just walked into A?
They could here. They've already got Do up the catwalk. They've got that option. But there's 2 players here on long. If they go into the long push, whoever goes alone could go down. So ZY, not too sure about that fight. Gets even for the backup, but still 2v2 here could be favorable if 9 has the timing go his way. But he's going to be going to try and hold off this catwalk push. These 2 players are now split up, which should be favorable for all gamers on this push. Unless Xiao can do something big again. Xiao gets the first though. Another player looking to challenge. Even gets the counter flash out. 9 gets the kills. And it's all on to Do here to try and get this entry. He finds the first, but there is still a player to deal with on long. Xiao hasn't gone down just yet. XQ1 able to get 1, but Xiao, where is he at? He's still sitting A long, waiting to stop the plant here, and he could do it. There's only 10 seconds. He knows it. He's going to be able to sneak up here and try and play spoiler to the plant, but he's got to get the peek now. Not enough time to work with. He's going to be taken down. Even he's got a chance here to put it to a close with Do, and there you have it. They get the round.
That's a massive round from Do. I think he got 4 kills in it. Really was teetering on a precipice that round. 5-7-7, had he been a couple of seconds earlier, he might have even been able to deny that plant. As you said, Do, I mean, he could have looked to try to deny the plant. Xiao, but not the case. So all gamers go up 6-4. They're getting fired up, but they are getting bashed out of this round as well. BaiSha's definitely not done yet. Man, this is really coming down to the wire.
It's going to be a tough one for BaiSha, but at least this round shouldn't be. They've got the 5-on-3. ZQ in hand. He's currently the top fragger for all gamers in this map as well. ZY and Shui still going to be working their way around the map. They're very split up, though. This bomb is alone towards the B bomb site. The rest of the players here starting to group up in mid for all gamers, but BaiSha, they've got full control over everything. They've got to group up and go for the risk play here. It seems to be leaning towards that B bomb site. BaiSha getting a sense of it as well. Throws an early nade stack in that direction. Not going to find anyone here, but they've got the setup to try and hold this off.
Yeah, it's definitely a good setup from BaiSha. Crossfire is good. Rotation will be a bit of a problem, though. If both of these players on B go down, it'll take a little while for BaiSha to get across, though they are already starting to trend in that direction. Are they going to be there a bit too late? U9 will just back away.
Look at 9, though.
Yeah. Well,
beautiful flank.
CQ can't do anything about it. And so now all gamers are trapped in on this site. It's hard to get the bomb plan down with so many members around. Shui fighting hard. He's found himself 2. Has only got 9 bullets to play with here, but it won't matter because Exculan will execute him. So it once again goes back to a 1-round difference.
BaiSha with a chance to tie here. They could do it. They had a really good start to the round in the previous. 2 early picks went their way. Off an aggressive push. This time it's even who finds the first onto Wunan. 577. He is looking for the trade. He's going to be spotted out on that jump, but does even know what to expect here. No, he does not. Even not prepared for that one. He's taken down. The situation neutral for now.
Well, I kind of like the fact that Nine's already pushed quite aggressively up short. He's wisely not decided to go any further, but now would actually be the timing to keep going. Because the full rotation's coming in from all gamers, and it would be such a Nine thing to do. But for the moment, he's holding strong. And decides to actually back up. Now those B players need a bit of help, and they won't get it. ZY. He's back.
It's going to be a 2-on-4 retake here. This bomb should get planted. Nine trying to stall it out, goes down. Xiao falls victim as well. And all gamers, they seem ready to do it. They could take this one all the way to a 5th and final map, which is Eagle Eye if we get there, which I think I would favor them on if we go that full distance. The momentum's starting to go into their hands. They're once again the closer team to that finish line. And this time it's going to be Nine who has to try and find that initial frag. He finds one, but that's going to be it. Shui takes him down with the reply. Even trades this one out as well. Still a 3-on-3. There's one player who snuck into the connector, though. Do they know 577 is here? Surely not. But he misses the shots, gets the follow-up, but the trades still dead even, but even himself gets it done. Takes it down to the 2-on-1. Xiao needs a big round here and now.
It's a fast flank from Xiao, though. He's obviously not going to be able to catch anyone as they go into the B side, but he might be able to catch the planter if he peeks quickly through the doors, and the plan is by default. It's not quite. Oh, he has been spotted out by the looks of things, and so one player left in the side, and ZQ off to the A side to try to get the plant. Xiao doesn't want to take that fight and decides to rotate himself, but he's going to be stalled up in mid. Even should be ready for this. Xiao should be ready for it, and is. Okay, now it's on. 1-on-1. Big, big round to win. Can Xiao keep his team in the fight right here? Tough duel. Headshot angle for ZQ, but he's down low. All it's going to take is one more bullet from Xiao, and there's time still available. 8 bullets. Not enough. Xiao down. ZQ wins it. All gamers another step forward.
And this could be what they needed. Map 5, you can see it. It's so close for them. 2 rounds away from taking it 10-5 into Eagle Eye, a map they've consistently won on in this matchup. It's going to be so tough for BaiSha now. They had everything going for them in the first 2 maps, but that has been completely changed now in these last 2. A lot of pressure now on their shoulders to try and find that answer before the 9th round is put on the board. We saw on the previous map when all gamers got to 9, BaiSha could have had it all. They took it to 8. This time, maybe they can do it a little bit sooner.
And Dream is really turning to a nightmare for BaiSha, that is for sure. As you say, similar situation as Port. BaiSha need to string a few rounds together here to keep it competitive, lest all gamers just push it over the line again. Oh, 577, only good for 1. That is just not going to be enough. Wu9, Xiao, and Xulan have a big job to do. They've brought it back to the 3-on-3, then it's again taken down to a 3-on-2, and all gamers are into B. Couple of low HP members on this All Gamers roster, and the full HP player taken down. Xiao's just brought matters into his own hands and decided to do it himself. What is that?
That's the play they needed. That's what it is. It keeps them in the fight, avoiding map point on the table for All Gamers. This is what they needed in the last map. Now they've got to claw back even harder and continue forward to the tie. If they can bring this to an 8-8, it might be enough to get it done here.
Maybe, just maybe. Just feels like every single round that BaiSha gets, though, is really down to a nail biter. And some of the ones All Gamers have been picking up here have been pretty confident, so 9, again, in that same position on short. Didn't push aggressively enough last round. It almost seems like the exact same setup from both teams. And if he were to get his timing right and flank into B, if All Gamers go to that direction, that would be a huge win for BaiSha, but C4 still in the BL spawn, and ZY is kind of creeping around here as well. This is very much a game of timing.
Nine here, still very patient on this. They've got a 3-player stack on B as well. This should be good for them, but not if that happens. Dude takes down Wudon right away, and now they can start to work their way in. But there's 2 players already pushed up the catwalk, starting to think about a flank. But Xiao, he's taken down to 9 HP.
Wudon. Oh, can't make the difference. Needed to, really. Now it's looking quite dire for BaiSha. All Gamers surely don't commit to this B site. C4 is still being held in rotation. Could go either way.
They need XQ Lun here to make a massive play. It's really the only way. They've got to find it. All Gamers is still stuck here towards the B-bomb site. There's a chance for BaiSha after all if Xiao can pop off once again, but he's got no help to do it with. 577, only going to be good for 1. XQ Lun, though, the perfect timing on the flank. He's already found 1. It's down to the 2-on-3. 30 seconds on the clock. Xiao, he's not going to find anything else in this round. XQ Lun goes down as well, and they've taken it again to map point.
Oh dear. Oh dear, BaiSha. It was within their grasp, well within their grasp in those first 2 maps. It looked like it was going to be the perfect day, but oh, getting a sense of deja vu, Imperial VASCO vibes. Might be another close finish here for All Gamers, but 9 stepping up for a double. Has started this one well for BaiSha. They may still yet have some fight left in them on this map. It was a faster attempt from All Gamers into the B side, and that didn't work out at all. Now down 2 members as well.
Here come the utility pushes, though, from the rest of the defense. ZQ only going to be good for 1. 2, it's the follow-up. He's got a chance to split these players up as well. This could be the perfect opportunity to close out this map. He's going to go ahead and go all the way back to A. He's got the timing here to get there first as well. Perfect jump on the cross to Cat. Now, it's the positioning choice. We've seen some questionable ones on the post plant from All Gamers on this site, but now more than ever, he needs to find that way through.
He can absolutely get this done. That's a nice cross onto the bridge as well. Bomb is planted for him. It's going to take a long time for BaiSha to clear this one out, and he is playing it super safely. Okay, hang on a second. This is getting really interesting now. If they sat the defuse, I think they would actually just win the round there, but they don't know where he's coming from. Wudon, though, checks. All right, not over yet.
BaiSha takes it to 2. That's all they need to see overtime and maybe have a chance to take this one in a 3-1 series, but you've got to believe All Gamers has looked better in this one so far, and it wouldn't surprise me to see them take this all the way to a map 5. They've got the firepower to do it. On the other side, it's been a little quiet, especially from Wudon in this 4th map. A lot of early pressure going on to 9. They know he likes to play for that catwalk position. He's not going to get it here. A bit of a slowdown now, though, from all gamers. They're going to go ahead and reset. Meanwhile, BaiSha sneaking a couple players into that A-long control. They've got one there. It's going to be 9 now moving over. And this could be good for the late game.
Two players on that B site for BaiSha. 9 and 5-7-7. Going to be tested again, but Lana's come across as well. It's a 3-player stack. BaiSha have the soldiers where they need. But again, you have to wonder, will all gamers fall into this trap, or will they rotate their way back out across the map? C4 is on its way. Shui back into the BL spawn already. So all gamers look destined to end up on A. Xiao's there with the orb in hand. 9 nicely timed smoke on long. Should buy a little bit more time here for BaiSha to get across, and they are exiting B. They're calling the bluff. Here we go. Big moment right here for Xiao, but he is flashed out. Somehow survives a little longer than anticipated, but still eventually does drop. Good connection from Du as well. No one hitting their shots from BaiSha, and XQlon, he just hides on the site. Could be a big moment. Has spotted Shui, the C4 carrier. No way, no way. Well, he's going to have to deny the C4 plant. No, he's decided not to. Time of the essence for XQlon, 1 on 5. Surely it's not possible to keep BaiSha in the game, and that is that. 10-7 will be secured for all gamers, and we go the distance. Eagle Eye. The last map in the pool is what awaits us.
What a way for it to go down, but all gamers, they have pushed themselves to the limits. They are back in this for the first time. The nerves are starting to set in for BaiSha. They know this could all be taken away from them in the final map, and all gamers is looking pretty good to have that chance.
Yeah, oh man. What a tumultuous series we have found ourselves in. 10-2, 10-2 for BaiSha, and after that you think, man, this series is going to be over. But all gamers, they just double down on that mental resilience, and now 10-8, 10-7 have forced it through to a map 5. It's anybody's guess as to which way this one will go, but if the last best of 5 that we saw go to 5 maps is anything to go by, then the reverse sweep is very much on. All gamers are going to be feeling really good about their chances now. It feels like it's doable. It feels like it's their destiny, and I have to question you, Kyle. I mean, where are you sitting on this? Do you think that reverse sweep is going to happen? Have BaiSha, you know, burnt too bright a little bit too early? I'll give you a second to think about that, because we have to look at the highlights, then you can answer. Well, taking a look back at how things shaped up there, ZQ, he stepped up in a big way. 2.1 rating from him as far as the KD is concerned, and obviously over a kill around is a pretty good scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, right now, all gamers, they're looking like the better team. That well-rounded team is starting to come back to the forefront. You combine that with Wunan having a pretty abysmal game, to be honest, not even at a 0.5 KD. Xiao falling off a little bit as well. Wouldn't be surprised, though, to see ZQ picking up the MVP here. He definitely was that key to unlocking this map for his team. And now they go into Eagle Eye, a map they're historically very, very strong on. And this is a really tough place to be to close out the series. And at this point, I do think All Gamers is going to win this one. They've shown a lot more. And you also have to think about the potential burnout here on the other side as well. BaiSha, this is going to be their 8th map of the day.
Yeah, indeed. It's been a long journey to get to this point for BaiSha. They would have liked to have wrapped it up already on port. They would like to be back at the hotel, relaxing, celebrating their win, really. But that is not the situation we've found ourselves in. That's not going to be the fairy tale finish for them today. Maybe it still can be. It's been a bit of a roller coaster ride, though, as we do head into Eagle Eye in just a moment. Lots to think about for both of these two teams, and I'm sure that the nerves are sort of bubbling away. So it's time for us to take a short break. If you're interested in catching Eagle Eye, don't go too far away. We'll be coming back in 5 minutes or so for the culmination of the entire event.
That's the championship point. All gamers will be That's the championship point. All gamers will be.
Well, it's the final time we get to welcome you back to the CFS Summer Championship 2023 as we are now at the final hurdle. It is the grand final. It is a best of 5 and we are into map 5. Against all the odds in such a long tournament, it all comes down to essentially this one map. It's a $110,000 map. Eagle Eye coming up in a moment, and all gamers, they are the ones that go into this one with the momentum. Here's the map pool for you. Subbase, Ankara, both taken decisively 10-2 by BaiSha. Then Port, Black Widow were closer affairs, but both were taken by all gamers. And we find ourselves now on Eagle Eye with BaiSha, I'm sure, ruining the day that they were not able to complete that comeback on Port. They were one round away from making it into the tiebreaker, into the OT, and yet they let it slip. And now they find themselves here.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like all gamers, they're in full control of how this one goes. This is a map they've historically won more on. They also have a 2-game win streak coming into it, so it seems likely they could do it. But then I think to BaiSha in those first 2 games, they looked unstoppable. If Shao can come in, play like that, there's definitely a world where BaiSha can still take this one away. I'm just worried that they've lost that momentum that they had earlier on in the day. The fatigue could be setting in for them as well, and that's where they've really got to show us what they can do, because this is not an easy position to be in. You're talking about an 8th map for yourself, and trying to amplify up for that can be a lot.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's an 8th map for us as well, and I'm starting to get tired at this point in time as well, so I can only imagine what it's like to be playing the game and having to focus in at that point. Don't have too much really to go off as far as the results in this tournament are concerned on Eagle Eye. All gamers have not played that map once. BaiSha did. That was on day 1 of the playoffs, and they were able to get the 10-3 victory over Imperial there, but I mean, they were kind of stomping their way through that series, so I'm not really sure that I can really read into that one too much. And with that trophy in mind, that's what's on the line. The pressure's now on for BaiSha. I mean, obviously it's there for all gamers as well. You have to wonder who will walk away with a historic win here at the CFS Summer Championship. And it's time for us to find out. Here it is, map 5 in the series, Eagle Eye between all gamers and BaiSha to be crowned champions at the CFS Summer Championship 2023. Anybody's game at this point.
BaiSha looking to have a strong start if they can. They've had the stronger starts consistently throughout this series. But now going into map 5, it's about who is going to have that life still in them. 5 maps into this series. We've seen a lot of ups and downs from many of these players. And now more than ever, they've got to show us what they can do in that map 5 situation here. It's going to be 5-7-7 leading the charge towards this bomb site, but even gets the double kill to shut it down. A huge way to get the ball rolling for AG. Wunan does manage at least the late trade onto him. So they still have the control, but XQ Lun, he's snuck in underneath, but ZY on long with the arm in hand. He's going to try and make it happen. Du gets the kill on site. It's down to the 1-on-2, but Wunan gets the backstab. He's already found himself 2, and it could be the round as well.
ZY. How confident is he feeling about this one? Wunan's headed in his direction. Timing such a big factor. This one-on-one, Wunan comes off worse for it. He'll go scurrying back away to the site. Try to plant the bomb and play out the post plant. ZY, you'd have to say, is well and truly favored here. 22 HP only for Wunan to play with. Plant's gone down. So time now working in the favor of ZY.
At this point, though, BaiSha, they need that momentum after losing 2 maps the first round. Could it be theirs? ZY spots him out. Neither player connecting just yet. Woonan, though, he gets the kill. And it's a 1-0 start for BaiSha.
Ooh, by the skin of his teeth, really. Good round to win, though. Settle the nerves a little bit. It's been tough going for BaiSha in the previous 2 maps. But if they can start off with a good half here on Eagle Eye, then who's to say they can't still close this series out and shatter the dreams of all gamers.
Great bounce back as well from Woonan. He was the lowest fragger in the lobby in that last map. Finding 4 kills in the first round is huge for his confidence on this team. If he's playing well, the team can generally rally around him. He's one of those veteran players, but all gamers, they've snuck up here. I like this play. Very good pinch on the mid double doors. It could be effective if that mid push comes through again from all gamers. They go all the way through, though. They've got to be careful. You don't want to go too much further here.
Yeah, nice crossfire, definitely. But it is a lot of resources on the A side of the map, so if for whatever reason BaiSha would have decided to go B, at the moment it's only ZY watching that. Trying to use a bit of delaying util as well. Oh, watching for Xhulan trying to climb the tower. ZY, hey, I tell you what, if he's the only one defending B, I think that's all right at the moment. Excellent start for all gamers into the round, and now the aggression comes through those double doors. They were holding, and now they're pushing.
This is the exact response they needed in this second round. They may have fallen in the first. Doesn't seem to be the case in the second, but maybe I've spoken too soon. 9 finds a headshot, so does 577. They take it down to the 2-on-3, but he's got the angle. That nade could potentially finish 577. It comes a little bit too close, so they decide to back out here and work their way back into mid. They need another pick to feel like they can get into the site here, but they may not find it. It's a very good lockdown setup.
Yeah, that's the big issue really for BaiSha. Not only that they have a numbers disadvantage, but they don't really have any map control, and they certainly don't have site control, which is a big problem now with only 20 seconds left. Good shots from ZY in there as well to assist, and all gamers are on the board as well. They don't want to wait around too long for that to be the case.
Here we go. We're right at the tie already from the start here. It's a clear indicator. This could be a long haul final map. Both of these teams equally hungry to lift that trophy. ZY on the pretty solid so far, I'd have to say. One of the better starts we've seen out of him all weekend. We'll see if he can keep it up, though.
Yeah, I mean, not traditionally the primary sniper, obviously, for this All Gamers roster, but has been picking it up here and there. ZY just almost naded himself. Nice change up in the A hold again from All Gamers, this time holding A long.
Yeah, I like the setup here. It does leave them a little bit exposed if this mid to B push comes, though. It's really only on to ZQ there. And then you've got ZY solo holding B long, so they're almost hoping they've got the right call here towards A. But BaiSha, they're already going towards mid. This is where things could potentially fall apart. There's nobody really holding on to that aside from who can get that off-angle shot out of the double doors. But that smoke screen makes it a lot harder. But look at Shui here, just goes swinging in towards their spawn, finds 2 players, takes them both down to 30. ZQ, he's gonna have 2 players just run right past him though. 9, again, sneaking his way into a spawn, but this time he's shut down for it. 577, able to secure the trade. But they've got no control here to work with. Woonan, he's not hitting the shots here. AG, they've got full control now. It's a 4-on-3.
What an absolute mess of a round. BaiSha still trying to fight for it. They're kind of getting into the site, but C4 isn't yet here, and 577 doesn't want to progress any further. The nade is not a good one. It's just a complete waste of a nade. But the plan's down, at the very least. So BaiSha can now try to hold off. 577, only good for one, but that's a sharp shot from Xiao, and he's in a great spot to make a difference. ZQ alone and traded. BaiSha have another.
It's a 2-1 lead.
Gosh, what a mad round that was.
I feel like we're going to see a lot like that, though, because this is really the maximum amount of stress on both these teams. There's so much riding on each and every round in this 5th map that you've got to try and pull out the stops every moment you have. ZY back on the towards B long, trying to find the reply they need for all gamers to tie this one up. BaiSha looking for that early 3-1 lead. Yunan, he had 4 in the first round. Nothing since just yet. We are going to see Xiao looking to take a fight towards the B bridge. If ZY goes for the jump spot on that box, he could potentially be caught very early here.
Patient approach from BaiSha in the majority of these rounds. Only really the first round did they try to play super quickly. Do you feel as though BaiSha's been neutered somewhat in these last few maps by all gamers? ZY again with the Orm on a different angle this time. And he'll catch Wu9, but he won't get out alive. That's a sharp trade from 577, who continues to probably be the pick of the bunch in these last 3 maps for BaiSha. Xiao certainly the standout in the first 2, but he has cooled quite substantially. And it might well be up to 577 to get BaiSha over the line today.
The time's starting to run down. 40 seconds to make their move. They're going to make it towards B. ZQ spots one, but 9 takes him down. The response not good enough from all gamers. Zhui and Du have to play for the full retake in this one. They've already got Zhui very close by, though. He could sneak in very early on. I don't think they know he's already here. This is a huge positional advantage for him. He gets the first kill. 577 now stuck in the spawn.
Ooh.
He's already on the bomb, Zhui. He has to get off of it, though. He gets the first kill. Can he get the second? That nade could equalize. He's sticking it here, but the problem is his feet are exposed. It doesn't matter. He gets the shot anyways. All gamers surely have him to thank for this one. And again, it's all tied up.
Wow. Oh, I think that'll be a disappointing one to lose for BaiSha, because they really were in pole position to close that round out. And given how close the last couple of maps have been, it does feel as though every single round matters when it comes down to these clutches. That might be the difference. The team with the better clutch ability here on Eagle Eye might be the team to win the series.
The problem they've got now on BaiSha is, where is Xiao in this map? Nowhere to be seen yet. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, you've got 2 snipers who are being more efficient than him. It's so tough to find that answer to them, but he has to do it soon. He's only found 1 kill, and he needs to be that magic entry fragger that we saw in map 1 and 2. He was really one of those key reasons his team could propel to the front of this match. And right now, they definitely need him to step it up. But all gamers, this is their side. They're so good on the GR. They know how to pick things apart and set up these early flanks on the retake. But BaiSha, you can tell it's almost back to what we saw in yesterday's matchup. They're very reserved now. They're not taking those risks anymore, but that's what was working for them.
Push through from all gamers right here. Sending all of their forces over to the B side of the map, and in that meanwhile, BaiSha is kind of on the way to A, but I think all gamers have cottoned on to it. There's not really a whole lot happening over there, so they're going to be back to A to defend it in time. Good rotation around the map here from AG, but Du needs to do a little bit more. He's only got himself the 1 kill so far. Even has dropped. BaiSha are finding ways to get into this site so far. They've still got 1 or 2 more members to get past. It's both the snipers, and ZY now is down. It's Du who's traded out for an M4, but he eventually drops. And another one for BaiSha. I mean, these rounds are really coming down to just one massive, extended, pitched battle rather than skirmishes all over the map.
Yeah, none of these rounds are looking easy. All gamers, you'd almost have to assume they tie it here with how close this one has been. But this is for BaiSha, their first chance to extend the lead and get that rolling for them. Here comes the counter utility though. All gamers, they've got the response even, already 2 on the table. Looking for that third on a 9. He might find it with the nade. 9 gets out barely in time, but not for long. Even hunts him down as well. That's 3 kills for him. ZY finds the 4th. Xiao left alone, 1 versus 4. He's able to find 1, but with that bomb down, it seems pretty unwinnable.
Yeah, this is where we need to ask for some magic from Xiao. Feels unfair to ask after what he put through on sub-base and Ankara. But we might just need to see that if BaiSha's to win this map. Got a good clean kill there onto Even. It's a start, definitely. And ZQ's now kind of isolated as well. Round the corner, Xiao doesn't hit the shot. No magic this time.
It's back to the tie we go, 3-3.
Oh man, hasn't that been the case over these last couple of maps for pretty much the entire first half? It's really in the second half where we found all gamers accelerating.
Yeah, at this point I would love to see an early aggressive play from BaiSha. They've been so slow to the gun on this side of the map. And it seems it could be a similar situation in this round as well. Playing just in that middle section, trying to see if someone will take the bait. They've got an extra player here holding the mid-double doors. They're wanting somebody to peek through here. But all gamers, they haven't given them this counter-aggression hardly at all today.
ZY's been a big threat with the Orm in hand. Xiao's sort of been sent in his direction to try and deal with that this round. Smoke's obscuring the vision though of both. Ooh, leg shot and spam from the Colt. The bullets don't quite finish ZY off. He is very low, however. And so that emboldens 5, 7, 7, and 9 to start pushing their way here in towards the B side. They will need some assistance. I mean, C4's committed. Where's the rest of the BaiSha squad? They've got to join forces together because they'll need to trade down to get into B. Shui's wrapping in behind on the bridge and might just find a timing. Exculon needs to be careful. I think he spotted Shui. No, maybe not. Either way, Shui wins the duel. Plant down in the meanwhile. BaiSha numbers deficit. ZY, though, will fall over to a stiff breeze, but hey, he can still shoot the Orm, and that's really all that matters at this point. Unan needs to come up big. 1 on 3. He's stuck in the gondola. There's nowhere to go. He's got to fight his way out. He's got no HP to play with, but he's finding almost the kills. I mean, see why that 3 HP difference results in another 2 kills afterward. And, of course, the round for all gamers.
Now all gamers, they've got the lead. Maybe they start to run away with it. It's 2 in a row. But only time will tell if we continue to see the back and forth. It's BaiSha who've got to respond this time around. They're used to having that early lead, but all gamers, as this one has gone on, they are looking very dangerous, especially when you look at ZY as a player. I feel like for ZY, he was very, very quiet yesterday, even in the first 2 maps today. Almost nowhere to be seen. He had 4 kills in the first 2 maps of this series. He's already 9 and 4.
Big game player, maybe. And that's what we were saying with regard to BaiSha needing to close this series out, right? If they could have done it on Port, they probably should have, because all gamers, they always had something in reserve, right? They weren't hitting their peak. They weren't hitting their stride on Subbase or Ankara, not even close to it. We knew what kind of a team all gamers could be. And BaiSha have really given them that opportunity, but still, there's one more map that they have to get over the line, and it is a real battle here on Eagle Eye. It is just so back and forth, and this round, it is favoring BaiSha pretty substantially. They'll get a fast plant over at B, and it's going to take a long time for all gamers to rotate their way back across. So time is really going to be a factor on this retake. Not to mention, Xiao can clear out the entire other angle and potentially even be on the fast flank if he wants to.
He's got to move faster, though. All gamers is already working back into the site. He's nowhere to be seen, but 9, he's holding it perfectly. Gets the first, gets the second. This is going to be it. ZQ, nothing he can do here. Xiao takes him out.
4 apiece.
4-4.
Yeah, it just continues to stay so tight. We are destined to go as far as we possibly can in this best of 5. I mean, it's so reminiscent of the Imperial VASCO result, which was super one-sided on the first 2 maps, and then the subsequent 3 were pretty much as close as they could be. I mean, I wonder if we get to overtime. I feel like this series deserves it. Close contact from ZY, though, will give all gamers the advantage in the final round of the half. He's sticking around for some more as well. And he might need it because ZQ's dropped as well, but 9 can't actually land the frag himself. It has to come down to XQ Lun. Numbers looking good for all gamers in this round.
3 on 2 here. Wunan and XQ Lun, very spread apart. Du gets the spot onto Wunan. Nade's gonna go down. He's able to at least use this box to get out. But again, they've got no map control. It's going to have to be a recommit. Potentially out the mid double doors for Wunan. Trying to find that information. But Du, he's got the angle. But he gives it up for a moment here. There could be a timing where he sneaks out if he can play this just right. But between Even and Du, it's so hard to get past those double doors in the mid. They've got the coverage here to try and hold it off. Wunan going to be spotted by Even. XQ Lun left alone now. It's a 1v3. It doesn't seem too likely.
Yeah, very tough indeed for XQ Lun, especially with the player so close. This should be the perfect swing for all gamers, but Even's down, and XQ Lun, well, he made that closer than it could have been. But still, end of the day, it is all gamers that win the first half, and now it's going to be a question of whether or not they can win the map. Can they convert that first half lead? My gut feeling says yes.
I think they might have it. They're playing a little bit better as a unit, but not much. Just a minor difference between these two teams, really. ZY, though, one of the difference makers here. 11 from him is not something we've seen all day long, and for him to step up under this kind of pressure is huge for their potential. For BaiSha, though, still waiting for more of those shining moments from Xiao. That could be the answer as well to help get them in a position to win.
BaiSha happy with the proceedings in this round so far, but as that smoke fades, all gamers are going to start to take more and more map control. Nine's just jump spotting. And in a second, he's going to get the info that he needs. Will he take the swing? Yes, good shot from 9. 577 needs to come into play as well now, and he might be able to double down, but quickly traded. 4 on 3 now. BaiSha still have the advantage. And ZQ is being quite forward-thinking with that C4, which I am a little bit worried about, but his teammates are coming to join him. Ambitious, to say the least, is ZQ right now.
He wants to take this bomb site. 9 is on it though, ready to go. Baits out the shot. Here comes the follow-up from BaiSha. XQ Lun able to secure one. Woonan gets another. It's all on to ZQ. And the tie seems pretty certain, unless he can find something big to work with. It's only going to be one though. We're all tied up again, and it seems to be the story. It could come down to just the last few rounds here.
Yeah, we're just going tit for tat, one step at a time, really, aren't we? All game is going to be a little bit faster this time. Zhui tries to take that fight against 9, but he's already turned around and gone back away. 5-7-7 was in a position to see a fight ahead for himself, but the smoke actually does force All Gamers back. And I think we're kind of back to that stalemate situation again, where both teams are just going to take it slow for the next minute and a half. And then we'll see them pick the pace up. Has been a bit of a departure from how we've sometimes seen the Chinese teams playing on that blacklist side, but I do feel that in this grand final, they have both played a little bit slower as a general tendency than a lot of the other matches we've seen at this event.
Yeah, they really have. All Gamers, you can tell they want that reply in this round to get back in the lead, but BaiSha, they've been really good on their GR sides today. They've won the majority of them. The 9, he gets the opener as well. 5-7-7, he's got the angle. It's already a 5v3, but look at the trades. They're starting to come through. Du takes down 5-7-7. XQ Lun also down to 20 HP, even trying to make a solo play. He gets it somehow, ready to go behind that box. ZY finds another, and things have turned around already. It's a 3-on-2.
Yeah, it looked like Xiao just really didn't register that there was someone in his scope right there, because he didn't fire a shot. Woonan almost dead to ZY there as well on the rotation. This is a big round to lose for BaiSha. It started really well. 9 could be the difference maker though. Is this the 9 pop-off round? He's been pretty good on this map, 10-8 so far. His position is known though, so he's kind of relying on Woonan to cause a distraction, and now it's 9's time to activate, but too much to do. So All Gamers will persist with that advantage. Even not happy about something.
It's important though, you've got to be critical of every little thing at this point, because that's the difference in winning or losing this map. And they know it. They watch themselves fall the first 2 maps because of the little mistakes, but they're not making them now. All Gamers 4 rounds away from another title bet. Man, I'm expecting a 6-6 here.
Yeah, it sort of feels like the moment someone actually puts 2 together is where this might blow out. Most specifically in the case of All Gamers, because BaiSha is kind of playing catch-up. But if All Gamers can put 2 together in a row, they go up 7-5. And then that equilibrium is broken. The balance is broken. But BaiSha are still hanging in it. I gotta be honest, at this point, I'm kind of just rooting for the overtime. Why not just go to golden point? What a finish that would be.
It would be an epic one to an already very entertaining series we've got on our hands, but All Gamers, they're looking to try and grab that lead here. It's going to be an overwhelming push onto the A-bomb site even. That's a huge double kill to find. Now they've got the 4-on-2 to work with. 5-7-7 and 9. They're trying to find a way back in, but the bomb's already been planted. They've got no space here. But look at 9. He's taken down as well in the tower. All Gamers approaching that 7th round. 5-7-7. The only player who can stop it goes down as well. And could this be it? They've got now 2 rounds in the lead. The biggest lead gap we've seen all map.
When do we see the timeout from BaiSha? I feel like this is probably the round you would have pulled it out in. Just feels like a little bit of the balance has gone over to All Gamers. But but they might give it one more round. If they lose this one, though, I think BaiSha has to call the timeout. You can't allow it to go through to series point. BaiSha going to have one more crack, though, before they have a chat. It is slowly slipping away from them, as this entire series has. This map almost playing out as a bit of a metaphor for that, because BaiSha started well, but it has been a slog, a grind from all gamers to get it back to this position. But they may well be rewarded from it. 577's on the push, but that's not worked out at all. BaiSha, they're capitulating now. Xhulan has to really come up with something special here. Maybe alongside Runine, who does get himself one, but can't do more than that, can't do enough. Xhulan did not get the frag he needed, and now it's on to Zhao to clutch 1-on-3. He's in a position to do it, to be fair, but oh, this is going to be a tough one. A necessary one, though. First shot won't connect. And he's been flanked now as well, so you'd have to say Zhao is probably out of this round despite doing some good damage onto Shui. He's waiting for the peak. He's not being given it. Flash is going to go through. Zhao just can't win it, surely. Player behind him gets the trade. Another step closer for all gamers. BaiSha, are they down? Are they out? Is there a timeout? I don't see one.
I don't think they're going to do it here.
No way.
BaiSha, they're going to allow this to potentially go to 9 without a stop. Do they have something different planned to try and at least change how this direction has been looking for all gamers? I mean, at this point, they've got to find a way to put up that wall. Otherwise, all gamers should be able to push into that championship point. All gamers, though, they're playing really reserved in this one. BaiSha as well, the 3-man stack on the A bomb site. 577, the only anchor on the B hotel. 9 just playing the cross on the bridge to try and get this action going his way. But again, all gamers, they're just poking around here. They want to see where every single player is playing before they full commit for the push, but it's going to be Zhui who potentially plays first contact.
BaiSha have to push hard on long right now. And it's not looking easy for them. Even connecting the shot on Runine. I mean, it's the information that BaiSha need that there's a push coming toward B, but it probably comes a little bit too little too late. Xhulan still, though, fighting for that position, and the nade over the top is going to give ZY a bit of a chip damage. All gamers are not into the B side itself just yet. And BaiSha are circling. Doom missing a shot, critical. But he makes amends for it with the pistol in hand, and once again brings the numbers back. It's Zhao, though, who will drop ZQ just after he planted the bomb. Surely all gamers favored from this position, but 9 still keeping it alive, and Zhao another one. All right, BaiSha, they've got 6. It's a tense thing, though.
And if Zhao's back here and now, it could be the game changer they needed. He grabs a nice retake in that one, but he's got to keep it moving forward. BaiSha, there's really no room for error at this point. All gamers, they've got the rounds to play with. BaiSha does not. All gamers early on going to emphasize this utility towards the B bridge. They know 9 likes to take this peek. And Zhui, he finds it early. That is a huge opener for all gamers.
Yep. All gamers just don't seem to put a foot wrong, and BaiSha, every round that they can get at this point is just gold, but they have to work so hard even for that last round. Now they're down another player. Backs continue to be against the wall. BaiSha, they had this series. They really had it on a silver platter. But they've made a meal of it.
What's the plan now, though, for all gamers? Very reserved in this one. Trying to find that opportunity to maybe get into this and find the execution. They've got the numbers to work with, but Zhui, He wants this pick. Not normally the Om in his hands, but this time around, he's going to try and make it work with that low HP. I like the call, making him that glass cannon for the round. But BaiSha, they're going to lose another one. Xiao goes down. That's a brutal mistake.
Brutal indeed. Great shot, though, from Shui, who is not typically the sniper for this team, but he's been tossed the Orm because of his low HP. That is some big info, though, coming over from XQLun. There's nothing happening to B. You've got to really gamble 577 over towards the A side at this point, and that is where he is headed. It's onto Wunan and 577 to keep this alive for BaiSha. They need to combine. XQLun has done his job on the other side of the map, and the big crossfire comes into play. 577. He set it up nicely now for BaiSha. That is the 7th. That's a huge round to bring back. What a moment.
It looked like it could be the beginning of the end, but now BaiSha, they've found new life here, and they could bring this one back to an 8-8 game if they can get a second back-to-back. Even with Xiao having some trouble, 577, he has really stepped up in these final 2 maps of the day to try and keep his team in that position to close this out. But right now, they need this round to go their way still.
Yeah, you'd really want to see an opening kill right now from BaiSha, who have changed their positioning up. Xiao's over toward the A bomb site this time. No mid presence at all from BaiSha. That's a big difference between these two teams on the Global Risk side. BaiSha playing almost with no info at the moment. 9 will be able to spot info if all gamers push toward B, but aside from that, that's really the only info they can gather.
Here comes the sneak attack, though. 4 players working their way slowly onto the B bomb site. 9, though. He's got the spot. He's seen at least one of them, surely.
I don't know if he has. 577 didn't get the
comms. Not ready for it. That is a huge error now. BaiSha, they lose full control of B. And now they've lost another as well. 9 goes down. This could be the 9th round on the board if they're able to hang on, but Xiao,
wait a minute.
He's got that opportunity to bring a big play for his team, but it's not going to be enough. Just 1 kill. He's taken down XQLun. Wunan, they have to find something.
They're too late to deny the plan. Or are they? All gamers got off of it. And XQLun will lose his life, so too will Wunan. It is now 1 round away for all gamers, securing yet another victory over BaiSha. And now is when you're going to call the tack timeout? I wonder if that's been left a little bit too late, but with the knowledge they only need 2 rounds, maybe they can scrounge those 2 rounds off of this conversation. It is a really expensive conversation, though, when you think about it. $110,000 is the first place prize. 2 rounds the difference between overtime and decimation, really, for BaiSha. So this conversation could make all the world of difference for this squad. What are they going to come up with? What adaptation are they going to make? Are they even going to change anything up? Because they have really not been doing a whole lot different on this defensive side. The changes they've made have been maybe Xiao playing on a different bomb site, on a different side of the map in any given round, but the general setups have been pretty much the same. And the only point of difference really on the map for them feels like 9 making that jump spot and whether he gets that info or not.
I don't know why. I get this weird feeling they're just going to try and rush mid.
Yeah.
I don't think that would work here. I feel like the way All Gamers is playing, you might want to think about counter-aggression here, but it could backfire. They play very, very safe at the start of round. They're running down that clock and sneaking into sites, so it's a bit of a gamble. But do you take a gamble when 1 round is all of the difference they need?
I don't know. That's why I feel like they probably should have called this 1 round earlier, in the sense that they would have had at least 8 on the opposition scoreboard rather than 9. And if you throw in something a bit different and it doesn't work, you've still got the default round to sort of land back on. It's a heftier stack over to B this time from BaiSha. 3 players on that side of the map. Xiao, though, under extreme pressure. He'll fall early on in the piece. Even opens it up right now for all gamers. And 9, he's got to do something about it.
This could be the beginning of the end. 9, XQ Lund, Wunan, what do they have left to hold on for here? It is going to be 5 versus 3, all gamers approaching the finish line. They've got a lot going towards this B bomb site. The flank not in position just yet. It is going to be Wunan here trying to find a way to hold on with his team. They've got the stack here to maybe slow them down, but all gamers, they know they don't have to commit.
Indeed. In the meanwhile, though, Wunan is being active in mid, and I do like that from BaiSha. I know the circumstances are dire, but they've really got to try to get info, and they've got to try to mitigate some of the advantages that all gamers have got. They have managed to do that by stacking 3 players toward the B side of the map. It's still not a great scenario, but when life gives you lemons, you've got to make lemonade. BaiSha are hoping to do that. All gamers now making their way into B. 9, can you step up large? XQ Lund there to help out as well. Next kill must go the way of BaiSha. And so far, all gamers are just holding strong in their positions, but 9 is making the difference. BaiSha! Oh dear! Oh dear, it was so close, but it's not over. XQ Lund comes through for the trade. And we might still find overtime.
They could do it here. BaiSha, all it's going to take is one more round to put them in a position where they could indeed bring this one back full circle in an overtime. But we've been here before. On port, all gamers, they took it in a very similar situation. BaiSha, they pushed it to 8, but they didn't have that final push to send us into overtime. And already in this round, there's a lot of damage being dealt. 577 down to 30. XQ Lund down to half.
They're not dead yet, though. And as long as you're a gun in the game, you can make the difference. 9 showed us that in the last round. Backs against the wall. BaiSha are fighting hard. 3 stack over toward B again, but BaiSha have to really be careful that they don't lose those first 2 frags as easily as they did in the last round. Wunan will push forward again. A little bit isolated. It's a scary duel to be taking. All gamers, the same approach, but 9, what if he just peeks the corner at the right time? Xiao's already opened it up. Wunan is there. It's 9 and Wunan combining, but Even and ZY able to do the same. It might still fall apart for BaiSha. It looked perfect, and now it's turning into a nightmare. 577 not quick enough to find any more.
9, he's got to do this here. This position is everything. He gets the kill on Dedu, though. That's massive. Now he can stall even longer. 9, he's got to get another one. He's going to find it. It's down to ZY, though. The 1v2. He gets it. All gamers, they're going to win it. The 1v1, and they take it all the way. The reverse sweep, 3-2, and they will be your Summer Championship victors here. What a way to close it out.
What a tumultuous series, what a roller coaster. But it is all gamers that reign supreme today, once again over BaiSha Gaming. It goes all the way to map 5, all the way to the final round of regulation time. But it is all gamers who take out the victory. And of course, commiserations to BaiSha, who started this series so strong. They won map 1 and map 2, 10-2, only to fall at the final hurdle once again. They're taking it in their stride. It was a fantastic series, a great watch. And I'm sure BaiSha will be back again at the CFS Grand Finals later on this year in Chengdu. And they will want to have another crack at all gamers, knowing how close they were today. That is all from us, Kyle. We'll send it down to the stage to close the show.
Thưa quý vị, và xin được dành những tràng một tay nóng nhất hơn nữa để cùng chúc mừng cho quán quân của CFS Summer Championship 2023 On Gamers. quý vị, và ngay lúc này chắc chắn tất cả quý vị khán giả ở đây, những cổ động viên đã cảm thấy vỡ òa trong một cảm xúc vô cùng tuyệt vời. Một vòng tranh tài rất gây cấn, ngang tàn ra sức giữa hai đội OnGamer và BaiSha Gaming. Và ngay lúc này xin được mời quý vị sẽ cùng lắng nghe cảm xúc đến từ OnGamers. Và đầu tiên thì có lẽ sẽ được mời phiên dịch viên của OnGamer sẽ cùng tiến về sân khấu để cùng đến với phần phỏng vấn cùng với tất cả những thành viên của chúng ta ngày hôm nay. Và trước hết thì xin được mời quý vị hãy cùng nhau chúng ta gửi một vài lời chào này, một vài lời cảm ơn đến với tất cả khán giả đây ngày hôm nay có được không ạ? Xin mời ạ.
就 AG 就跟那个台下的观众，然后正在看直播的观众就打个招呼吧，对，一起。
Và cái lúc này chúng ta sẽ cùng nhau lắng nghe.
大家好，现在我们是中国 AG。
Và thưa quý vị, và ngay lúc này Thu Hà cũng xin được mời quý vị ở đây chúng ta có thể lắng nghe những cảm xúc từ phía OnGamers là đội đã giành được chiến thắng trong ngày hôm nay. Xin mời các bạn chia sẻ những cảm xúc của mình cùng với tất cả mọi người có được không ạ? Xin mời ạ.
今天不是夺金了吗？然后你们的就感受怎样的？
很开心啊。
Chúng tôi rất vui mừng vì đã là quán quân CFS Summer 2023.
Dạ vâng ạ. Vậy thì bây giờ Thu Hà muốn được hỏi các bạn thêm một câu nữa là kế hoạch các bạn như thế nào khi mà mình đã nhận được một giải thưởng cực kỳ lớn, và với số tiền thưởng và giải thưởng giá trị như vậy thì các bạn sẽ làm gì với giải thưởng lần này ạ? Xin mời ạ. Mình có thể chia sẻ từng thành viên cùng nói được không ạ?
然后就奖金也比较大嘛，然后你们有什么就计划的？对，为了个奖金。
奖金计划就存着吧，然后可能有时间就去旅游放松一下。
Thì bên mình cũng chỉ gọi là cho tiết kiệm mà thôi, xong rồi sau cái giải đấu này sẽ đi du lịch Giải Lao một thời gian.
Dạ, và Đăng Thương cũng rất là muốn lắng nghe những cảm nhận cũng như là những chia sẻ đến từ một thành viên đang đứng cạnh Đăng Thương đây ạ. Xin được mời bạn.
Dạ, và mình cũng vừa hỏi câu hỏi liên quan về câu chuyện mình sử dụng giải thưởng làm gì, thì các bạn kêu là sẽ nghỉ ngơi và sử dụng một phần tiền thưởng đó cho công việc là mình sẽ ăn mừng và đi du lịch, đúng không ạ? Tự thưởng. Thế thì bây giờ các bạn ơi, các bạn có tự tin rằng là mình sẽ liên tiếp giành được thêm nhiều chiến thắng và phong độ hơn nữa trong thời gian sắp tới, đặc biệt là cái giải tiếp theo của mình là giải CFS Grand Final cuối năm hay không ạ? Các bạn có tự tin là mình sẽ tiếp tục giành chiến thắng không ạ?
这届总决赛，然后你们有没有资心夺取再次夺军的？
CFS 的话，我们今年先有中国区名额吧，拿到名额的话，我们肯定会拼尽全力争取，看有没有机会拿个冠军吧。
AG sẽ cố gắng hết sức mình để có thể gọi là đạt quán quân một lần nữa.
Dạ, và với sự tự tin này thì Đăng Thương hy vọng rằng sẽ theo dõi được những phần thể hiện vô cùng ấn tượng và những trận đấu vô cùng gay cấn được thể hiện bởi OnGamers trong tương lai nhé. Và còn ngay bây giờ thì với tất cả những vị khán giả đang theo dõi chương trình ngày hôm nay tại trường quay và cũng như là tất cả quý vị khán giả đang theo dõi thông qua kênh phát sóng thì xin được mời các thành viên của OnGamers hãy gửi đến tất cả quý vị những lời cảm ơn được không ạ? Xin mời.
然后 AG 战队吧，就向那个正在观看直播，然后这个台下的观众，然后就给一个就感谢，对，感谢一下。
谢谢越南的朋友来现场看我们比赛吧。
Cảm ơn tất cả mọi người đã đến xem tham dự sẽ và xem những màn biểu diễn tuyệt vời của AG.
Dạ vâng, một nữa xin được cảm ơn và chúc mừng cho OnGamers. Cảm ơn các bạn rất nhiều, và ngay lúc này xin được mời các bạn sẽ cùng nhau chúng ta tiến về khu vực danh dự nhất, đến gần với chiếc cúp vô địch của CFS Summer Championship 2023. Xin mời ạ. Và đầu tiên thì xin được mời Manager từ OnGamers sẽ cùng tiến vào sân khấu cùng với tất cả thành viên của OnGamers. Xin mời ạ. Thưa quý vị, chúng ta hãy kiên nhẫn, bình tĩnh ạ. Và khi mà Thu Hà đếm 1, 2, 3 thì mình bắt đầu là mình sẽ nâng chiếc cúp được không ạ? Nào, 1, 2, 3, xin chúc mừng! Xin chúc mừng cho On Gamers, quán quân của CFS Summer Championship 2023! Rất tuyệt vời và hoàn toàn xứng đáng. Họ là những đối thủ vô cùng mạnh tay và cũng như là rất là nặng ký trong mùa giải năm nay. Một lần nữa xin chúc mừng cho những tuyển thủ đến từ Trung Quốc On Gamers. Vâng thưa quý vị, và ngay lúc này chúng ta đừng rơi mắt khỏi sân khấu và đừng rơi mắt khỏi màn hình, mà ngay bây giờ hãy cùng nhau theo dõi một đoạn clip ngắn giới thiệu về những hình ảnh đặc sắc của CFS Grand Final 2023. Xin mời ạ.
Thưa quý vị, đó chính là sự kiện CFS 2023 Grand Final được diễn ra từ ngày 29 tháng 11 cho đến ngày 10 tháng 12 tại Chengdu, Trung Quốc. Và chúng tôi hứa hẹn rằng tại sự kiện này, tất cả chúng ta sẽ được theo dõi những trận đấu vô cùng kịch tính và đầy gây cấn được thể hiện bởi những đội tuyển. Và chắc chắn rằng chúng ta hãy đừng bỏ lỡ những khoảnh khắc trong trận đấu quý vị nhé.
Vâng thưa quý vị, và cuối cùng trải qua 7 ngày thi đấu gay cấn, chúng ta đã tìm ra được chủ nhân của chiếc cúp vô địch danh giá CFS Summer Championship 2023. Và như vậy chúng tôi cũng xin được gửi lời cảm ơn chân thành đến toàn thể quý vị đã cùng theo dõi, đồng hành cùng với cộng đồng CROSSFIRE. Và cũng xin được gửi lời cảm ơn đến với Smygate Entertainment và VTC Online đã thực hiện được giải đấu thành công như vậy. Và chúng tôi cũng không quên gửi đến quý vị một lời hẹn. Chúc quý vị chúng ta sẽ có được nhiều giây phút thư giãn hơn nữa và cùng đồng hành cùng chúng tôi tại CFS Grand Final 2023 cũng như những sự kiện tiếp theo của CROSSFIRE. Xin cảm ơn, xin chào và hẹn gặp lại ạ.
championship point. All game